Suddenly the ground around the artifact began to tremble. The creatures fell to the ground like tiny dominoes. Small, vicious crystal beings burst out of the ground and threw themselves at the creatures. Because your dark elf senses warned you? Of course. Silly me, I forgot. The game characters have been lurking on forums. Anyway, I'm sure there'll be a real surprise in store for them soon. Small crystal beings rose from the ground. Did they consider the creatures as some kind of carbon-based delicacy? They immediately attacked. Once again, crystal beings rose from the ground. Maybe they had something against the artifact being transported. The overconfident evil had ventured into the overworld and startled the goddess's heroes, who now armed themselves for the fight against the absolute evil. It had not escaped the notice of the goddess of light's servants that evil was spreading across the region. An initial group set out for the dungeon. Talia and the dreadful evil had seized the artifact. It was capable of opening the way to Godsmount. Once Talia had finished her very long monologue, it was time to get back to the task at hand. As was the rule in such cases, the artifact still had to be brought to a ritual site. To this end, it was loaded onto an organic means of transport, also known as a donkey. To ensure the artifact's safety, the transporter would only move forward when creatures were in its immediate vicinity. Of course, the transporter could not be allowed to be destroyed. Problems along the way were to be expected. Otherwise, this mission would have to be named, "Go make a coffee, nothing's gonna happen for 5 minutes." Raiders of the Lost Artifact. The artifact that was the key to God's Mountain was now in Talia's greedy hands. However, it still had to be brought to its destination. The local heroes were very fanatical servants of the goddess. So fanatical that they wouldn't rest at night either, but rather attack the dungeon instead. The sneaky evil's creatures had discovered a hero camp. Once destroyed, this place could probably prove useful. Didn't you already get a big monologue in the intro? I think everyone's sick of listening to you bicker. While our protagonist once fertled around in the murky depths of her split personality monologues, the evil, who already imagined itself on the throne of the gods, had managed to get the artifact to the ritual site. As usual in this and other games, nothing was easy. Instead of just activating the artifact, an elaborate ritual now had to be performed to recharge it first. But we'll get to that in a minute. For now, it's time to celebrate the victory. The artifact burst into thousands of tiny particles that pushed the Realm Forge engine to its pitiful limits. The sleeping evil had failed to protect the transport. Apparently, the goddess of light would win after all. A sad thought. The multitasking incapable evil had allowed its dungeon heart to be destroyed. Some might wonder how it had ever managed to complete the main campaign against Thanos with skills like these. Others didn't think twice, and simply shouted with glee, "Loser! Loser! Loser!" The artifact had already covered much of the way. The artifact had already covered half of the journey. Insidious triggers set by the level designers began their evil work. The artifact is under attack. Enemies are attacking the artifact. The artifact is being smashed to pieces. My goodness, can't you get that artifact to its destination in one piece, you dork? Could I work here with someone competent for once? Once? Just one goddamn time? The artifact transport had now taken severe damage. Completely overwhelmed, the evil squealed in fright and hid beneath the sofa in the face of approaching defeat. The artifact transport had already taken some damage. Either the Away with the Fairies evil had turned a deaf ear to my previous warnings and announcements, or it really enjoyed its own incompetence. The sluggish evil gave little thought to the artifact. Obviously, it had forgotten that the artifact had to eventually reach its goal. Having forgotten its mission goal, the evil ignored the artifact, thereby denying itself the chance to successfully complete the mission. The creature-slapping evil happily smacked its creatures. Interestingly enough, doing so also broke Narratus' sheep-walking spell. The diabolical Narratus had used a trick to lure Talia and the abashed evil into a kind of ambush. True enough. But in the meantime, Narratus had allied himself with the remaining heroes. Which remaining heroes? Well, Coincidentally, there just happened to be a few over there. Amazing that Talia had failed to see them. Okay, paying attention was never her strong suit anyway. Over there in that forest, a hero city had been hidden by a few branches. And that pile of leaves had been hiding a hero city all along too. Of course, Narrator had foreseen just that. He briefly leafed through his spellbook, which of course in no way resembled any game design document, and read the chapter on unfair practices. This sounds good. Strengthening spells, commonly called buffs, lay upon the heroes. They either dealt a terrible 4 times their normal damage, or were immune to traps or spells. Very nice. That's the way Oh, wait. There's more. These unfair buffs couldn't simply be applied to the heroes, but had to be attached to destructible objects. Interesting. Fortunately, Narrator had of course thought this through and created 3 statues to anchor the buffs. Good. That's got everything covered. It's not me, it's that cunning Narrator. Pinpricks. Narrator really is an excellent, yes, a most formidable opponent. The moronic evil wouldn't stand a chance. Narrator, the shrewd rascal, had snuck into the dungeon to inflict extra damage with a role-playing sneaky attack. Bravo! Once again, Narrator had snuck into the dungeon to destroy the dungeon heart itself. Narrator, that shrewd rascal, appeared in the dungeon out of nowhere. Oh, did that Narrator sneak into the dungeon again? What a rogue! Hey! Oh, that really hurt. I mean, that hurts Narrator. Time for another look at that document. A sheep-walking spell. Very nice. Well, that Narrator is always good for a surprise. While it's interesting to see how well you've done against Narrator so far, I think it's time to stop playing around now. Time for Narrator to put an end to this. Amazing to think that we fought our way through so many DLCs, an add-on, and the overly long main campaign. Where did I get the time for all that? But hey, whatever. I think Narrator will now make short work of things. I admit I may have overreacted a little. I mean, I've had worse voiceover jobs than this. I was young, I needed the money, but those days should be bloody well over. Come on, Narrator, finish this. Really now, sometimes you just make such a fuss. I know that some of the players out there don't really appreciate my harsh words, but let's be serious about your performance here. My word. Talia, isn't it funny here that you've been struggling with your father complex all this time, just to be done away with by my spontaneously invented version of myself? I find that a little ironic. About as ironic as that song with the same name. All right, enough playing. Time for Narrator to end this. This whole thing is starting to bore me. Come on, Narrator, tear the absurd evil apart already. This just keeps dragging on and on and on. Time for Narrator to put an end to all this. Still? We're really still at this? Come on, Narrator, get a move on. No, it just looked that way. Because in fact, that wasn't the real Narrator at all. Just an illusion. Exactly. Of course, the hero of our story was far away in the safety of his magnificent home. Oops! And Narrator bit the dust again. Fortunately, that was just a double. Is that Narrator in the dirt there? Unfortunately, it was only an illusion. Sorry. Tough luck there. Oh, my word. Will you just stop knocking off all those Narrator's clones? Why don't you look for the real thing instead? Hey, did you destroy those poor pen pushers? Don't you know they're totally underpaid, pitiful creatures as it is? You monster! Don't you feel sorry for those poor pen pushers? Now, who's going to write the next script? Narrator was bored. Talia and the laughable evil weren't even close to being up to him. With a casual gesture, he sent his faithful servants, the pen pushers, on their way. Luckily, they had a base in the underground. Well, there's one there now. You must have just overlooked it. It's always been there. Those pen pushers are all over the place, aren't they? For example, here and over there, too. Pen pushers really aren't that uncommon. I'd say I've got at least 2 places for them in mind. Oh, maybe I should set up some more rooms for those pen pushers. I mean, find. I mean, know where to find them. Oh, did I mention there was a room full of pen pushers over there? I'm sure I mentioned it, but there's a room full of those pen pushers over there. Let's just randomly place another one of those pen pusher rooms. Oh, I mean, it's always been there, of course. Just you wait. Maybe I'll just mention a few new heroes who are on their stupid game design. Okay, then we'll do it this way. The stupid evil and its pathetic servant Talia thought they had beaten Narrator, but in reality it was all just part of his evil plan to make the destruction of evil all the more embarrassing. Me? Naturally, I have nothing whatsoever to do with this. It's this Narrator guy. But I'm sure he already has something diabolical up his sleeve for you in the next mission. Ha! The too lazy to read the game design document evil had allowed its dungeon heart to be destroyed. Pathetic, mumbled Narrator. Enemies are attacking the artifact. Enemies are pounding on the artifact. Protect the artifact. The artifact is under attack. The greedy little crystal beings were clearly dying to sink their fangs into a large chunk of the artifact. Or did they just want to touch it, believing it would heal them? Or did they maybe worship it as a god? Or maybe they considered it as a devil. Interesting questions, which unfortunately will never be answered, as our creatures would soon smash them to smithereens. Crystal beings were digging around in the underground. Their craving for the artifact still wasn't satisfied. Maybe they needed something to distract them, like crosswords, gardening, or video games. Yes, or an axe to the skull. Right, yes, that works too. Philistines. Isn't it strange those crystal being guys have zero role to play in the main campaign? It's like they never existed at all. Weird. A rumbling and a rattling filled the underground. The mystically magical crystal beings seemed to be attracted to the artifact like moths to a flame. However, these were more likely to be interested in smashing the light or the artifact into tiny pieces. Logically enough, it would be a wise idea to keep these crystal beings from doing that by smashing them into tiny little pieces instead. Crystal beings have entered your dungeon and are streaming towards the artifact. Enemies have dug their way into your dungeon and want to destroy the artifact. Enemies are heading for the artifact. Crystal beings are attacking the artifact. The impetuous evil had sent a scouting party to the overworld. This alerted the area's vigilant heroes. Soon they would set out for the dungeon in happy anticipation. The buzz of the charging artifact in the underground had not escaped the notice of fanatical heroes in the overworld. Soon they would storm the dungeon, driven forth by their fanaticism, their zest for battle, and their deep belief in their goddess. The ham-acting evil had captured the artifact. Using the artifact, it would be able to force open the gates to Godsmount. Wrong game! Wrong game! Could you just get your tedious personality disorder under control and get back to the game? At this point in proceedings, the artifact was indeed powerless and had to be charged in one of those cute little rituals that keep cropping up all the way through the Dungeon series. The artifact would need to be fully charged in order to open the gates to Godsmount. Do you blame them? Awakening of the artifact. Talia and the evil, panting from one success to the next, began the ritual that would awaken the artifact. Would the path to Godsmount soon be free? You see, good call. As if anything were ever that easy here. The artifact was now charged and could be used to open the gate to Godsmount, but more about that in the next mission. The sleepy-headed evil had allowed the artifact to be destroyed. The path to Godsmount was now sealed. Forever. It's sad, I know, but that's what you get when you let goofballs play instead of calling in the pros. The sleepy-headed evil had allowed its dungeon heart to be destroyed and watched as it burst into thousands of tiny crystal shards. Picking them all up was going to be a real bitch. Loser. That was probably what the crystal beings thought too, as they ecstatically threw themselves at the artifact in a frenzy of pure brute force. The ensuing seconds and minutes would prove difficult. The clever and foresighted evil had removed every last hint of heroes and heroism from the overworld. They were no longer a danger to anyone. Okay, maybe just to archaeologists digging through the ruins in 100 years' time. This stun tower trap puts enemies in its area of effect out of action for a while. Most effective. Talia had been charging the artifact for quite some time now. Rumor had it she was about 2/3 of the way there, and
the citadel was destroyed. The absolute evil had won. Oh, no, wait, not quite. Now it was time to give King Arcturus the coup de grace.
all right then.
One of King Arcturus's towers went up in flames, a beautiful sight. There was even a free fireworks display when the black powder stored there caught fire. However, some of the oh-so-dour heroes set out for the dungeon in search of revenge. The carrier-experienced evil had destroyed a tower. A few of the feeding heroes marched petulantly towards the dungeon in search of a little payback. A small tower fell victim to the flames. Well, those and the blows it took from the ganking evil's army. The heroes retaliated with a desperate payback expedition to the dungeon. Another tower was demolished by the striking out wildly in every direction evil's army. The whining heroes tried to punish them by sending a troop to the dungeon. In other games, the same text would always appear for each tower destroyed. Talk about boring, but let's get back to the game. A tower had been razed to the ground, upon which a group of evil-humoured heroes made their way into the devious evil's heavily booby-trapped dungeon. One small tower still stood, defended by a circle of teary-eyed heroes. You know, a sight that pitiful just sort of warms your heart. I mean, when you realize it's about to be destroyed, of course. The last of the heroes' towers collapsed like a house of cards built by a drunk. King Arcturus's citadel was defenseless against the merciless evil's army. When the e-sport-experienced evil looked at the statistics, it found that Talia wasn't very good at farming. She probably thought farming meant animals and stuff. Pff, damn noob. King Arcturus's troops had destroyed a tower and advanced on the camp of the feuding evil's converted heroes. King Arcturus's troops were not exactly idle and had destroyed another tower. Undeterred, the army moved closer. Another of the looking like a total idiot evil's towers went up in flames. Things were getting hot. Not many of the towers built by the stupid evil's converted heroes were left. These melted away like an ice lolly in the hands of my 3-year-old son. Only one more miserable tower stood between King Arcturus's army and the converted hero's citadel. It was time for the ponderous evil to finally take action. The last of the towers built by the drenched in cold sweat evil's converted heroes had fallen. The traitor's citadel was now completely defenseless. Good work, you loser. The king-killing evil's armies had reached King Arcturus's new hometown. Talia and her armies prepared to storm his citadel of Camel Trot. After these fulminant, if somewhat minimalist speeches by the two factions' leaders, the armies began to march against one another. The time had come. Time for the final battle. The king's fortress would have to be destroyed before he could be dealt with, if you get this really, really broad hint. The towers and the citadel. Things weren't going well for King Arcturus. Talia had fought him back. Now both armies faced each other for an epic final battle. The not exactly quick on the uptake evil had lost its dungeon heart. That really was kind of sad, because the enemies in this mission mainly targeted the allied evil heroes. But hey, we seem to have prepared for special cases like you and recorded this line anyway. Nice job, you scrub. The leisurely playing evil looked unbelievingly at the smoke from its allies' citadel. Could spending the last 3 hours selecting curtains for the second corridor have been a mistake? Well, maybe it should try this mission again. King Arcturus gave up the ghost and bit the grass. The triumphant evil had won. Hopefully good was now forever a thing of the past. No one wants to hear that now, got it? So King Arcturus was toast, forever. Maybe he'd make a good zombie. Oh, wait, that's going too far. We can talk about that in Dungeons 4 at the earliest, if it ever happens. The really stuffed its pockets full of gold evil's armies on the surface had not gone unnoticed by the doubloon-craving heroes from the overworld. They avidly set out into the underground to loot the treasures there. The doubloon-craving overworld heroes had noticed the gold-hoarding evil's dungeon. Consumed by greed, they stomped through its underground in search of treasures to plunder. The walking into a trap evil had discovered a strong defensive structure. It would be tactically advisable to attack it from the side. The guileful evil had hired some scoundrels who now readily joined its army. The doubloon-grasping evil scouts had discovered a treasure chest. The drooling evil quickly sent its armies there to prevent any other treasure hunters from crashing the party. A treasure chest full of doubloons had been discovered. The panting for the extra currency evil quickly set out to claim it before someone else did. Another treasure chest full of doubloons was available. Get it before the others do. The strapped for money evil didn't have enough doubloons to pay the pirates. Sad, but that's life. With powerful blows and cuts, the sushi-making evil's creatures destroyed one of the tentacles. Cathallo's, or something like that, second tentacle fell to the ground. The self-confident evil's creatures grunted and groaned in celebration of their victory. All good things come in threes. At least that was the third tentacle to leave this plane of existence. The fast-making progress evil set out for number 4. The tentacle-massacring evil didn't stop at number 4 and sent it to the afterlife too. The army marched mercilessly onwards. The tentacle-to-soup-making evil had taken out the 5th tentacle. Only 3 more remained to endanger the dungeon heart. The merciless evil and its army had cut up another tentacle, minced it, and made it into little hors d'oeuvres. With a grim look, it turned to the 6th tentacle. That was number 6. Good. On to lucky number 7. 7. It was done. Oh, wait a minute. Got to count 'em again. Oh, damn, there's another one back there. Okay. The repeating itself evil had put an end to the 7th tentacle. Would this one provide tonight's dinner after a visit to the campfire and a delicious sauce? The still undecided evil moved on for the time being. The enormous Cathallo's, or something like that, tentacle's arms struck the island of Turtoga with power and sheer mass. A powerful shockwave went through the underground and caused the dungeon heart to tremble. The fewer tentacles there were, the more likely it was that the dungeon heart would survive another attack. Once again, the tentacles struck with enormous force and damaged the dungeon heart. Talia had to act. Once again, parts of the dungeon heart crumbled away as the tentacles made the ground tremble. The dungeon heart wouldn't be able to take many more of those blows. With a mighty boom and crash and blam and all that, the tentacles laid a smoking samba beat on the island and really shook the dungeon heart. The hitting its population point limit evil couldn't hire any more pirates, at least not until it had made some room. The pirates fired a full broadside. The pirates' broadside struck the target with full force. No, nothing like that, don't worry. The loves to insult others evil had unfortunately insulted another visitor at the last Villains Anonymous meeting, a certain Cathallo or Cathala or something like that. Anyway, he was somewhat angry and lived quite nearby. Well, this Cathal or whatever was an enormous creature that lurked in the depths of the sea. Only his octopus tentacles came to the surface, where they began to tear the land apart and devour the dwarfish evil's fellow combatants. Every stroke of those tentacles also damaged the dungeon heart. Not far off was a pirate fortress, where Captain Salazar from the last mission's remaining followers were hanging around. For a few doubloons, they will probably go into battle for the mercenary hiring evil, or at least fire their big cannon at the tentacles. Doubloons could be found in treasure chests on the island, just as it should be on a pirate island. However, there were other freebooting heroes who wanted them for themselves. Greetings from Roulier. Talia, the obstructed vacationer, was very close to finally lying out on the beach. But unfortunately, the insulting evil had offended another powerful villain, who refused to take it lying down. Done! The last tentacle went down. The victorious evil had managed to defeat this Kethalula, or something like that. The day was saved. Unfortunately, Talia's vacation was coming to an end. Hopefully, she had had a refreshing stay, for the heaping quests upon her evil still had loads for her to do. The dungeon heart shattered into 1,000 tiny splinters, which an underpaid cleaner would now have to sweep up. The unfortunate evil would also continue to have this Cathallo, or something like that, on its neck. Sorry, but that's the end. Thanks to the enemy's limited tactical finesse, their destruction was virtually unavoidable. So it was time to decorate for the victory celebration, to get the beer and hire the orc dancers. Okay, maybe not orcs. I shudder at the thought. In fact, the drooling evil had claimed all the evilness in these lands. Taking the rest of the camps would be a cakewalk, easy as stealing candy from a baby. Candy from a baby? Simple. My arse. Ever tried it? The screaming and crying and fetching their parents and family as reinforcements, and those little beasts bite pretty damn hard. Not that I have any personal experience, of course. Can you please just stop with the golem thing? We already had too many Lord of the Rings gags in the last 2 games. Enough is enough. The progress-addicted evil had unlocked some new research and immediately set about trying it out. The pulling out all the stops evil had reached its creature population point limit. It would first have to increase this before it could increase the size of its army. Delicious evilness flowed into the dungeon heart and filled it with power. New research was thus made available, which would help the dungeon to even greater power. The impatient evil immediately began to research something. The little town of Good was destroyed and turned into a hotbed of evilness. Cracks formed on the surface, and something, guess, evil rose from the depths. This evilness, in a practical spherical form, was the sweet lifeblood which flowed through the personified evil's veins. It stimulated the armies of evil and swelled their power. All this lofty blah blah without any impact on the game aside, it was another resource primarily or exclusively used for more powerful research. The armies of evil reached one of those disgustingly good places that had survived the destruction of Twistram. The ice-cold hand, evil, would deal with it immediately. Blinding beams of light met the dauntless evil's creatures. They briefly squinted at the disgusting brightness. Finally, they grinned, satisfied. At last, they were able to carry the battle to the good people, and were not limited to protecting themselves in a dungeon, as is the case with other representatives of the genre. Talia had raised an astonishingly huge army for the maximum population challenging evil. With this army, it should be easy to obliterate the miserable remains of Tristram and its surroundings. Talia had scraped together a few miserable remnants for the not exactly impressed evil, which could hardly be called an army. This would be a suicide mission at best. Not that they couldn't give a damn about his subordinates, evil would worry about that. That seems somewhat cocky to me, but hey, armies of evil were famous for their will to survive. The deeds of the conspicuous evil and its henchmen had not gone unnoticed. As a matter of fact, even a blind man could see the destruction they left behind them. As idiotic heroes do, they sent out a small patrol to scout the area. The first heroes had discovered the not-so-well-hidden evil's dungeon and now entered its depths. Of course, the insidious evil had already prepared a despicable reception for them. At least I hope so. Talia had chosen an extremely unfavorable time for moral doubts. Luckily, her evil dark elf heritage prevailed. Hey, Talia! You're evil, so act like it. Twistram looked like the leftovers from a heavy metal concert. While Talia was delivering a typical villainous monologue, something happened around her. From the depths arose a pulsating crystal, filled with the magic-savvy evil's power. A dungeon heart. Not to be confused with those dungeon hearts from other games. We don't want to be sued. Again, secret mental messages were exchanged between Talia and the mentally savvy evil's crystal. We could explain this in detail at this point, but that would require a 3-hour monologue on my part, and I am definitely not being paid enough for that. The game logic internalizing evil had given Talia an assignment. Out there on the surface were shamelessly good places in urgent need of destruction. Naturally, the strategically well-versed evil did not send its new general into battle alone. A dungeon had to be built, and creatures hired to provide her with a powerful army. Of course, the sophisticatedly thinking evil already knew which way the wind blew in a dungeon. However, should it be hit by short-term memory loss, it could effortlessly look up things in the fabulous almanac. Twistram in ruins. Talia, the dark elf, had turned to evil and laid the fatiguing library in ruins. Now she began to build a small power base in its vaults. Her first dungeon. Talia and the destructive evil's army had succeeded in destroying Twistram and the surrounding area. Good no longer existed in this land. Apparently not quite all of the good guys were defeated. The dwarven King Grimly, an old drinking buddy of Tanos the Paladin, was just touring the country with his exorbitantly large army to ensure everything was in order. Thank God the foresighted evil had provided for this contingency. The dungeon heart was charged with evilness and enough energy to act as a teleporter. For Talia, of course. With a plop, Talia dissipated and disappeared to a faraway and safe place. The rest of the sacrificing evil's creatures looked astonished as their general fled, but only for a moment, as they already found themselves facing an unpleasant army of good. The goofy evil had allowed the dungeon heart to be destroyed. In the second mission, well, things sometimes do happen. Ha ha. The second island of the good was mercilessly overrun by the strategically savvy evil's hordes and turned into an evil island. Soon, more of that exquisite evilness would be bubbling to the surface. Excellent. Even better than in Dungeons 2. Not that I'm out to plug it or its fantastic add-on or anything. I'd never do that. The new improved research menu, TM, opened and gave an overview of currently available technologies. At the moment, the selection was still limited, but that would change. After all, this evil crusade had only just begun. The somewhat sluggish evil had so far failed to gain an overview of the many research opportunities. It hurriedly did so. The new improved research menu TM still hasn't received a single glance. The slightly feeble-minded evil now did so. Get a move on. Listen, am I being ignored here or what? They pay me a lot of money to guide you through this second-class game, so go ahead. Just open the stupid research menu, TM, already. A number of people worked on it for weeks. Okay, days. Well, at least that's when they weren't watching cat videos or fetching coffee and cigarettes, but that's not important. Just open the thing. The grandiose evil's helpers had not been idle. Well, they hadn't exhausted themselves either, but anyway, there were now some research projects the researching evil could pursue. The new improved research menu, TM, was now available. And so it was that the good camp was destroyed by the battle-wise evil's army. Now it was time to take over all of the good islands, but that would be a cakewalk, easy as stealing candy from a baby. Goddess-blessed heroes are on their way to your dungeon. Blessed heroes are on their way to your dungeon. Additional blessed heroes are headed for your dungeon. The guileful evil had knocked over a stone pillar, damaging the city wall severely. A smart move. The exploratory evil had discovered a human city once home to a dark subculture, Extragoth. It was heavily guarded. An attack would have about the same chance of success as a snowball in hell. Maybe there were other ways to get in there. One of the two cities was the dwarven city of Oreobor. Not to be confused with the dwarven city with the Hobbit or those sacrilegious cookies, as we don't really want to be sued. Well, not again anyway. Best we just forget the name quickly and deal with the important things, such as the catapult located there that fired indiscriminately at evil creatures and stood under one of those deplorable mage tower shield generators. The lucky evil had found a magical obelisk. Its magic could be channeled to form a projectile. However, some stone guards rose, obviously not at all enthusiastic about the idea. The possessive evil had taken the obelisk and could from then on concentrate its energy to form magical projectiles. This was going to be fun. An obelisk was ready to create a magical projectile. An obelisk's magic was ready for use. An obelisk's magic was now available. The eagle-eyed evil had spotted something glittering and flashing on a small island. However, this was not easy to get to, but perhaps a little force could turn that stone into a bridge. The Mage Tower shield generator had been destroyed, leaving the catapult unprotected, just the way the unprotected exploiting evil liked it. The local heroes were not as deaf as was thought, and so the dungeon under their feet had not escaped their notice. With Tanos having deemed the failure to attack evil creatures as high treason, they hurried to attack the dungeon as quickly as possible. The teleporting evil had freed Talia from Tanos' torture chamber and sent her to a distant location. Quiet, I'm having one of my excessive monologues. Now, where was I? Oh, yes, freed. Talia wondered what she was supposed to do here. I said quiet. Supposed to do... The planning evil had teleported her close to Mount Destiny. There she would have to face the tests to become a real lightsaber wielder. A true evil. And don't worry, she wouldn't have to carry the well-nourished evil on her back. But the road to Mount Destiny was lined with two thriving cities. For better or for worse, these would first have to be dealt with. Two sides of the medal. The helpful evil had freed Talia from her foster father Tanos' tortures. But another confrontation was inevitable. Talia had to be prepared for it. The waylaying evil had discovered a prominence perfectly suited to an ambush. Splendid! The frayed-nerved evil tried to use one of the obelisks, but unfortunately it was not yet fully charged, and instead of a magical projectile, only a small puff of smoke appeared. The impatient evil tried to use one of the obelisks before it was ready. Instead of a magical projectile, all it produced was a loud fart sound. Talia and the oh-so-proud evil had done a great job and reduced both cities to piles of smoking rubble. The road to Mount Destiny was now wide open. An exciting monologue, or is it dialogue? Which I want to end at this point due to total boredom. Besides, the conversation doesn't include the brilliant narrator, so it's completely absurd anyway. Anyway, the worry-free evil continued on. To Mount Destiny. The careless evil had not taken enough care of its dungeon heart, and so it shattered under the attacker's blows. That was disappointing, but somehow I kind of expected it. The stumbling upon stuff as if by chance evil had found a second obelisk. This too would be able to create powerful magical projectiles, and was therefore well guarded. The monopolizing evil had now taken the second obelisk too. True to the motto, two are better than one, it could now use twice the amount of destructive energy. The wandering evil had awakened a few stone guards who were sleeping peacefully in the underground. They were more than unhappy about the whole thing. The stomping evil had startled a few stone guards, which unfortunately didn't impress them at all. The has to explore everything evil had roused a few stone guards. These wanted to explain with big stony fists exactly what they thought of that. The alarmed evil emerged into the overworld, or more precisely, its army did. There the last troops of the not-quite-so-free cities had been hiding in their homes, quivering. As the evil creatures ventured out into the overworld, they felt compelled to face the very last battle, and set off for the dungeon. The cocooning evil had merrily entrenched itself in the dungeon. But the troops from the not-quite-so-free cities scented a chance to gain the upper hand with Tanos' presence and gathered ready to storm the dungeon for the good. Tanos' divine power flowed through the land and began to open a portal in the dungeon. A portal which transported revoltingly noble and good-natured heroes from the afterworld directly into the dungeon. Talia was clearly overwhelmed by the situation. The annoyed evil sighed. Obviously, it would have to take care of the matter itself. Bringing the absolute evil here would require a great deal of chaotic magic. No mana would work here. We're talking substantial sacrifices. This would require a number of volunteers to be taken from the prison and thrown into the sacrificial pit. The laboratory was ready for use. Undead could from now on work there to turn mana and toolboxes into the greatly prized magic toolboxes, an insane success. While the short-sighted evil had indeed built a laboratory, it had not yet gotten round to building the appropriate workplace there. And so it was that the only things to fill the room were dust and spider webs. Hey you, those laboratories are useless without a workplace. It's nice that you actually managed to build the room, but this isn't kindergarten where we just write "always tried hard" into your report card. Now get a move on and build the damn thing. The unspeakable evil had still not built a laboratory and therefore couldn't produce magic toolboxes itself. Sad but true. The lazy evil still hadn't lifted a finger towards building a laboratory. It finally woke up and started to do just that. Look, you're not the sharpest knife in the drawer, are you? The poor sods at Realmforge work day and night to integrate these magic toolboxes and the associated much better workplaces into the game, and you can't be bothered to build a damn lab? Go on, get your ass in gear. The constantly nagging evil's tireless little snots had uncovered a number of magic toolboxes in the underground. They could be used to produce much better workplaces. As a matter of fact, the magic toolbox wanting evil could produce them itself. All it had to do was build a laboratory where undead could combine toolboxes and mana to make those magic toolboxes. I am your father. The not-quite-so-free cities were naught but smoking ruins. But Thanos had now reached Talia and the surprised evil's army. An epic battle loomed. The panicky evil tried to conjure itself, but had not yet collected enough heroes. The pitiful evil failed when its dungeon heart bit the dust. As in so many stories, here too good triumphed. The time had finally come. The absolute evil rose from the depths of the temple, not a second too soon, as Thanos once again called countless heroes from his portals. But these heroes were, of course, no danger to the immortal evil. More like a nice warm-up routine. It joyfully cut its way through the enemy ranks, their blood spurting in all directions. The censors won't like that bit, but we don't care. After those enemies had been destroyed, the malicious evil turned to Thanos. An epic duel began. The two opponents' powers briefly washed them in bright light, while wild tendrils of energy darted through the air. They exchanged a few blows before freezing into an epic pose for a staring contest. A cliched battle, the kind one sees in every second anime, where it spends 3 entire episodes on the same scene. But the opponents were not as equal as one would believe. Thanos realized that he was no match for the absolute evil. Fear took hold of him, as his defeat became foreseeable, and his courage and his will dwindled. But his goddess showed mercy when he implored her. She protected him with a divine shield so that he could use his homestone to teleport to safety. The absolute evil erupted in wild insults, which anyone familiar with the wargame craft could fully understand. Unfortunately, the unspeaking evil had no voice, so it only hissed silently to itself and waved its hands in a threatening manner. Unfortunately, it couldn't stay in this place forever, and so the homey evil once again disappeared. But Talia had tasted blood. The disgrace of her failure sat deep, causing her to pursue Thanos. She drove the having an ice-cold drink at home evil's army on towards the capital in a forced march. Shortly thereafter, Talia stood before Stormbreeze, ready to end the conflict once and for all. I am your father. Outro. Talia had summoned the absolute evil to help her in the fight against her foster father, Thanos. The conquest-craving evil had destroyed parts of the overworld. Things were going well. Scattered defenders from the not-quite-so-free cities trickled in over the old road. Impudently enough, they appeared to be interested in making the overworld good again. The exploratory evil had discovered a few caged, contaminated in one of the villages. If someone were to free them and then kill them, the scouting evil had discovered more contaminated, who would joyfully join its army, once they died, of course. The amazingly widely traveled evil had spotted more contaminated. Following their early death, these would gladly join his army. The diligently exploring the map evil had found some additional contaminated. It knew what it had to do, and was already whetting its knives. The sacrificing evil had tossed a prisoner into the sacrificial pit, delighting the dark gods. However, many more sacrifices would be required before the self-summoning evil would be summoned. The overworked evil had so far failed to transfer a prisoner from the prison to the sacrificial pit. It quickly did so. The benighted evil had failed to take a prisoner from the prison to the sacrificial pit to, sacrifice him. The prisoners were really very happy about that. The wanting to summon itself evil had captured a hero and stored him in the prison. It quickly set about taking him out of there and throwing him in the sacrificial pit. The hunting every conceivable challenge evil had sacrificed more heroes than the creators of this title had ever dreamed of. But hey, they were also total losers. Where was I? Oh. However, the slated evil's thirst for sacrifice had been satisfied, so it could now be summoned in all good conscience. Glug, glug, glug went the sacrificial pit. Excuse me, may we talk to you about our Lord and Saviour, the absolute evil? Oh, you're being sacrificed at the moment. Well, Maybe later then. Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No! It's a hero being thrown directly into the sacrificial pit by the hand of terror itself. Can you hear the ever-quieting screams? Yes, that's the hero you just threw into the sacrificial pit. Girl or boy matters not a whit. Off into the sacrificial pit. Done! The freshening up for the summoning evil had sacrificed enough heroes. There was nothing left to prevent its arrival. But could it wait just a little longer? The still wanting to summon itself evil had by now sacrificed a good third of the necessary heroes. His summoning would not be long in coming. A good 2/3 of the needed heroes had been sacrificed. The soon-to-summon itself evil was already rubbing its hands. Ha! It would wipe the floor with Thanos. This Thanos really didn't do things by halves. A portal opened in the surprised evil's dungeon. Soon it would bring new heroes into the dungeon. And again Thanos opened a gate to Valhalla, which brought even more heroes into the perplexed-looking evil's dungeon. And another portal opened in the dungeon. The briefly hesitating evil looked a little confused, but then shrugged. This entrance seemed to be buried. The work-shy evil decided it wasn't worth the effort and just passed on by. Even though the heroes of Lakesville were indeed getting their beauty sleep, it was doubtful that they would sleep through any violence directed their way. And it was also likely that the destruction of any buildings or the like would make a perfect alarm clock. The all-crushing evil simply ploughed right through the Ironhide's weedy guards. Thoroughly impressed, they happily joined the evilest of all evil's army. Saying something like that now was rather amusing, considering that in the future... but I digress. On we go. Great plan! Although it looks like those guards are full to the eyebrows with caffeine, none of them are going to be sleeping tonight. That sounded like a great plan. Yet the underground wasn't necessarily safe. Maybe those sneaky little heroes still had an ace up their sleeves. Of course, this is the bit where I ramp up the excitement. I mean, how boring would it be if I were just to reveal everything right now? Just go with it. The exploring evil's little snots had discovered a scroll in the underground. Now it only needs to be taken to a lecture hall. The digging in the dungeon had paid off, for the truffle pig evil's little snots had found a scroll. Now it only needed to be taken to a lecture hall so it could be used. The excavation-crazy evil had uncovered an underground room containing a scroll. This needed to be taken to a lecture hall as quickly as possible. Talia and the truly offensive evil's armies continued marauding and running through the fields of wheat. Somewhere behind them, Thanos picked up their trail, but he had no inkling of the corrupting evil's true destination. Termite Island. A fleet would be needed to get to Termite Island, and, as everyone knew, the two Left Hands evil and its creatures were not exactly gifted shipbuilders. And so it was that the horde stood before the gates of fantastic Lakesville. The inhabitants of Lakesville worshipped the sun and had even erected a number of temples that captured the sunlight. The light they collected strengthened the inhabitants of Lakesville in a truly unpleasant manner, which made them dangerous opponents indeed. On top of that, sunshine made them a little over the top in the gung-ho department. A number of battle-hungry troops had already rushed out to head for the dungeon. Battle began in the underground. Meanwhile, the heroes on the surface continued to bathe in the sunlight. What? Night? Oh, okay. Night slowly fell over Lakesville as the sun sank and finally disappeared. The sun praisers of Lakesville shivered a little as they were used to sizzling in the sun. At the same time, they were overcome with a deep fatigue that led the overwhelmed guards to fall asleep. Only a few heroes were still on their feet. Ungrateful lot. Fine then. The night wouldn't last forever, though, and daybreak was approaching fast. It seems the days just flew by in Lakesville. Must be all that fresh sea air. The sun would soon be rising. Sunrise was approaching fast. Night would soon be over. The night was almost over. Sunrise approached. The sun would soon rise. Soon, night would fall. It would soon be night. The sun began to sink. Soon it would be nightfall. The sun slowly began to sink beneath the horizon. It would soon be night. Nightfall approached. Night slowly fell on Lakesville. Soon it would be night. Soon Night would descend upon the land. In order to be able to defeat Lakesville's daylight active heroes, the hard-hearted evil would have to use the lecture hall. There, scrolls could be examined, which would make things already researched even better. Having been slaughtered a number of times at the buried entrance to the dungeon, the heroes' excavation team decided they'd had enough. What? No, of course they didn't give up, but instead did what every pitiful hero does. They called for reinforcements. The reinforced troop would work much more quickly, but probably die just as quickly. One of these reinforced excavation troops set out for the buried entrance in an attempt to underhandedly dig it free. Naturally, this had to be prevented. And once again, one of these reinforced wrecking crews was on its way to dig out the old entrance. It would definitely be better if that could be prevented. And another excavation troop set out to clear the buried entrance. The definitely going to prevent that evil would, of course, deal with this personally. The first Sun Temple was destroyed, bursting into thousands of pieces. Sorry about that. The Lakesville heroes continued to praise the sun at their ridiculous temples. Unfortunately, the temples ensured that the heroes' attacks were much more powerful during the day. The darkness-loving evil immediately set about destroying the buildings. The inhabitants of Lakesville continued to enjoy the sun temples that made them extra powerful during the day. It seemed a damn good idea to destroy them. Both temples are still standing. What the devil have you been doing? You can't solve this diplomatically. Go on, get a move on and tear the stupid thing down. The sun temples were destroyed. A wailing and weeping could be heard echoing down the streets of Lakesville, for hard times loomed before the sunbathers. Of course, they had a completely different set of problems, for soon the sun-hating evil's army would be at their gates. One of the sun temples still stood and delighted the people of Lakesville with its blessing. Not for long, thought the unthinking evil from a safe distance, as it sent its army out to destroy the thing. One of the sun temples seemed to be particularly stubborn and continued to bless the city's heroes. A detailed dismantling plan should soon remedy that. Hey, you, Eagle Eye! Maybe you missed it because you were rummaging around in that chip bag instead of staring at the monitor, but that damn sun temple that makes those heroes so tough is still standing there untouched! Now finally do something about it. Hear that suspicious rumbling and the cheering? Those are the heroes who actually managed to clear the entrance to the dungeon and will now be attacking more frequently. Yes, I'm sure your stuttering and stammering is going to stop them. The all-destroying evil showed that wrecking crew what it thought of an additional entrance to the dungeon. Absolutely nothing. Never again would this wrecking crew attempt to uncover a dungeon entrance. And the hard-working heroes were still busy trying to uncover the buried entrance to the dungeon. Oh, the poor things. Somebody should give them a break. An eternal break. Do you hear that hammering in the dungeon? No, not from your little snots, from the buried entrance. That's because there are still a few heroes out there working hard to uncover it. You should stop them at all costs. Stone termites sounded interesting. However, the explanation was much more banal, as some heroes were digging another entrance to the totally caught-by-surprise evil's dungeon. The excavation site was accessible from the overworld. It became advisable to pay those troops a little visit to discourage them from their endeavors, permanently, which is to say, axe in the head. Another excavation troop set out for the buried entrance in an attempt to underhandedly dig it free. Naturally, this had to be prevented, and once again, heroes were on their way to dig out the old entrance. It would definitely be better if that could be prevented, and more heroes set out to clear the buried entrance. The not about to permit that evil would of course take care of this problem personally. The darkness-loving evil's armies had reached one of the sun temples that made Lakesville's heroes so powerful. The second sun temple must be close by. Those guards over there are probably not just standing around for nothing. Then again, you never know with these heroes. They're not exactly famous for their intelligence. The crossing. Followed by Thanos, the heavy-handed evil's army moved further towards their actual goal. But for that, it would require a ship. It was now daytime. Dawn was breaking. It was morning. The sun was rising. It was daybreak. It was night. Night was falling. The moon had risen. It was night. The sun had completely set. It was now dark. Unfortunately, the all-destroying evil was itself destroyed. With a boom and a bang, its dungeon heart broke into 1,000 pieces, much to the cleaning lady's displeasure. Maybe it should take another stab at this mission. Lakesville was no more. Once again, Talia and the indifferent evil's armies left a trail of destruction behind them. Kind of surprising that Tanos hadn't tracked them down yet. They should name him Worst Tracker of All Time. Details like a burning city? No, because that was just because those sun temples made the days just fly by. That too, yes. Lakesville was no more. Now it was time to set sail for Termite Island, there to face the mighty Yaina Overproud. All those who had attacked the Allies' camp had been defeated. They were safe, for now. Survivors currently interested in attacking your allies' camp? 0. The converted to absolute chaotic evil heroes had built some defenses. The not particularly worthy of adoration evil's converted heroes began to build some defenses. Heroes who had sworn allegiance to not exactly known for its honesty evil began to build some defenses. One of your allies' defenses has been destroyed. Your allied heroes have lost one of their defenses. One of your allies' buildings has been destroyed. King Arcturus's heroes weren't born yesterday. When they saw the sticking out like a sore thumb evil's creatures, they managed to put one and one together and sent heroes into the underground. King Arcturus's heroes had discovered the dungeon. They joyfully set out on their way, for it would be much more fun crushing evil creatures instead of their former companions. Heroes who were not allied with you set off to attack heroes who were allied with you. Confusing, I know. A number of good heroes set out to destroy the traitor's camp. It would be advisable for the supportive evil to prevent that from happening. Good heroes were on their way to give their evil counterparts a real hiding. The good heroes intensified their attacks on the didn't give a damn about its henchmen evil's traitors and henchmen. The powers of good seemed to gain strength through the power of the Holy Grail. The good heroes intensified their attacks on the traitors and sent more attackers into the fray. The converted heroes' camp is under attack. Heroes are attacking heroes. In the bad sense, as far as you're concerned, help them. Your allies are under attack. King Arcturus's victories had not gone unnoticed. The not wanting to deal with things personally evil sent its general Talia to deal with the problem. Talia once again showed her tactical brilliance, comprised of the simple idea of quantity instead of quality. In wise anticipation, the tactical evil had her build a dungeon to support the country's converted heroes. The Fellowship. The king's return had not gone unnoticed. The not overly blessed with competent generals evil sent its next best local deputy out to deal with the situation. The armies of evil had won, and the good heroes were struck down. The incompetent evil had failed. The dungeon heart was just a pile of ash. The failing evil could be sure of the coming ridicule and mockery, while King Arcturus happily retook his lands. The happy-to-watch its people being massacred evil had not managed to protect his loyal hero's camp, and had suffered a great defeat at the king's hands. There was no way it could show its face at the supervillain's weekly poker game. The heroes who had converted to absolute evil made ready to defend themselves against their now despised relatives. The heroes who had converted to merciless evil prepared to defend their territory against attackers. The apostate heroes of the even more apostate evil gained new confidence and strength from Talia's presence. The evil side's traitorous heroes had gained power and were now even stronger. All of the converted heroes' defenders had been defeated. Only Talia and the feeble evil could prevent their total annihilation.
The deceitful evil's clairvoyance had foreseen the do-gooder's ambush in the bottleneck, and it had already eliminated the problem. All that remained was a bewildered Yaina, wondering what had become of her primitive plan. The foolish evil had walked right into a do-gooder ambush, who now happily took its armies under fire from above. This would probably lead to painful losses, but of course that didn't matter to the troop-wasting evil. The senseless evil had so far neglected to eradicate one of the heroes' camps, and therefore continued to face a huge number of heroes. Here it seemed to be living out its masochistic side. Crowley had reached the gates of Doloran.
The energies raging around him melted through the defenses like a hot knife through butter. However, instead of demoralizing the defenders, that seemed to motivate them instead. The all-overrunning evil's army had destroyed the pitiful hero camps with almost ridiculous ease. Now it was only a matter of time before Crowley reached the city's defenses. Crowley had already been forced far back. Something needed to be done urgently. Crowley had been forced all the way back. Yaina's spell was so powerful it was hurting him. If he didn't get some support soon, he would die. Slowly but surely, Crowley was forced back. The idle evil had better support him quickly. Heroes had surrounded Crowley, and through Yaina Overproud's spell slowly pushed him back. The lazy evil had to do something to stop them. Crowley was forced back. The absolute evil had to send its creatures to support him. The heroes strengthened Yaina Overproud's spell and slowly pushed Crowley back. A group of heroes made their way into the dungeon to lead the armies of evil into a two-fronted war. Fortunately, the underground was laced with traps and so on, so that they didn't stand a chance. You did lace it with traps, didn't you? Heroes had entered the dungeon through the back entrance. Wait. Heroes had entered the dungeon by the back entrance? Alert! Bravely, or extremely stupidly, the do-gooders of Doloran threw themselves at Crowley, but they could do little against his concentrated power, his steeled muscles, and his fiery breath. A powerful spell hit Crowley, instantly evaporating all the weaker creatures around him. He seemed considerably weakened. Talia now also cast a spell on Crowley. Both spells seemed to balance each other out. At the same time, they surrounded the Pit Fiend with a storm of chaotic energy. This would protect him from all damage. Unfortunately, it would also protect everyone outside the energy vortex from Crowley. My goodness! I'm hardly needed for this intro. The fast-acting evil threw everything it had into getting its creatures close to Crowley in order to support Talia's spell. The storming of Doloran. Now that the leprous evil had won the Pit Fiend as an ally, it began preparations for the storming of Doloran. It was time for Yaina Overproud to die. The northern road upon which the contemptuous of all life, including that of its own creatures, evil's army, was lined with warriors armed to the teeth. Proceeding any further would be a suicide mission. Go, Crowley, go on! Take the worthless magician out! The Pit Fiend had reached Yaina Overproud. He tore through the walls as if they were paper. And then they met. Lightning bolts lashed through the electrified air. An epic battle began. Him again? Look! Go watch that cartoon movie about ice and snow and listen to the song Let It Go very, very closely. Crowley disappeared in a cloud of energy after Talia and the clumsy evil had completely failed to protect him. A miserable end which should serve as an example to all future villains. How not to do it. The inattentive evil had forgotten its dungeon heart in the heat of the battle surrounding Crowley. It shattered into 1,000 pieces under the attacks. A sad end. Indeed. The impatient evil, however, wanted to use Crowley's impressive skill again, but this had not yet accumulated enough energy to be available. Crowley himself was less than pleased by the magical energies that swirled around him. After all he wanted was to bring chaos and destruction to the world. His superhuman demonic powers allowed him to temporarily resist all the spells and move forward. Of course, he would only do so on the unrighteous evil's orders, for although he was a mighty pit fiend, he was not a giant floating hand that could easily crush any and all creatures if it so wished. Crowley's fabulous skill, however, stood ready to be unleashed upon the abominable evil's signal. Meanwhile, Crowley had covered half the distance. Not much longer, and Doloran would fall. The hedonistic evil had built his demons a chamber of relaxation. There they could now take mana baths, which seemed to be an essential requirement for every high-level demon. The splendid evil still had not built a chamber of relaxation. It, of course, took care of the matter immediately. The haphazard evil still hasn't built a chamber of relaxation. This brought tears to the eyes of its demonic servants, who really wanted nothing more than to take a swim in some highly energized mana. This was essential for further increases in level. Hey, I really don't want to tell you how to play the game, but get your finger out and finally build that chamber of relaxation for your demons, damn it! Phew. I'm sorry, but that had to be done. So, On we go. The recovering evil would build a chamber of relaxation. There, demons could leave their non-existent cares behind them as they took a warm manna bath. It also allowed them to attain higher levels. The heroes of Doloran had finally gathered their courage and moved closer to Crowley in order to intensify their leader, Jaina Overproud's spell. The malicious evil had successfully built the torture chamber, where it could now persuade heroes to see the benefits of the dark side. Through the use of instruments of torture, of course. The malicious evil was even more malicious than usual, and had already built a torture chamber before I could even mention doing so. Great work! Now, let's torture a couple of heroes. Convert. The wicked evil had simply forgotten to erect the insidious torture chamber. Following this little reminder, it immediately set about doing so. The dyslexic evil had been trying to build a torture chamber for some time. The embarrassment was obvious when its creatures pointed out that the room was supposed to be called torture chamber. I understand. This torture chamber where heroes are tortured really is pretty nasty, especially when you would rather be picking flowers or petting unicorns. Sure, I get it, I really do. But then tell me, what the hell are you doing here? You can play the good hero in all those other damn games. Now, get a move on and build the torture chamber so we can listen to a few heroes scream. Ha ha ha! The ghastly evil chuckled at the insidious thought of erecting a torture chamber. There, imaginative tortures could be used to persuade heroes to defect to good. To the right side of diabolical. Ha 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 ha! The exploratory evil had discovered one of the heroes' camps, which was continually sending reinforcements out against its favorite pit fiend Crowley. This needed to be destroyed as quickly as possible. Delicious evilness dribbled into the thereupon feasting evil's dungeon. This could be immediately sacrificed to the excellent idea of completing 1 or 2 new research projects. There were disgustingly good places near the dungeon, which would look much better as islands of evilness instead, especially since that evilness could be used for new technologies. Stop doing the Therese and Jeanette thing. A local patrol unhappily stumbled into the area of the Gehenna Stones. They wouldn't leave without a fight. Just the way I like it. Wait a moment, I just said that. Are you trying to steal my lucrative narrator contract? Back off! I know where your car is. The presence of Talia and the conspicuous evil's army had not gone undiscovered, and the first miserable heroes were already on their way to the dungeon. Yes. As our protagonist sank into one of her disputes with herself, the heroes spread across the surface. It is important to mention that their army consisted mainly of elves and dwarves. The dwarves' hatred of the greenskins made them excellent at fighting the horde, and the elves represented formidable opponents for demons. Of course, the abashed evil immediately took notes in order to avoid any such troop configurations. After her hasty departure, Talia now found herself a few kilometers, or miles, yards, or stone throws, depending on whatever crazy units are used where you are, away. She had managed to escape Grimly's forces, even if 1 or 2 evil creatures had to die. But hey, that comes with the job. The incredibly foresighted evil hadn't brought Talia here for nothing. The ancient Gehenna Stones were nearby. Tanos once banished some demonic minions to hell and used these ancient magic relics to seal them there. Unfortunately, it was unclear how these seals could be broken. So, you know how to open the seal. Excellent! Devious evil is obviously nobody's fool. It all feels like a real plan. Okay, that should be doable. Get Talia to the seals. Guard her while she opens them. First, however, it would definitely be a good idea to build a powerful dungeon in order to be prepared for any heroes stationed in the area. The Gehenna Stones. After leaving the vestiges of Tristram, Talia set out for the Gehenna Stones. They served as seals to keep the demons banished in hell, where Tanos himself had exiled them. Her so-called foster father's act would soon be undone. The made-a-wrong-turn evil's creatures stood at the edge of the world. They were unable to go any further, as our engine couldn't display any bigger maps. Oh, did I just say that? Of course, they couldn't go any further because, a cliff and a fallen tree blocked the way. Exactly. With a menacing crunch, the huge stone monster hit the ground. The stone-hewing evil had triumphed. It debated having a new bathroom built from the remains. Taking the fourth stone was now child's play. So easy, in fact, that we'll just cover it in a short cutscene and spare you all that annoying clicking. All the seals had now been broken, and the demons thirsted to unleash chaos, destruction, and folk music upon the world at the ultimate evil's side. Okay, maybe I made that last point up. Grimly was still searching for the dark elf and the evil around her. On the other hand, she had asserted herself against her father Thanos and resisted the forces of good. But by the time his spies, much to their horror, found the Gehenna stones destroyed, the inconspicuous evil's army had already moved on. The gormless evil had been somewhat distracted by its constant nose-picking and somehow allowed these miserable heroes to actually destroy the dungeon heart. Thus ends the story, and if they haven't wandered off, then they're loading a save game right now, and they're going to pay better attention. This rock heap was tougher than expected, and... What the... okay, I didn't see that coming. Of course, the anticipating evil had already expected something like this, and plunged into the fight well prepared. I hope. Why is there a pile of rocks here? While Talia was occupied with herself... Again, the seal was completely broken. Several portals to a strange world opened in the dungeon. From them, a few extremely committed demons immediately sprang, ready to serve the releasing from exile evil. Apparently, there were a few elemental guardians who were not particularly pleased at someone fooling with the stones. They threateningly turned towards Talia. Of course, the defense-orientated evil would protect her at all costs. Whoops! Looks like I accidentally tripped on a cable or something. Unfortunately, Thanos could not continue to talk to Talia. What a pity. Undeterred, Talia continued to work on breaking the stone seal. These words should make everything crystal clear. Time to take the last stone. Unfortunately, an unsightly rock pile blocked the way to the fourth stone and had to be cleared out of the way. They're really leaving no stone unturned to work in a bit more game time, am I right? Very commendable. The elemental guardians that had mercilessly slaughtered Talia earlier appeared once more. To nobody's surprise, the elemental guardians once again appeared on the scene, wanting to kill Talia. Like an obedient groundhog, the elemental guardians once again appeared on the scene, ready and willing to slay Talia once more. Talia had conquered another Gehenna stone. This time, even without an extended dialogue with her split personality. Good grief, just shut up. Where were we? Oh yes, once again a huge jet of mana shot into the sky and a portal opened. Whether it led to the Winchester brothers, Buffys, Charmed, or whatever universe, demons, ready to kill, jumped out. As usual in good games which still have some game time to fill, there was yet a third stone to be conquered. Talia was already on her way. As with the first stone, a number of guardians came to life to attack Talia. In its wisdom, the foresighted evil had already prepared for this. Well, let's hope so anyway. Don't forget that this stinker kept you locked up in a place that isn't called the fatiguing library for nothing for the last few years, and that his best friend is a dwarf who hates all elves. I know the narrator should normally be neutral and stay out of the story, but this guy's interjections are getting on my nerves when he's hundreds of miles away. Once Talia had returned to her true nature, she ignored Thanos and turned back to the stones. Indeed. Talia had conquered another of the Gehenna stones. Mana into the sky, demons out of the portal, blah, 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 and so on. You know the score. Now, only the last of the Gehenna stones had to be taken. No, you're wrong about that. I also said, any good game. And a third time, the Guardians rose to prevent Talia from fumbling with the Gehenna stone. Who would have thought? What? You again? This chap's appearing for the third time already. What is he, the goddamn spirit of Christmas or something? Just shut up and let us get on with the game. That's enough! She's not coming back to you. Get it? I reckon that after another 15 or 16 missions, she's going to beat the ever-loving crap out of you. My God, you just don't quit, do you? Okay. Talia, your job. No! The third Gehenna stone was very close. The forgetful evil's army was very close to one of the Gehenna stones. But unfortunately, it had forgotten Talia. Only she could break the seals. Boom! The Gehenna stones dropped an enemy with ease. Crash! Again, the Gehenna stones rendered an opponent into a heap of ashes. Bang! The Gehenna stones found yet another victim. Unfortunately, the Gehenna stones' magic was not yet available again. Sad, but true. The Gehenna stones were still busy charging up for a new spell. The Gehenna stones' magic was not yet ready. The Gehenna stones pulsed with magic. Their spell was once again available. The Gehenna stone spell waited to be once again unleashed upon the sadistic evil's enemies. The Gehenna stone's magic was ready for a new, hopefully deadly attack. The Gehenna stones contained a ruthless and mighty magic that not only supplied the dungeon with mana, but was also very dangerous. This posed no problem for the danger-loving evil, as it was far away. Besides, the magic was only supposed to affect the heroes. Some new research projects are available for new rooms. I already mentioned this, but it may have been blocked by the unkept evil's earwax. The heart of understanding evil still hadn't researched any of the new rooms. It slapped itself for not already having followed the narrator's ingenious advice, but swore to listen to him better in the future, and immediately began researching the rooms. The first Tinkerer's Cave was finished, and appeared solid enough. Soon the creatures of the Horde would gather here voluntarily, or under the threat of beatings, to build dangerous traps for unwary heroes. The homicidal evil had researched the Tinkerer's Cave. This perfidious room was used by the even more perfidious creatures of the Horde to build deadly traps and sturdy doors out of boring old toolboxes. The adventurous evil was keen to try this out right away. The first vortex was finished. Here, demons could be hired or resurrected after their inglorious death for a tiny fee of mana. That's true, yes, but luckily the Gehenna stones produced exactly that. What a wonderful coincidence! A vortex could now be built. This excellent room makes it possible to create direct access to hell by means of teleportation, or the gun from Portal, in order to hire funny, or sometimes not so funny, demons. The very curious evil soon began to build one of these vortexes. With a rattle, Talia went down. The inattentive evil had failed to protect her properly. Luckily, it could take another try. And again, Talia bit the dust. The incompetent evil had once again failed to protect her while she tried to work on one of the Gehenna stones. Tell me, are you going to do this or what? You knucklehead, you let Talia die again. My dog could have chewed on the keyboard and done better. Put your back in it. The destruction-addicted evil had destroyed all outlying hero camps. The rest would be child's play. The atrocious evil had completely destroyed the city. The rebels in this neck of the woods were almost completely wiped out. The attack from Talia and the pompous evil's army left the rebels in a funk, and they fled in fear. Yes, no problem. We're not slow on the uptake. Although sometimes, abominable evil, you do get pretty obtuse. Forget it. The rebels were retreating. If too many of them were to break through to New Doloran, the city would be too well protected. The preoccupied by detailed note-taking evil had to prevent that from happening. The heroes would probably only be able to flee by day, as the paths were too dark and unsafe at night. So any battle-ready heroes still standing would probably attack the dungeon by night. Flee, you fools, flee! The rest of the rebels ran away. But Talia and the villainous evil had no intention of leaving things that way. The pitiful evil had not managed to keep its dungeon heart from being smashed into 1,000 itsy-bitsy teeny-weeny yellow polka dot bits and pieces. I have to admit that even I am disappointed, although I expected absolutely nothing from you. As it happily watched the rebels flee, the incompetent evil stuck both forefingers in its ears and loudly sang, "La la 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 la." It wasn't exactly intelligent warcraft, but hey, intelligence has never been a prerequisite of evil. In a word, try again, loser. As Talia slapped herself in the face, hang on, I'm just going to enjoy the show for a moment. Blam! Blam! Fantastic! Anyway, where were we? Oh, yes. The victorious evil had slaughtered the rebels.
Only a few despondent groups of badly battered defenders managed to drag themselves to New Doloran along with their leader, Admiral Overproud. But Talia was already on their tails, and, "Hey, enough already! Time to take up the chase!" The evil, in its great perplexion, let some rebels escape. Perhaps because secretly, deep inside, it sought a battle of even more epic proportions in the next mission. But that's not the goal of this mission, damn it! So, let's not get ahead of ourselves. There, I've said it. The idiotic evil stood with a dumb-as-a-stump expression on its face as it watched the escaped heroes happily whistle their way down the road to New Doloran. Loser. Listen, by now you should have at least some understanding of how this game works, right? The rebels have to be stopped. Get it? Mangled, maimed, massacred. So, try to play like someone who doesn't have a bag on their head and both hands tied behind their back, right? Rebels set off for New Doloran. The highway-robbing evil wouldn't let any of them get away. Rebels set off on the road to New Doloran. The raiding evil would, of course, stop them. Rebels headed off to New Doloran. The sneaky evil was already planning a sneak ambush. Day is breaking. Now the rebels are sure to sally forth in an attempt to break through to New Doloran. The sun rose. The rebels would feel safe in the salvatory sunlight and try to flee to New Doloran. The day dawned. The rebels would try to reach New Doloran under the protection of sunlight. The rebels were routed. Now 2 groups a day would try to make good their escape. The remaining rebels scattered like kittens at a Rottweiler's birthday party. Now 3 groups a day would try to run for the hills at the same time. The merciless evil was unimpressed by the fleeing rebels' panic and let not a single one escape. The evil was perplexed and surprised to behold rebels fleeing so freely, as normally do-gooders tend to cling on and hang around. Then the evil simply said, "Hey, so what?" and brutally slain them. The cruel evil was busy pulling the wings off a fly while its troops destroyed more fleeing rebels. The devious evil ambushed the fleeing rebels and used the element of surprise to grind them into the ground. The homicidal evil effortlessly wiped out a troop of rebels, pretty good for a day's work. The evil, in all its wickedness, wasted no time and slaughtered the fleeing rebels post-haste. Respect! Very professionally, the despicable evil had taken the fleeing rebels apart. Sun Tzu would have been pleased with their work. The devastating evil had reduced all of the fleeing rebels into handy, bite-sized morsels. Splendid work! The escaping renegades not only betrayed their yellow streak, but also their fleet-footed fleeing skills. Thankfully, in its addiction to new spells, the evil had a few new tricks in its magic arsenal of evilitude. Among other things, a spell that affects speed. The destruction of the small village caused even more panic among the remaining heroes. The homicidal evil was extremely pleased with itself. Without any heroes, this seems way more boring than it has to be. Luckily, that sly Narrator had some instant hero dwellings in his pocket that he had then had set up. Plop, plop, plop. Talia and the ludicrous evil had survived the first of the Narrator's trials. But the next trial was already approaching. Suddenly, a forgetfulness spell seemed to affect the forgetful evil, leaving it with no idea how to make traps. Talia and the stupid-as-a-stump-looking evil had still managed to survive the Narrator's trials and tribulations. But the final chapter had yet to be written. The diabolically clever Narrator had spiked the confused evil's evening cocktail with a potion of forgetfulness. This erased all memory of any spells. Ha! You pathetic buffoon! You don't stand a chance against me! I'm sure that's something that Narrator would say if he had his own speaker. Well, that's what you think. But he just used his forgetfulness spell to prevent traps from being built in the dungeon. Well, so? This game never had a concept from the start, so it just doesn't matter anymore. So that's what Narrator thinks, of course, mighty being that he is. And he's good-looking, too. Very good-looking. But enough of that. You'd be better off trying to survive. The insane enough yet unwilling to die evil had survived yet another day.
But in its carelessness, it hadn't noticed that the cunning Narrator had snuck into the dungeon with panther-like stealth and erased all traces of the Titans. Well, that Narrator is good, isn't he? He in that chapter called Bad Game Design Decisions That Should Never Have Seen the Light of Day. But I'm sure you can handle it, Talia. Oh, are the first enemies coming? Talia and the lucky to even be alive evil were still able to defend themselves. But Narrator, that cunning master thief and worthy archmage, had cast a spell upon the dungeon. The caught totally by surprise evil's creatures had been teleported to the overworld. At the same time, Narrator ordered a massive attack on that same dungeon. Well, that Narrator was just too cunning. Talia's teeth chattered as she realized she would have to do without those Titan units from then on. How pathetic. It continues. It always continues. Don't these DLCs ever end? So, the DLC-addicted evil had gathered its troops. The very last of the heroes' posts had been sighted and stood there, practically begging to be destroyed. Oh, you're still here too? I have the feeling my career is somehow going nowhere at the moment. Nevertheless, this pathetic hero camp was, of course, no problem at all for the merciless evil, who was already planning how to best use its fully developed and equipped dungeon to take these few pitiful little heroes apart. To dwarf hair? Wait, what exactly did you do with Grimly's remains again? Wait, no, don't tell me. I've just had breakfast. It would be such a waste. I said I don't want to hear it. Now, go deal with those heroes. At least you're moderately good at that. The heroes' camp had been destroyed. The absurd evil had won. Again. Apparently, it didn't find that at all boring. Yeah, well, whatever floats your boat, I guess. At least you gave those heroes a beating. Right. Well, that should be all of them. I guess we can wrap this up now, right? DLC completed. Absolutely splendid. The end. Bye now. See you next time. The cruel evil's armies approached the very last remaining heroes. An indescribable sound could be heard from their direction, probably something to do with their trembling knees. This wonderful loot box contained some gold for the golden evil. The magical evil had found some mana in this loot box. This loot box contained a temporary attack buff for the attacky evil's creatures. This loot box contained a temporary defense buff for the armored evil's creatures. This loot box granted the aggressive evil's creatures a temporary attack speed buff. The speed freak evil found a temporary movement speed buff for its creatures in this loot box. This loot box contained some particularly evil heroes who immediately joined the heroic evil. This loot box held a few frustrated heroes who now began to attack the dungeon. This loot box revealed some vicious monsters that began to prowl the dungeon. Oh, wait! Look! The GDD really does mention these loot boxes. Apparently, they wanted to use them to suck the players' hard-earned cash out of their wallets. But it says here that the plan was postponed until the shop had been sold to those greedy guts at Electric Farts or Lousy Vision. Extra income from loot boxes? I can always use that. We'll just unlock that right now. What was hidden in that loot box? A few gobblers? Hope you didn't consider that a total waste. Full of anticipation, the gambling evil opened its loot box. Inside were crates, also known as boxes. Toolboxes, to be exact. What's hidden in that loot box? How about a random unit? Wait. I just have to roll some dice, so yeah, have fun with that. Show us what you're made of. Are there really a few leftover heroes over there? These damn DLCs just never stop. Yeah, that was just marketing blah blah. You know how it is, let's face it. It's not like the guys at Realmforge will be the first to rip off their players. I wouldn't be surprised if they put in loot boxes or something like that now and then sell the shop to Electronic Farts or Lazy Vision or whatever they're called tomorrow. How dare you? Just you wait. You want it? You got it. A great danger still lurked in the land. A mighty figure named Narrator, the Narrator.
His powers were so unimaginably powerful that they defied description. You're really asking for it, aren't you? Have it your way. Narratus had had enough of Talia and the puppeteer pulling her strings from behind the scenes. The ashen evil, the day of reckoning, was now at hand. Bears suddenly appeared and pounced on Talia. Of course, to the inclined listener this came as no surprise, as it made perfect sense to those who had followed the course of the story. Great ideas? Coming right up. Narratus first wanted to check whether Talia and the shameful evil were even worthy of his attention. They would have to pass several trials to do so. From now on, and I quote, paragraph 5, page 232, objects would appear in the dungeon. If these were not destroyed in time, a monster room would spawn at that location. That is totally irrelevant. If I were you, I'd be better off getting that dungeon in shape for Narratus's trials. Narratus nodded acknowledgingly. In spite of his ingenious trials, the has-the-luck-of domino evil had been able to defend itself against all comers. But of course, Narratus was far from defeated. As if Narratus could be beaten! That cunning adventurer still had all the aces up his sleeve and was just getting warmed up. Yes, well, times change. When these DLCs just go on and on and on, and my career is at a standstill, then I might as well make some noise here. See you in the next mission, Talia. Let's see if you still feel like making cheeky remarks like that then. Talia and the laughable evil had failed. While they had indeed subjugated almost the entire Eastern Kingdom, the last handful of nameless heroes had obviously proved a bit too much. The dungeon heart burst into thousands of pieces. Pathetic! Talia and the intellectually challenged evil had failed to face the narrator's magnificent narrations. Obviously, this story was too much for them. Or were they too weak? Be that as it may, this truly was their inglorious end. The merciless evil had destroyed a small hero camp. A foretaste of its brilliant victory over the good fairy? Grumpy, the unfriendly dwarf, had slightly misjudged the armies of evil. Instead of digging for gold and ore in tunnels, his days would now probably be filled with watching the radishes grow from below. Grumpy, one of the good fairy's 7 dwarves, confronted the armies of evil, something he would quickly regret. The dwarf named Sleepy lay down to take another nap, this time for good. The cruel evil's armies had located Sleepy the dwarf, who yawned as he slowly faced the evil creatures. The dwarf Happy's grin vanished forever when he fell to the ground deathly wounded. Whoever laughs last is evil. The globe-trotting evil's armies had tracked down the dwarf Happy, who threw himself at the creatures with a broad grin on his face. Dopey the dwarf went down without a single word. It was as if they wanted to save themselves this speaking role. Then I get to say more. Wonderful. The Snow-White despising evil had found the dwarf Dopey, who, without saying a single word, faced off against the creatures. The dwarf Sneezy rattled a last sneeze before falling to the ground under the blows of the wicked evil's creatures. With a loud achoo, Sneezy the dwarf faced the didn't-give-a-damn-about film fairy tales evil's armies. Was that such a good idea? Bashful the dwarf bit the dust. He blushed one last time and then breathed his last. The dwarf Bashful, a rather shy fellow, blushed a bit as he stood to face the not really known for its bashfulness evil's hordes. The leader of the dwarves was history. The dwarf trashing evil's armies had discovered Doc, the leader of the dwarves. With a hi-ho, hi-ho, he threw himself at the evil creatures. The dreadful evil had put all 7 dwarves in the ground. This meant that a lot of fairy tale books and a film or 2 had to be rewritten, but hey, it was definitely worth it. The first sheep had been loaded with dynamite and was ready to be sent loudly bleating against the good fairy's defenses. The fairyland flattening evil's armies had reached the good fairy's fortress. As usual, the evil horde tried the brute force approach. Once again, Talia showed little, very, very, very little tactical finesse. Apparently, she had forgotten what happened in the last mission. Okay, one more time for the idiots in the audience. It was all about sheep. The towers here turn creatures into sheep.
So sheep remain sheep. Plus, we have plenty of dynamite. Computer game history has shown us just how useful explosive sheep can be. Kamikaze sheep. It was time to attack the good fairy's fortress and to put an end to that detestably good person. Now, if there was a prize for the worst rhymes, you'd surely take first place. Huh. The happy end rejecting evil had triumphed and really shown the good fairy where the hammer hung, or the mace of evil. So that made it time to extend the trophy wall. At the same time, Fairyland was liberated. Never again would anyone fill the bellies of innocent wolves with stones, or shove any poor witches into ovens, and no little men on stilts either. An evil, in brackets, was added to the name Fairyland. And if Talia hasn't died... Okay, well then you play your victory song. I think I'll just have a drink or two and pray for some memory loss. And if Talia hasn't died, then she's still out there somewhere giving the good guys a damn good thrashing. In its muddle-headedness, the careless evil had failed to provide enough protection for its dungeon heart, which now lay in 1,000 pieces. And if they haven't died, then they're still... wait a minute. You did die. Having once again sent its creatures up against the transformation towers out of pure spite, the deaf-as-a-doorpost evil now looked somewhat perplexed as it gazed upon its new herd of sheep. The Fairyland Flattening Evil's armies had destroyed the hero camp outside the Good Fairy's stronghold. Good work. Next stop, the Good Fairy's fortress. These sheep didn't mess around when they encountered a few opponents, and quickly, and a touch involuntarily, set off the dynamite they carried. Boom! That's all I'm saying, but an umbrella would be good right about now. A last bleat escaped the sheep before they more or less vanished into thin air amidst a group of heroes, and by air, I mean a really big explosion. With a bah! The dynamite-equipped sheep plunged into a horde of enemies, which quickly disintegrated into tiny pieces with a joyful boom. The sheep-stomached evil had no more room for additional suicidal dynamite sheep. It immediately began sending them out against the Good Fairy's towers. The haggis-eating evil had now managed to hoard the maximum justifiable number of dynamite sheep. It was time to send them on their way. The shorn evil had reached the maximum number of dynamite sheep. It quickly set about sending them off. The not exactly famous for its patience evil drove its creatures to equip the sheep with dynamite even faster. After all, there were not enough of them yet. The impatient evil had to exercise some patience before enough sheep were equipped with dynamite. The nervously chewing on its claws evil tried to send more dynamite-laden sheep on their way. Unfortunately, however, these were not yet ready. Another horde of suicidal sheep appeared with a baa and stood waiting for the bleating evil to give them their orders. Another group of dynamite-loaded sheep was ready to either fly to the moon or march against the Good Fairy's fortress. The terrible evil huffed and puffed and had destroyed all the hero camps. Hero portals opened in the silly look-on-its-face evil's dungeon. It would be wise to prepare to defend the dungeon. Hero portals opened in the perplexed evil's dungeon. It would be wise to prepare to defend it. In their construction-crazed madness, the evil erected a building at the outpost. Not such a bad idea. Using cheap labor and materials, the evil expanded the outpost. The cheapskate and illegal labor-employing evil expanded the outpost. The entrance to the underground was still buried. And once again, valuable game time was wasted. Nonsense! One can never have enough narrative. Okay, Talia entered the underground despite her lame non-aggression pack-seeking side. There she could hunker down and build some decent defenses to stave off the advancing heroes. But in order to proceed against the rebels, Talia had to search the underground for another dungeon entrance. An entrance that would take her to the other side of the mountain and close to the local rebel camp. But spiders too were in the underground. Spiders who seemed to have grown more intelligent. Not only were the critters now getting around, they were settling in without even asking. The arachnophobic evil was sure to have fun with them. The excavating evil's little snots discovered another dungeon entrance. This would lead very close to the rebel camp. It was time to attack. The evil, in its desire to drive the narrative forward, destroyed the rebel camp. Darkness covered the land, and the underground opened. Heroes have entered the dungeon and are making headway. Wait, do I hear them digging into the rock?
I believe they intend to build some kind of underground base. Hi there. Sorry to interrupt. Could you just hurry on the chit-chat, please? I've been getting complaints. Why, oh why are missions intros so interminably long? I mean, it doesn't bother me, I get paid by the line, but... Okay, where were we? Oh, yes. Talia managed to pinpoint some of the scattered rebels under the leadership of Yaina's father, Admiral Overproud. Talia still hadn't built a dungeon in the area. It was therefore a very sensible idea indeed to take the nearby hero's monument and use it to erect an outpost in the overworld. Outposts in the overworld? Whatever will they think of next? Okay, time clearly hasn't healed any of your psychological deficiencies, has it? Anyway, your goal is clear. First thing in your inbox, take the hero's monument. Move it! Move it! You know the drill. The absolute evil, aided by Talia, had already defeated the western kingdoms in the east. Would it now set out to slay the northern kingdoms in the south? Not known as the most creative writers in the world, the development team will probably hold off that idea for later. Dungeons 4, 5, 29. However, not all heroes surrendered their fates to the unmerciful and merciless evil. A few last desperate rebels rallied around one final remaining hero. Admiral Overproud, father to a certain Yaina, vowed bitter revenge for the premature death of his only child. Talia found this a welcome change from the endless, tiring stream of victory celebrations. At least these were heroes willing to defend themselves, as opposed to the pathetic little snots she used as sparring partners. And so it was that Talia set out on behalf of the bored and overpriced add-ons obsessed evil to show Admiral Overproud just exactly where the moonstone hung. An unexpected journey. Talia went back into battle for the absolute evil. An unexpected journey. After her brilliant and bloodthirsty victory over Tanos, Talia set out to conquer the last remaining pockets of resistance. Talia and the mercilessly rampaging evil's army had done it. All that remained of the hero's monument was an Olympic-class 3D jigsaw puzzle. In its place stood a swanky statue of the pretentious evil to mark the outpost. Will nothing ever change? Oh, what the hell. Okay, it's like this. Taking an outpost would let the new game options avid evil expanded and unlock great new game stuff before trying them out to see what they can do. Just one more person who doesn't like Talia. No surprises there. The armies of the overtaxed evil loitered near around the hero's monument without actually taking it. Apparently the new game mechanics were intellectually too challenging for them. The trifling evil had trouble demolishing the hero's monument. Reducing mighty monuments to rubble using an army set only on blood, lust, and murder is much trickier than it seems. Hey, Knucklebrain, you're supposed to reduce the hero's monument to a pile of smoking rubble. You swan through the main campaign, so this should be a walk in the park. Get a move on, slowpoke. Talia approached the hero's monument. She would use brute force to turn it into an outpost of the merciless evil. I could have put up with your bickering if my doctor had prescribed me heavy-duty painkillers, but he only gave me dog cookies again, so stop right now. So the rebels have been put to flight. The self-satisfied and smug evil was happy with its work. Admiral Overproud, however, was still alive, a situation that definitely needed changing. The abominable evil had failed, and let its dungeon heart be destroyed. A pathetic performance in a first mission, if I may say so. And so, Talia shuffled off this mortal coil to push up daisies. Well, that's what you get for joining the forces of evil. Talia and the careless evil had lost units. Fortunately for Talia, there was a dungeon nearby that instantly dispatched extra cannon fodder to reinforce their defenses. The restless evil had once again allowed its army to be decimated. Conveniently, there was a dungeon nearby, which was able to make up for their tactical shortcomings with numbers. Hey, loser, stop feeding your creatures like lambs to the slaughter. Lambs have feelings too, you know. All right. Here are a few reinforcements, but don't destroy them all at once. Your little snots have discovered a room full of poison-breath traps. These not only weaken enemies, but also explode when a unit in their area of effect starts to burn. How very naughty.
The failing evil had allowed a potion delivery to get through. A number of potion-bolstered heroes immediately set out for the dungeon. The pathetic evil had failed, and a potion delivery reached the heroes. Strengthened like a sailor who had eaten his spinach, they immediately set off on their way to thrash Brutus. To thrash evil. The wretched evil had failed once again. Potions got through to the heroes and swelled their fighting power to over 9,000. So strengthened, they set off for the dungeon. A potion delivery has been eradicated. The cruel evil had destroyed a potion delivery. This potion delivery isn't going anywhere ever again. A potion delivery has been destroyed. The potion delivery-hating evil had just destroyed one of the aforementioned potion deliveries. The merciless evil had put a potion delivery permanently out of business. The destructive evil had not allowed even a single potion delivery to reach its destination. Excellent work! The devastating evil made short work of the potion deliveries. Very good! The fanatical magic potion prohibiting evil had prevented any potions from being delivered. The good fairy hating and all her potions destroying evil had eliminated all of the potion deliveries. The only drinking potions for itself and only the ones containing alcohol evil had stopped the potion deliveries for the time being. Oops! Obviously the good fairy's business was buzzing because suddenly several potion deliveries set out at the same time. But of course, the fast-acting evil would intercept them all. A potion delivery left one of the factories on its way to the heroes. Of course, the caught completely by surprise evil would intercept it and destroy every single potion. Talia, you've been around for a while now, and you know how these things work. Do the forces of evil always destroy everything, or not? See, that's the way we've always done it. It's a system that works. Not perfect, but it works. So get out there and destroy that thing. All right, I'm having a generous day today. When you destroy that potion delivery, there might be just one left over. Naturally, you can use it if you want. Several potion deliveries were underway at the same time and had to be stopped by the multitasking evil. Several potion deliveries were underway to the heroes. The highway robbing evil would never let them reach their goal. Potion deliveries everywhere. Of course, the all-seeing evil immediately set out to stop all of them. Even more potion deliveries simultaneously set out. The thieving evil swore that none would reach their destination. Another potion delivery set out for the slavering heroes. A potion delivery just waited for the going to stop it any time now evil to destroy it. A potion delivery could hardly wait to be attacked by the highway robbing evil. Yet another potion delivery was on its way to the potion-addicted heroes. And another potion delivery was on its way and would never reach its destination. The good fairy had sensed the boring loudly through bedrock evil's presence. Then again, it wasn't that difficult if you use your ears for something other than earwax bunkers. Soon, heroes would descend into the underground. The stumbling through the overworld evil's army had not gone unnoticed. Soon, heroes would be setting out for the dungeon. Well, we had to save on this crazy fairy tale DLC, so we borrowed movie props from Shrock or whatever it's called. Once upon a time, there was a DLC buying evil. It just couldn't get enough of the dungeon story and was eager for more evil adventures. And now, the fabulous evil had entered the world of fairy tales. Home of a creature whose overwhelming kindness curls the very toenails of any normal narrator. The good fairy. Yuck! See what I mean? She's always nice, even to evil creatures. Disgusting! Nevertheless, or especially for that reason, this character needed to be executed, killed, murdered, cut into pieces. These potions were made in potion factories, and from there delivered to the three little pigs. The three little witch houses. The hero houses. The factories were extremely well guarded, so it was easier for the big bad wolf playing evil to just destroy the the heroes' houses. No more of this dissociative identity disorder thing. Oh, yes. Maybe it was a wise idea for the fairy tale reading evil to seek out that transformed hero who wanted to join the forces of evil. Maybe there was a way to restore him to his original shape. Once upon a time, The fairy tale hating evil had travelled to the magical lands of the nauseatingly good fairy to lay waste to them and generally cause a ruckus. The breathless evil had paid the last hero's house a little visit. It huffed and it puffed and then coughed just a little. The hero's house was very sturdy, having been built of stone. The huffing and puffing evil eventually got annoyed, gave up, and just had his creature tear the building down. To hell with a fairy tale, it thought. Yes, good talk. Anyway, the destructive evil had destroyed all of the hero's houses here in the area, thereby sending all of the good fairy's customers straight down the road to hell. After this not-so-good deed, it took its army and set out for the good fairy's headquarters. Shut up, silly dead evil! The foolish evil hadn't really paid attention, and was simply crushed by the heroes of fairyland. All's well that ends well, or something like that, you loser. The wolfing evil huffed and puffed, and the first hero's cottage collapsed, almost physically correctly. But the heroes in the other houses simply didn't want to give in and upgraded their cottages so that next time they would resist the hugely evil evil. A laughable attempt, of course. The non-asthmatic evil huffed and puffed. The second hero's house proved completely helpless against the onslaught and collapsed. Aha! Existential speculations from a character in the game. I'm impressed. Well, almost. This game still has a humour so flat you could use it for paving. But let's not get sidetracked here. The cruel evil had already picked its next target. The third hero's house, in which the remaining heroes hid, trembling and whining. With a wham and a bam and a whoosh and a boom and a ploppity-dop, one of the potion factories went up in a display of fireworks. The special effects-loving evil was reasonably satisfied with its submissive servant's work. A swoosh, blam, badam, and biddly-boom split the air as the second potion factory went up in flames. The fireworks-craving evil enjoyed the show. A wad-a-da-boom, blooey, and kablamo, and the third potion factory was history. The good fairy would have to look for a new business model for these parts. The rest should be child's play. Almost miraculously, a storm appeared out of nowhere, and lightning struck the crabs down. Fascinating. Apart from that, and to the silly grinning evil's great joy, Talia did not turn into a frog, although there are those who would have preferred that. But rather, the frog instead turned into a mighty hero who enthusiastically joined the forces of evil. Talia had found a way to avoid kissing the frog by dying. It was a sign of her good taste, but it was disappointing, although I'm used to the player failing by now. Talia preferred to bite the dust instead of kissing the frog. Interesting choice. The yawningly slow evil still had not managed to bring Talia to the enchanted frog. The bird-brained evil decided to continue to ignore the enchanted frog instead of trying to somehow restore it. How shameful. Hey, that frog over there, he'd turn back if you'd finally pushed Talia in his direction. Oh, come on, just do it. Or is that a mental overload? Good grief. The things I have to put up with here, again. Talia had reached the hero who had been changed into a frog. With but one little kiss, she could... You didn't realize that, when this whole thing is all about fairy tales and fables? The Frog Prince? Ring any bells? Well, I can think of worse things, to be honest. Your little interjections really get on my nerves. While Talia pondered as to whether she should really kiss the frog, some giant crabs broke out of the underground and attacked. This had nothing to do with an annoyed narrator, but simply with the fact that they were hungry for frog's legs. Yes, that's it exactly. Are you going to finally kiss the frog? Then think faster. Talia once again faced the frog, after previously proving her total incompetence and being defeated by a few crabs. After her repeated failures, Talia once again faced the frog. The ambush planning evil had taken advantage of the blockades, and thereby significantly restricted the food deliveries to Burger's End. That should make starving the city out child's play. These wood piles close to the entrance to the city could make an excellent blockade. The slow evil quickly began to take advantage of them. These blockades were certain to be very useful to the sneaky evil in clogging access to Burger's End. The abstinent evil had not yet built a brewery. The abstinent evil had not yet built a brewery, which led to many sad faces amongst the ranks of the horde. Still, once the nasty old evil had finished delighting in their agony, it finally decided to build the brewery. The refuses to touch any alcohol at all evil still hadn't built a brewery, which led to a great grumbling and moaning amongst the ranks of the horde and prevented them from becoming even more powerful fighters. This situation required an urgent remedy. The asleep at the switch evil was obviously incapable of building even a tiny, teeny little brewery. Holy hopping horn toads, a kitten could do it, you simpleton. Get it done. Although the sleepy evil had built a brewery, without a brewing kettle, it was simply a sad sight to see and completely useless. It quickly set about building the aforementioned kettle. Momentarily lost in thought, the yawning evil forgot to build a brewing kettle in its brewery, making its construction a total waste of time. Of course, it corrected this minor faux pas immediately. For crying out, are you even listening to a word I say, you useless twit? Without a brewing kettle, your brewery is about as useful as a keg of beer at an Alcoholics Anonymous meeting. Just build the stupid thing already. The first brewery was now ready to roll. Soon, a creature of the horde, or a little snot, would here begin to produce the noble brew. Not only was beer essential for powerful horde creatures, it also had a healing effect upon them. If only that would work for me. A brewery now twinkled and sparkled in the alcohol-dependent evil's dungeon. Yet before that noble drop could be produced for the horde, a brewing kettle would first need to be erected. The beer-brewing evil could now build a brewery. Alcohol and heavily armed evil creatures. What could go wrong? But apart from that, the brewery was able to brew delicious beer, which the horde creatures craved. Beer was essential for the horde, as these stubborn creatures demanded the delicious beverage as soon as they acquired a certain amount of experience and wanted to continue their training beyond a given stage. Actually, that kind of reminds me of my time in the army. The failing evil had not managed to stop all of the food deliveries from reaching Burger's End, and now had to live with the sound of the heroes' satisfied feasting, which was followed by even more satisfied burps. The pathetic evil had allowed a food delivery to reach Burger's End. Talk about embarrassing! And once again, the I can only feel sorry for it now evil failed to prevent all of the deliveries from reaching Burger's End. What a disgrace! Look, you do realize that you're supposed to stop all of these deliveries, right? Because it really doesn't look like you actually know that. The neglectful evil had allowed the food deliveries to reach Burger's End undamaged. Soon, satisfied groans and the sound of feasting rang from the city, followed by even more satisfied burps. Did I just hear a satisfied burp? Did a food delivery make it through to Burger's End? The failing evil had obviously failed. Satisfied feasting sounds came from the direction of Burger's End. The clumsy evil had failed to stop the food deliveries. A food delivery had reached Burger's End. The red with shame evil would have to live with a humiliation. The destructive evil's armies had destroyed one of the deliveries. The all-destroying evil had destroyed one of the deliveries to Burger's End. One of the deliveries to Burger's End met an inglorious end. A delivery to Burger's End spontaneously burst into flame. Well, okay, actually more because the grandiose evil's creatures set it on fire. The masterful evil had stopped all the deliveries from getting through. Terrific! The now in a triumphant mood evil had destroyed all the food supplies before they reached Burger's End. The highway robbing evil hadn't even let a crumb roll through to Burger's End. Excellent work! The insidious evil had intercepted all the food transports. Flawless work. The destructive evil had destroyed the food delivery before it even got close to Burger's End. The masterful evil had destroyed the delivery without even breaking a sweat. The savage evil never even gave the food delivery a chance. Now, its creatures gorged themselves on the delicacies instead of the heroes in Burger's End. The first food delivery set out for Burger's End. Of course, the well-prepared and not at all surprised evil would never let it arrive at its destination. A number of food deliveries simultaneously set out for Burger's End. Naturally, the insatiable evil would never let them arrive. A number of food deliveries carrying a variety of culinary delights were on their way to Burger's End. How sad that they would never reach their destination. Scouts informed the highway-robbing evil of a number of deliveries on their way to Burger's End. Aha, the roaring evil thought. Again, a number of food deliveries were on their way to Burger's End. Naturally, these would never, ever reach their destination. A food delivery set out for Burger's End. Naturally, the relentless evil would never let it get there. A delivery carrying a variety of culinary delights was on its way to Burger's End. How sad that it would never reach its goal. Scouts informed the highway-robbing evil of another delivery on its way to Burger's End. The stagecoach, the food delivery, was on its way to Burger's End. Naturally, it would never reach its goal. In its boundless genius, the prudent evil had provided Talia with a few gobberbots whose combat strength would prove extremely useful. They were just, wait a minute, where are they? Oh, how I'd love to work with professionals. Just once. Professionals. Just once. Take a deep breath. Remember what they taught you. You don't want any more of those electric shocks. Fine. And so the bad-tempered evil quickly threw 2 gobberbots into the dungeon. Then it went out to find that postman and beat the living crap out of him. With their increased speed that doesn't give a damn about its creatures' evils, gobberbots were well suited to intercepting food deliveries on their way to Burger's End. Naturally, the getting hints from a mysterious narrator evil definitely wanted to take immediate advantage of this. The evilness collecting evil had, collected evil. Damned adjectives. Whatever. It soon had the chance to research gobberbots, enabling it to recruit them itself in future. This extremely useful research would equip all normal goblins with a mech, greatly increasing their combat strength. Thankful and relieved for the helping hand they received from the massacring evil, the goblins immediately joined its constantly growing army. And still these goblins waited to be freed by the completely ignoring them evil. Naturally, it immediately sprang into action. The aimless evil continued to allow the goblins to rot in their prison. Maybe they didn't deserve it, but just the same, they could also prove to be useful soldiers. Hey, you! Those goblins are still waiting for you to get off your arse and save them. Now get a move on. Oh, apparently a couple of heroes got lucky and caught a couple of goblins away from their gobobots on a pee break. You should free them as quickly as possible. The advance of the homicidal evil's armies had not escaped the voracious heroes of Burger's End in the short pauses between meals. They immediately sent scouts and combat troops out towards the dungeon. Meanwhile, even the gluttonous heroes of Burger's End had noticed the constant rhythmic thumping sounds coming from underground between chews, and sent scouts and combat troops out towards the dungeon. That was a noble thought from the good Talia, but the heroes of Burger's End were not choosy about what they ate, and dark elf fingers were considered a delicacy. Talia and the all-devouring evil's army had left the mines of Steelsmith behind them, far from Tanos and his henchmen. The tunnels brought them close to the city Burger's End, in the Empire's hinterlands. Burger's End was known for its voracious heroes. More specifically, their appetites were wait for it, dairy. They ate so much that the city had to be supplied with food from the surrounding area on a daily basis. True story. This hasty attack wasn't the best idea, as the what is cannon fodder for evil's creatures all too quickly found out. These well-fed warriors proved to be exceedingly powerful and dismembered the advancing horde with terrifying speed. Naturally, a battle like that can work up an appetite. Luckily, a transport full of food showed up shortly after the clash. The wheels quickly turned in the deceitful evil's evil brain. What if those deliverers were to have an accident on their way to the city, and the city suddenly ran out of food? It giggled a treacherous little giggle. Those wood piles could be used as a roadblock if they were put into motion with a few hefty blows. That would make transporting that food even more difficult. These schizophrenic monologues are really annoying. They prevent me from saying so much more. What? How dare you? Talk about cheeky. You haven't heard the last of this. The end of Burger's End. After Grimley's inglorious end, the insidious evil's army had gone through the mines of Steelsmith to escape Tanos's armies and his wrath. The old shafts brought them close to the busy town of Burger's End. Burger's End was doomed. The feasting evil's armies had laid low the last of the defenders, and now rampaged through the city, plundering and burning as they went. Talia sat and surveyed the heartwarming scene. Every now and then one could still hear some screaming in the distance, but they soon ebbed, and there was no sound except the crackling of the fire. Well, aside from the roaring of the vile evil's creatures, of course. Once the plundering and arson had gone on long enough, the hinterland-conquering evil's army marched on. With a spine-tingling crash, the Guess Who's Just Lost evil's dungeon heart burst. Odd, but so it is written. Talia and her army entered the city of Stormbreeze. There they found some barricades and, an ambush. Naturally, no one could have thought of that. Tanos conjured up a mighty firestorm that rolled toward Talia and her army. However, it didn't differentiate between good and evil, and burned into the city of Stormbreeze as well. Without the ultimate evil, Talia didn't fare well. She could only run if she didn't want to die in the firestorm. Tanos was but a short distance away. Talia prepared for the upcoming epic battle. This barricade looked extremely strong. Not a problem for a powerful titan like the Grave Golem. More or less by chance, Talia had saved the imprisoned heroes, but now was not the time to think about good deeds like that. The flames approached inexorably. A few heroes had been trapped by the flames. Unfortunately, there was no time to enjoy their suffering. The firestorm devastated large parts of Stormbreeze and grew ever larger and faster. The firestorm seemed to spread even more quickly. Talia took to her heels. Tanos' rain of fire fell on the forest and set it alight. Luckily for Talia, this opened up new paths, which allowed her to proceed. Tanos had fled following his defeat at the hands of the absolute evil. Talia had immediately taken up the chase without first summoning the ultimate evil again. Anyway, it was rash. Nevertheless, Talia had followed her former mentor and foster father to his hometown of Stormbreeze. There the final battle would take place. I think so, anyway. Baptism of fire. The absolute evil had greatly weakened Tanos and put him to flight. Talia immediately took up the chase. Without the outstanding evil, the Grave Golem threw itself in front of Talia. A selfless act, which one would not necessarily expect from an undead. Ultimately, it paid for its deed by dying its final death. The Grave Golem, a quasi-indestructible Titan unit, was shattered. However, as it was essential for further progress, it became necessary to repeat this part of the story again. Talia fell to the ground, deadly wounded. As her spirit slowly slipped into the darkness, she thought she heard a hateful voice singing from the off. Ding dong, the witch is dead. Talia had walked into Tanos' trap because she failed to listen to the superb narrator. Okay, no one could have guessed that Tanos would willingly burn down the capital city of Stormbreeze just to defeat his daughter? Not exactly a good paladin's finest hour. But this plan would have worked. Actually, Tanos had expected his magic to destroy Talia. But the Grave Golem had heroically thrown itself before its leader and saved her from certain death. Tanos saw it as a sign from the goddess that his foster daughter was not yet lost, and only needed a push in the right direction. And so it was that Tanos turned to the things one used to convince others and made eager use of the Inquisitor's torture chamber. What? You didn't expect that? Well, no one expects the Spanish Inquisition. Talia could not endure the torture, persuasion, forever. Her fate appeared to be sealed. But the absolute evil was not yet defeated, for it still had influence even without Talia. And the selfless sacrifice of its own life was not the end for an undead. Baptism of fire. Outro. Talia had walked into Tanos' trap. The absolute evil was a little busy at the moment. All right, I'll lend a quick hand. That mausoleum over there was, in fact, an undead, a mighty Grave Golem. It rose and cleared the way for Talia. Tanos cast another spell and let fire rain from the sky. Apparently, he did not mind burning more of Stormbreeze to the ground. Good points. But a scraping and digging noise could still be heard in the dungeon. Apparently, the plants there were not sitting idly by. The secretive evil's creatures emerged into the overworld under the cover of night.
Unfortunately, these were not at all secretive, but instead indecently loud, and immediately caught the eye of the scattered heroes' scouts. The day dawned. The heroes who would have found refuge in the protection of the forests were less than thrilled to encounter the victorious evil's creatures here. Scouting parties made up of angry heroes set out. The first portal opened, providing access to previously inaccessible areas. Excellent work! Forward, creatures, explorers, and any others tired of life to the fore. I'll be right there. I've got something else I have to do first. Giant mushrooms grew out of the ground at incredible speed. Yes, well, these mushrooms were more explosive in nature, and if they weren't stopped in time, they would do a lot of damage to the dungeon. The greedy evil took up the portal stone. Set on the proper spot, it would open a pathway into the inaccessible parts of the forest. It immediately began trying it out. Unfortunately not. A mighty gate would have to be passed before they could enter the woods. But this was made from the vines of ancient trees and virtually indestructible. Talia and the bored evil would first have to weaken the trees before they could do anything here. The only way to do that would be to destroy their root system. Not so fast. These roots were located in inaccessible areas of the forest. It would take the creatures centuries to chop their way through. Fortunately, thanks to the newly assembled portal stone, these inaccessible areas could be entered. The not overly blessed with intelligence Talia and the evil that commanded her had to place the portal stone in the correct places in the dungeon to open a portal. Creatures alone in the forest. Talia and the deforesting evil's army had penetrated deep into the forests, but the road to the Forest Queen was still long. More exploding mushrooms have appeared in the underground. Explosive mushrooms have been spotted in the dungeon. Deadly mushrooms began to grow in the dungeon. Not so fast. Relax. I just wanted to say that we'll get to that in the next mission. That's all fake news. But fine. Let's move on to the grand finale. The recklessly playing evil had failed and allowed its dungeon heart to be destroyed. This was probably due to the fact that they let themselves constantly be distracted by their mobile phones, conversation partners, television, or funny cat videos. Sad, but true. The environment-destroying evil's creatures had discovered another route. Ruthlessly, they approached it. The poor environmental attitude evil's creatures had discovered another route. The disinterested evil carelessly threw the portal stone to the ground. The inattentive evil obviously didn't really know where to put the portal stone, and tossed it to the ground. Hey, you! You have to place the portal stone properly, not just toss it around like an oversized marble. You idiot! The unscrupulous evil had found a room containing a previously unknown socket for the portal stone. The excavation-happy evil's little snots had uncovered another socket for the portal stone. The exploration-loving evil had discovered a new socket for the portal stone. Well, technically not quite, because behind the gate stood another gate. Apparently, they wanted to milk every last minute of gameplay in the add-on too. The absurd evil had allowed the crystal golem to be destroyed. Too bad, because it was the only thing that could open the gates. It looked like things had come to a bitter end. Yes, it does seem a little harsh, even to me. After all, it's not like this game is inherently sadistic. I mean, it's not like it has a dark soul or anything like that. Miraculously, the artifact slowly began to piece the crystal golem back together. However, it would take time. Besides, the ever-learning evil once again had to seize the stones of mastery. There ain't no such thing as a free lunch. The loser evil had once again allowed the crystal golem to be destroyed. It would take a while for it to fully regenerate. The pitiful evil had allowed the crystal golem to die. Again. Now, it would have to wait until the crystal golem had reassembled. Both stones of mastery were now once again in the depraved evil's greedy little paws. It could now take control of the crystal golem. And then, the crystal golem smashed an enemy. Boom! So simple, yet so satisfying. Another enemy fell as the crystal golem sallied forth at the whooping evil's behest. And again the crystal golem struck. In the truest sense of the word, you have taken control of the crystal golem. The crystal golem is now under your control. Day broke, driving the goddess's fanatical followers from their lairs. Soon they would joyfully plunge into battle. The curious evil ventured out into the overworld. It thereby took the, as yet still unprepared heroes completely by surprise. Maybe that could be exploited. The crystal golem was the only thing that could damage the gates. The gates to God's Mount were invincible without the power of the crystal golem. Only the crystal golem had the strength to destroy the gates to God's Mount. If you're done... The artifact-charging evil had done it. But contrary to expectations, except to those who know full well that nothing in this game ever goes smoothly, the artifact had not smashed open the gates to God's Mount. Instead, a powerful being rose from the remnants of the artifact. A crystal golem. It possessed the immense strength needed to tear down the gates to the kingdom of the gods. Easy there. Of course, first, this mighty being had to be brought under control. This was done by... Oh, just shut it, good evil Talia. Where was I? Oh, yes. To control the crystal golem, 2 mighty rune stones called the Stones of Mastery would have to be taken simultaneously. Then the evil, who was eagerly scribbling notes, would be able to subjugate this mighty being. At the foot of God's Mount. Now the gate to God's Mount was the only thing preventing Talia and the nervous evil's army from finally attacking the goddess herself. The merciless evil had failed mercilessly and allowed its dungeon heart to be destroyed. That didn't exactly say much for its competence. Sad, but true. And behind the third gate was... All right, we'll stop there. All the other heavenly gates fell like dominoes. The path to God's Mount was finally free. Behind the destroyed gate, Talia discovered a third gate. Get it? It's Dungeons 3. Get it? An unsettling feeling flashed through the now alarmed evil. Soon, one of the Stones of Mastery would come under attack. A grim premonition plagued the clairvoyant evil. A Stone of Mastery would soon come under attack. Dark premonitions drove the all-ignoring evil onwards. A Stone of Mastery would be attacked at any moment. The controlling evil had once again won control of the crystal golem. The possessive evil once again took possession of the crystal golem. You lost control of one of the Stones of Mastery. Enemies have taken one of the Stones of Mastery. You've lost one of the Stones of Mastery to an enemy. A buried room full of creatures had been uncovered. These immediately joined the absolute evil. A number of creatures who had joined the absolute evil had been hidden in a secret room. Your arcanium is empty. You are almost out of mana. You don't have much mana. Your arcanium is very low on mana. You only have a very little bit of mana left. Your arcanium is overflowing. You can't store any more mana. You can't save any more mana. You don't have room to store any more mana. You don't have room for any more mana. There's no more room available for mana. Your dungeon gate is under attack. The dungeon gate is under attack. Defend your dungeon gate. An enemy is attacking your dungeon gate. Your dungeon heart is under attack. Defend the dungeon heart. The dungeon heart is being attacked. Your breweries have reached their maximum capacity. Your breweries are overflowing. You can't store any more barrels of beer. You don't have room for any more barrels of beer. You can't put any more barrels of beer in storage. There's no more room in your dungeon for barrels of beer. Your creatures are fighting in the dungeon. Your creatures are being attacked in the dungeon. There is fighting in your dungeon. Your creatures are being attacked. Your creatures are currently fighting. A creature has become livid with rage. One of your creatures has become livid with rage. One of your creatures is furious and is on strike. Spiders have invaded your gobbler farm. Spiders are eating your gobblers. Spiders are gobbling down your gobblers. Crystal beings are consuming your mana. Crystal beings are destroying your mana supplies. Your mana supplies are being destroyed by crystal beings. Dragons are stealing your gold. Dragons are borrowing your gold for their hoard. Dragons are plundering your treasuries. A room full of crystal beings has been unearthed. Your creatures have dug into a room full of crystal beings. A room with demons has been unearthed. A secret room full of demons was discovered. A new creature has been summoned. A new creature has entered your dungeon through the portal.
You have summoned a new creature. Heroes are wrecking your rooms. Heroes are destroying your rooms. Enemies have dug their way into your dungeon. Your dungeon has been dug into. Your dungeon has been dug into by enemies. The bustling evil had dug into a dragon's nest. Your creatures have inadvertently dug into a dragon's nest. Your little snots have uncovered a dragon's nest. Dragons have nested in the underground. Heroes are building an underground base in your dungeon. One of your islands of evilness is under attack. An island of evilness is being attacked. You have conquered an island of evilness. Your creatures have conquered an island of evilness. You have lost an island of evilness. You have lost one of your islands of evilness to the enemy. One of your islands of evilness was captured. The enemy has captured one of your islands of evilness. Heroes want to attack one of your islands of evilness. Heroes are on their way to one of your islands of evilness. The sloppy evil had allowed Talia to die, but for a small fee she could be resurrected. It didn't seem to matter to the callous evil that Talia had died yet again. Although she was sure to return, it should take better care of her next time. Can we please stop letting Talia die all the time? I mean, it's not that hard to resurrect her, but blow-drying her hair until it's just right sends the electricity bill through the roof. That Talia sure can't take much. There she goes, dropping again, and once again, Talia bought the farm. You've discovered a number of rootlings in the underground. Rootlings have been dug up in the underground. Your little snots have dug up a number of rootlings. Rootlings have spread throughout the underground. Your little snots dug up this golden pickaxe. Oh, does that not give any hidden bonuses? Does that work like loot boxes? Probably not. Those guys at Realmforge don't know how to make any money these days. Yes. You've already collected the golden pickaxe, and no, it won't be counted again. As if it were that simple. Your little snots dug up this golden pickaxe! Your gobbler farms are completely empty. Your creatures have eaten all your gobblers. The call of the gobbler no longer sounds through your dungeon. Your creatures have eaten them all. You don't have a single gobbler left. There isn't a single gobbler left in your dungeon. Heroes are freeing prisoners from your dungeon. Prisoners are being freed from your dungeon. Heroes are stealing your gold. Heroes are helping themselves to your treasury. Enemies have entered the dungeon. There are enemies in your dungeon. The absolute evil had discovered a buried room containing a few heroes. Whoops. The excavating evil had discovered a buried room in the underground containing a few heroes. Whatever were they up to in there? A room with heroes has been unearthed. An old guard room with heroes has been unearthed. A room with horde creatures in it has been unearthed. A secret room full of horde creatures has been discovered. You have hired a new creature. A new creature has been hired. A new creature has joined your cause. A horrified expression crossed the absolute evil's face when it discovered that all the chickens from its chicken farm had been eaten. What were its creatures going to eat now? Wait a moment. Chickens. Oh, whoops, that's another game. Got a little confused there. Here we have gobblers. Strange name. A strange odor spread through the absolute evil's dungeon. It vowed that in future it would eat fewer flatulence-inducing vegetables. In the meantime, several carnivorous penguins have begun to make their way into the absolute evil's dungeon. However, they would definitely not arrive before the end of this story. Recently, one of the creatures had come up with a plan to create a trade union and go on strike for better working conditions. Once he remembered exactly what the absolute evil would then do to him, he quickly abandoned the idea. A few of the gruesome evil's creatures had lit a fire in the dungeon and began to barbecue. The smell of freshly roasted meat wafted through the underground. The dungeon of the ultimate evil was full of jelly. Invisible jelly. The chocolatey evil's creatures suddenly developed a craving for chocolate. Chocolate. Do you have any idea how little they pay me to do this gig? I'll be happy if it's enough to pay for the bus ticket home. Is this all a bit slow for you? Visit the premium shop where you can buy 20 gems for just $100, which will speed up the rate at which this work is done. Hang on a moment. This isn't a free-to-play game. Just completely ignore what I just said. Insert funny line here. Wait, what? The script doesn't seem to be done here. Amateurs. Oh, to work with professionals for once. Your dungeon is full of yogurt. Yogurt? What's this all about? There's absolutely no yogurt. Oh, it's supposed to be a funny illusion. I see. Very funny. And the weather for today, cloudy with a chance of bloodthirsty orcs. A little snot is secretly making jokes about the absolute evil behind its back. It should be punished, but I forgot which one it was. They just all look the same. A Secret Service spy approached the sinister evil, wanting to have the usage data on all its monsters. There wasn't much left of him once the orcs were done. In a survey of 1,022 heroes, your dungeon ranked number 5 of the most popular destinations for power gamers. Not bad, not bad. Your dungeon is under attack. Oh, got a little ahead of myself there. Don't worry, everything's fine. You don't have to build any further defenses. After a little personal tasting session, you'll be pleased to hear that the beer in your breweries is not too bad at all. Those fellows from Realmforge actually wanted me to plug some of their games here. They're definitely not the brightest bulbs on the tree. A super hip, ultra-modern consultant had approached the corrupting evil in an attempt to convince it that PC games were dead and only browser and mobile games were of any interest anymore. The corrupting evil's ghouls stuffed his remains in egg cups and sent them back to his wife, COD. Oh God, it's the Slender Man! Run! Oh, sorry. It's just my shadow. Stanley was wondering whether he should return to his desk. Oh, sorry, I'm in the wrong script. By the way, did you know that in the first dungeons, a certain Calypso, not to be confused with the great publisher Calypso, joined in the game? You didn't? Well, I wanted to astound you with this momentous bit of trivia. You really should get back to playing the game again. Today is Upside Down Day. Your little snots now fight for you while the Nagas carry the gold. Maybe we should just forget the whole idea. Everything's gone black! Oh, my hood is down. Ah, that was a good one. What, that gag was stolen? No surprise. It was way funnier than the rest. By the way, our next project will be Dungeons, the live-action Dungeon Keeper strategy role-playing game. But don't tell anyone, it's a surprise. Why are these levels called sandbox maps anyway? I can't see any sand, or a boxing match anywhere. 5 little snots used to work in this room, 5 little snots worked here. I swallowed one down with a big noisy sound. 4 little snots used to work in this room. Did you know that Realmforge's last Christmas party was overshadowed by an epidemic? Several employees were sick before the party, and the others became sick from the party. Welcome to the Alpha Complex. Your friend, the computer, will be right with you. You know what's funny? No? Me neither. Some people would say the game isn't ready for release yet, but I say that is a release with hair on its chest. A Pokemon has somehow gotten lost in your dungeon. I bet you could catch it now. Go ahead, go for it. Wait, what do you mean nobody's interested in that anymore, and the hype is over? Oh. Today is the Absolute Evil's birthday. His creatures knew, of course, but the last well-wisher's screams still haunt their dreams. One of your little snots doubted the existence of the Absolute Evil. A couple of hearty blows convinced it quite quickly. You better save. I can feel the crash coming on. One of your creatures now worships the Red God. Wow! No one has ever played this game the way you did. One of your creatures can make tasty milkshakes that bring all the other creatures to the yard. I think I'm missing something here. Your creatures are squandering their wages in the casino. Casino? Huh? There aren't any in this game. That was in the other game, the one we kept... which we get our inspiration from. Your dungeon has been infected with bird flu. Luckily, your creatures are so busy with their other diseases that they don't have time for a new one. A few gobblers have set out on a trip through the dungeon. The malignant evil confidently viewed the state of the world. Evil was growing everywhere. Excellent. Your Horny is running amok in the dungeon. Wait a minute. What did you say? Horny? What in the world is a horny? Who writes this stuff anyway? These game VOs are getting stupider every day. If only I'd listened to my mother and joined the Navy. But oh no, I had to do something creative in the media industry. It just occurred to me. Are we doing that Siggy ad after this? This would be the perfect time for something funny about the world's political situation. But that would probably hurt someone's feelings somewhere, so... we'll just forget it. Someone introduced themselves as a so-called horseman of the apocalypse the other day. I'm sure I still have his CV here somewhere. Looked a little emaciated, though. Poor guy. Jackpot! We have a jackpot! One of your creatures... Hey, wait a minute. There's no casino here. Forget I said anything. It's payday. Well, for me, because we're almost done with the VO. But not with the game. Ha 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 ha! Hope that didn't confuse you. Your treasury is even emptier than your head. A certain Colonel Sanders wanted to talk to you about your gobbler farms. I sent him away, though. The absolute evil's creatures are in an uproar. Wi-Fi reception in the dungeon is particularly bad today. Is that someone downloading Dungeons 3 from Pirate Bay? There is a travelling salesman at the door who wants to speak to the absolute evil. Normally, a case for the torture chamber, but somehow there is a certain spiritual similarity between the two of you. The local authority wants to build a subway tunnel right through the middle of your dungeon. Your creatures ate both the incoming workers and their tools. Room prices in your dungeon are starting to give birth to a real estate bubble. The danger to the public at large evil considered opening a bad bank. The unfashionable evil had bought itself some new tight-fitting jeans. The eyes of the first little snot it came across exploded on sight. The staggering evil's dungeon was uneven. It ordered its creatures to jump up and down. The dungeon was too uneven to play marbles. The ignoring its evil's creatures complained about exactly that. The introduction of social networks into the dungeon resulted in a production loss of over 50%. It was cold in the cold, insensitive evil's dungeon. The creatures demanded warm pullovers. The horrible evil once tried to approach its creatures positively and to always smile. To this day, those creatures suffer from the most terrible nightmares. One of your creatures has now become a vegan. She hardly has the strength to stand up. Look forward to the definitely never-to-appear World of Dungeons, an MMO with the budget of a small country. Waddle through the underground as a little snot and get a beating from a huge hand of terror. Now that sounds like fun. In order to improve hygiene in the dungeon, unicorn-bone toothpicks will now be handed out with every gobbler. Rumor has it that this Talia from the campaign is an homage to some dark elf from something called the Forgotten Realms. But come on, honestly, who's going to pick up on geeky stuff like that? Knock, knock. Who's there? Keeper. Keeper who? Dungeon Keeper. Great. Now we're going to get sued. Huh. Those guys at Realmforge are so desperate that they're even saying in their games that they're looking for experienced programmers. Oh, that's so pathetic. I refuse to even read anything. Oh, damn it. A number of creatures want to play laser tag in your dungeon. The bored evil was interested. Now they just have to wait for someone to invent the appropriate weapons. A while back, the busy evil had business cell phones distributed to its little snots. Distracted by large screens, however, these now ran into the walls more often than ever. Real estate prices in the dungeon have risen to an all-time high. That felt a lot like a real estate bubble. Rumor has it that work is already underway on a free-to-play sequel called Clash of Dungeons, a soulless pay-to-win click game designed to suck the money out of your wallet. That was a joke. As if Realmforge could actually make a mobile game. Did you know that Dungeons is based on an iconic game with a similar name that was turned into a really miserable piece of mobile phone junk not long ago? No? Good for you. You didn't miss anything content-wise. Your dungeon is even more insipid than my jokes. Your creatures are pondering the meaning of life. That can take a little longer for your zombies. Your creatures are demanding a TV in the throne room. In order to maximize your dungeon's profitability, an advisor suggested that you not build the arena and instead train your creatures using the Funtendo Wii. Said consultant is now serving as a training mannequin. Hail to the absolute evil, baby! No animals were harmed or killed during production of this game. I hope virtual ones don't count, right? It's dangerous to go alone. Take this. And what? This just shows a pixelated sword. Micro pigs are entering your dungeon. However, they're so small you can't even see them. The just chilling evil was pretty relaxed. Not that it was in a hurry to win this map, but hey, a little effort wouldn't be out of place. All good things come in threes. But do all evil things also come in threes? Does that mean that Dungeons is done? Does that mean that the absolute evil isn't really the absolute evil, but really the absolute good instead? Now we're getting down to life's important questions. One of your little snots invented the wheel and claims that carts can increase efficiency in the dungeon by 100%. That may be the case, but it's way more fun to watch them drag their butts carrying stuff. It's one of your little snot's birthday today. Maybe you could not send it on a suicide mission right now. The balanced evil had begun doing yoga. Then it ate its yoga teacher. We don't talk about it anymore. A horde of puppies has gotten lost in the overworld. If you find any, you can really earn some evilness. One of your little snots keeps sending you funny cat videos. You'd punish it, but you find the thing so sweet.
Where am I? What happened? Who are all these people, and why are they sticking a microphone in my face? Damn. I knew I shouldn't have gone drinking with those guys from Realmforge last night. Your dungeon is being overrun by bloodthirsty hamsters. Did you hear that squeak? I accidentally stepped on one. Heroes consider your dungeon a stain on their land. I suppose that's a compliment. One of your creatures is a traitor working for the enemy. Unfortunately, I don't know which one. Your stock portfolio is developing very nicely indeed. Your creatures are demanding sanitary facilities. Philistines. One of your little snots worships dark gods. Good creature, that creature. Where there is lich, there is shadow. Your dungeon is dark, but is it the darkest dungeon? Originally, Talia was supposed to be called Malice, but the decision-makers thought that sounded stupid. Decision-makers? Like, when have they ever done anything for us? If the polar ice caps melt, your dungeon will be flooded. But you don't believe in global warming, do you? The amusing itself at the cost of others' evil wanted to order its little snots to use only their heads when digging new rooms. But then it decided it wasn't that funny after all, and discarded the idea. The slow-clicking evil was taking its time with building its dungeon, so much time that even the undead thought, "Dude." The bogey nugget mining evil looked down upon its dungeon and saw that it was good. Well, okay, all right. Maybe average. Best case, if you close both eyes, turn around, and turn off the light. You don't have room for any more magic toolboxes. You can't store any more magic toolboxes. You can't save any more magic toolboxes. There's no more room in your dungeon for magic toolboxes. Your magic toolbox storage is full. A room with mana crystals has been excavated. The absolute evil has come across a room full of mana crystals. The absolute evil has discovered a secret mana supply. You do not have enough beer. One of your creatures is thirsty and cannot find a beer. Your beer supply is exhausted. You do not have enough gold. Not enough gold. There is not enough gold in your treasury. You cannot pay your creatures. Your creatures cannot collect their pay. You do not have enough gold to pay your creatures. You do not have enough mana. Not enough mana. Your demons can't find enough mana to bathe. You don't have enough mana for your demons to enjoy bathing. You do not have enough materials. Not enough materials. One of your outposts is under attack. An outpost is under attack. You've captured an outpost. You have a new outpost available. Your creatures have conquered an outpost. You've lost an outpost. One of your outposts have been overrun. The enemy has captured one of your outposts. Heroes want to attack one of your outposts. Heroes are on their way to one of your outposts. Ouch! Ow! Owie! Hey! Payday! It's payday! The evilness had brought Talia so much experience that she had access to a new skill. She could use it to create a number of shadows to fight at her side. A rat's nest has been unearthed. The absolute evil has discovered a rat's nest. A room full of rats has been unearthed. The gods were angry at the pitiful sacrifice. The sacrifice angered the gods. The gods were angry at the sacrifice. The gods were pleased with the sacrifice. The sacrifice pleased the gods. The gods seemed content with the sacrifice. The sacrifice satisfied the gods. The gods were delighted with the sacrifice. The gods rejoiced at the sacrifice. The gods were more than satisfied with the sacrifice. The gods found the sacrifice
Okay, the sacrifice didn't coax a single god out of the clouds. The gods weren't particularly impressed by the sacrifice. Enemies are attacking your dungeon. Enemies are breaking things in the dungeon. Spiders are spread out somewhere in the underground. Uh-oh, a spider nest has been unearthed. Hopefully no one has arachnophobia. A spider nest has been discovered. Spiders have spread throughout the underground. There are countless spiders pouring out of a room that was accidentally unearthed. Disgusting. A room with treasure was unearthed. The absolute evil has stumbled upon a room full of gold. The greedy evil has discovered a secret stash of gold. Your treasuries are overflowing. You can't store any more gold. Your treasuries are bursting at the seams. You can't store any more gold. Your little snots don't know what to do with the gold anymore. You don't have room for any more gold. You can't store any more gold. Your undead creatures can't find any place in the graveyard. Your creatures demand more space in the graveyard. You don't have enough room in your graveyard. You have resurrected a new creature. You resurrected an undead creature. Every time I die, so do 1,000 kittens. Don't forget that. A room filled with undead was unearthed. A secret room full of undead has been discovered. Your workshop is completely empty. All of the toolboxes have been used. You don't have a single toolbox left. All of your toolboxes have been used. You don't have any toolboxes left in your workshop. All of the toolboxes in this workshop have been used. You can't store any more toolboxes. You don't have room for any more toolboxes. There is no more space available to store toolboxes. You can't store even more toolboxes. Your workshops are overflowing. You don't have room for any more toolboxes. A couple of worms are worming through your dungeon. Crush the worms. Your creatures have discovered a number of worms in your dungeon. That is so disgusting. Worms have been spotted in the dungeon. A giant worm has been sighted in the dungeon. A giant worm has nested in the dungeon. You hear that grinding sound? That's a giant worm eating its way through the underground. The goddess herself made it rain divine fire from the heavens to destroy evil. The goddess herself intervened to make it rain divine fire from heaven. Oh God, I really hate this whole twin comedy plot. Did I mention that I have a migraine coming on? Dealing with two of you is incredibly exhausting. Talia and the mountain-climbing evil's army had climbed God's Mount. The time for the final battle was at hand. The goddess sat enthroned in the middle of her empire, obviously less than enthusiastic about the unannounced visit. Seeing as how we failed to persuade Alanis to voice the goddess simply said nothing. Gods are a strange lot indeed. They never get involved in battles themselves. They always send avatars into the fray. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck Talia, and when she reappeared, oh no! 2 Talias? God's Mount was dominated by several sacred sites, which form the goddess's power base. If these were destroyed, it was goodbye to the whole omnipotence thing. Death of a goddess. The time had come. Talia had climbed God's Mount and was now ready to lead the atheist evil's army forth to finally kick the goddess's ass. Talia had done it again. She and the victorious evil's army had destroyed all of the temples on God's Mount. Apparently, that had also wiped out Talia's good side. At least I hope so, because I'm starting to run out of tranquilizers. Yes, you did! You successfully completed the add-on to this game. My, you must have had a lot of free time. But whatever. We hope you enjoyed it. Roll the final cutscene. The clumsy evil had allowed its dungeon heart to be destroyed. Apparently the age of evil was over. Unjust, I know, but that's what's written in the script. Evil Talia and the god-fighting evil had won. The goddess was destroyed. This raised some pretty difficult questions for theologists. Did this mean it was the end of the world? The apocalypse? The last installment of the Dungeon series? These questions were of little concern to Talia, who was reveling in her blasphemous victory over the warriors of heaven, and frankly didn't give a damn about the whereabouts of her good side. And even the evil, and its propensity to overlook logical flaws, found it pointless to worry about such things. After all, this was not its first computer game. Shortly afterwards, the most divinely evil ascended the throne of the gods and savoured its victory to the fullest. Fanfares and soft, sweet sounds of serenity accompanied its succession to the throne. Under no circumstances was that ogre and his ear-splitting solo act allowed to get anywhere near the orchestra pit. After all, it was time to celebrate, not whine and complain. As the transcendentally evil evil's emissary, Talia, too, had nothing to complain about. The reward she received for betraying her father and destroying the goddess of light was appropriate, let's say. And nothing like the pittance I get paid for churning out this nonsense. But I shouldn't complain, at least not as long as they're still recording. The godlike evil had found a quiver full of handy lightning bolts under the throne of the gods, which it now happily used to harass the inhabitants of the overworld. Was this a hidden announcement for another inspired game? Dungeon 4, Return of the Killer Dungeon, or something? You never know, those guys at Realmforge. But bored with the world, and now floating in a heavenly sphere, the evil's gaze rose, way up into the sky. Really, really, really far up? Perhaps to a galaxy far, far away? Endless expanses? Galaxies no little snot has ever seen before? Whatever the future has in store for the hard-drinking, jubilatory evil is yet to be written. For now, there is only one thing left for me to say. The end. Sorry, perhaps that was a little too dramatic. How about you start a skirmish, replay the campaign with a friend, or take on others in multiplayer? Or maybe just stare at the main menu for 20 hours until it burns into your screen. Or, whatever. I hope you enjoyed it. The end. For real this time. Death of a Goddess. The divinely evil evil once again emerged victorious. Good Talia and the goddess's armies prepared for a mighty attack. The goddess's armies were in an uproar. Soon a huge army would be on its way to the dungeon. Good Talia and the goddess prepared a mighty attack on the dungeon. A mighty army of good attacked the dungeon. A mighty force of the goddess's troops set out for the dungeon. A very powerful group of heroes was on its way to the dungeon. The exploratory evil's armies had discovered one of the temples that form the goddess's power base. The nosy evil's armies had discovered another of the goddess's temples. There are definitely getting to be too many Talias. Go on, get out there and reduce their numbers. Splendid speech, but good enough for the mindless hordes buried here, who excitedly signaled their approval, even if it was with nothing more than a moaned brains. And so the walking dead arose to serve the abominable evil. And of course his eloquent envoy with the split personality. I certainly hope so. I don't want to just waste my insults. With these heroic words, grimly the great dwarf king took to his heels and ran. Some might think it cowardly. My goodness, what a turn of phrase! Outrageous! Still, it was a desire I can only agree with. Come on, for the validation-craving evil. The oblivious evil's armies had reached one of the ash spring tombs, but, unfortunately, they had forgotten Talia, who was indispensable to the motivation of the undead. And again, the mad evil's creatures reached one of the ash spring's tombs without Talia. Without her, there would be no walking dead. The dull-witted evil picked one of the graves that had already been conquered. Maybe it liked the view from here. I already conquered this tomb, thought the unthinking evil. True, the conspicuous evil cursed when it realized it had already conquered this tomb. The presence of the inconspicuous as a rainbow-colored dog evil's army was no longer a secret. In fact, it was amazing it had escaped the warriors of good for so long. Well, their leader was a dwarf and he had lots of beer, but I digress. Hopefully the dungeon's defenses are ready. Whilst elsewhere, Grimly's scouts took the trouble to turn every stone in their search for Talia, and I mean that literally. She was marching towards the town of Steelsmith, the seat of the Dwarven King. However, after a not in the least bit subtle hint from the not at all tactful evil, she had taken a little detour through the Ash Spring swamplands. Here the ancient, cursed bones of long-forgotten soldiers lay uneasy in their graves, waiting only for the necessary nudge to finally rise and play the talking dead, or whatever it's called. Unfortunately, and of course purely coincidentally, Grimly, the racist dwarven king, was also currently in Ash Spring. So in order to start the Night of the Living Dead, our protagonist, the currently eating a chicken leg evil's envoy, had to reach the region's larger cemeteries and recruit their undead. The Ash Spring Swamplands. While Grimly Hammerhand's henchmen were looking for Talia and the absolute evil's army, they in turn were slowly marching through the gloom of the Ash Spring Swamplands towards the dwarven town of Steelsmith. This idyllic area provided the unique opportunity to secure additional allies. Undead. What rightful punishment! The lands of Ash Spring were wholly under the crazed evil's control. Every now and then, a confused zombie would pop up, even though the living had already been driven out. But that didn't matter, for the absolute evil's hordes set out for Steelsmith, King Grimly's headquarters. Groan! Creak! Boom! Those were roughly the last noises the dungeon heart made before it exploded. Talia and the not-so-clever evil had failed, and the dungeon lay in ruins. Sad, but true. Hey, that's my text! You don't even appear in this dialogue at all! Are your two personalities conspiring against me? Huh! As a narrator, I am unsurpassed. If you heard the stories I tell in the bar on weekends, forget about that. Additional undead had been secured for the insidious evil. Suddenly, a few dissatisfied bears appeared directly in front of Talia. Exactly, bears. And they attacked. This had nothing to do with a certain narrator's injured pride, but made total sense within the framework of the story. And the good people's defensive camp went up in flames. The pitiful survivors ran in panic and dispersed in all directions. It does have something comical about it. Even the zombies emitted a laughing moan before pushing on to get some tasty brains before the others did. And even more undead marched against the human defenses in the glamorous evil's name. They didn't stand a chance. But suddenly, and this had nothing to do with the protagonist's previous insults, evil bears once again appeared to attack Talia. Almost miraculously, a bolt of lightning hit the bears and killed them on the spot. Amazing! But of course, it all made sense within the greater framework of this story. And so it was that the first demon began to generate powerful mana in the Arcanium. Ah! Delicious manna. I like to spread it on my Sunday morning croissant as my wife passes me a cup of tea and massages my feet as I open the newspaper to the obituaries. But back to the subject. Manna was also important to the couldn't care less about Sunday morning croissants evil because, on the one hand, his higher level demons loved the stuff, and on the other hand, it could be used to cast powerful spells. Of course, the excited evil couldn't wait to promptly try it out. The sluggish evil still hadn't directed another Arcanium, although they were a great source of power. It quickly decided to do so. The less than totally bright evil still hadn't erected another Arcanium. Did it want to do without the many lovingly designed and crafted spells? What? Still no Arcanium? This is an important room, for crying out loud. Now get a move on, you silly git. One of the lucky evil's little snots had discovered a hidden Arcanium. Here demons could create valuable mana, which on the one hand they themselves needed, while on the other could also be used for powerful spells. The Walking Dead moved towards the human barricades. Did they put out plants for defense? No, they had not. Nevertheless, the barricade was a serious obstacle to the brain-hungry undead. In addition, it turned out that humans, with their spiritual connection, were particularly effective in the fight against the rotting corpses. Of course, the hesitant evil didn't hesitate for long, as in no more than a few minutes, and sent its troops into battle. And zombies rose from their graves. And the living dead rose. Zombies, undead, whatever. Rise! The Walking Dead set out to destroy all living things, all good living things, of course. And again, the brain-hungry zombies rose against the human defenses. Before the tomb could be desecrated, Talia died from a massive trauma. A natural death for evil creatures. Talia was desecrating the tomb when she died. Excellent. That saved transport costs to the cemetery. The mentally confused evil's armies followed the road in totally the wrong direction.
Hey, wait, we were just getting ready to kick your bottom really hard, just like I said in the mission intro. Some rootlings had dug their way into the dungeon, where they began to attack the dungeon heart without pause. Some rootlings had dug their way into the caught entirely by surprise evil's dungeon. Rootlings have dug their way into your dungeon. Huge roots burst from the underground to greedily strike out at the dungeon heart. These had to be stopped quickly, before it was too late. A giant root broke through the dungeon floor to attack the dungeon heart. More roots rose from the ground to attack the dungeon heart. The creatures courageously made their way to the surface the very first night. The suicidal evil probably had the audacious hope that this would give it the element of surprise. The day dawned. Heroes in the service of the Forest Queen marched towards the dungeon to pay the dungeon heart a little visit. Talia and the nature-desecrating evil's army had penetrated deep into the forests. The Forest Queen was oh so close. Here, too, the forests had grown so thick and dense that it was sometimes impossible to get through. Luckily, Talia still had the portal stone with her, so she— What, You do have the portal stone, don't you? And here I thought that after so many missions, maps, DLCs, and add-ons, the level of incompetence shown here couldn't really shake me anymore. Never in my entire life have I been so wrong. No, these areas aren't just going to suddenly become accessible. I would suggest that you go back and find the thing. I'm sure the Hand of Terror can manage without you for the time being. The Forest Queen. Talia had fought her way through the Queen's Forest to her seat of power. The time for the final battle was at hand. The Forest Queen was defeated. Once again, the hard-hitting evil had demonstrated its destructive streak and killed a remaining heroine of good. Reforest and sell them as Christmas trees? Interesting. But before we proceed on to that chapter, I would suggest we finish this mission first. Brilliant work. The Forest Queen was destroyed. You can go back to doing other things now, such as your plan to take over the world. The clumsy evil didn't stand a chance against the Forest Queen and had to watch its dungeon heart be smashed to bite-sized pieces. Sad, but true. The fast-traveling evil used the portal stone. A portal opened, allowing access to remote parts of the forest. The portal stone opened the path to further parts of the forest. The portal stone allowed the slow-witted evil's army to quickly travel to otherwise inaccessible areas of the overworld. The hint-understanding evil immediately tried this out. The portal stone lay around in the dust instead of being used to transport the idiotic evil's army to different places in the overworld. The forgetful evil figuratively smacked itself upside the head and immediately began to take advantage of it. Excellent! Don't bore us with any more useless details. Instead, we could get on with it and take care of this Forest Queen. Okay? The Guardians of the Forest set out to take back an island of evilness. Where is that Talia? My goodness, Talia still isn't back. That Talia's probably found herself a nice, comfortable cafe where she can sit back and avoid the final battle. The excavation-happy evil came upon a room in which some dwarves were trapped. No matter how they got there, they didn't look at all grateful. And again the exploratory evil dug up a few trapped dwarves. Obviously, getting trapped while digging seemed to be the order of the day around here. Again, the expansive evil's little snots accidentally dug up a troop of dwarves. How long had they been living there, and what did they eat? Grimly had had a gigantic hammer built. The Death Hammer. This caused not only a disturbance in the force, but also in the ground, causing a massive earthquake. The effect on the dungeon was clearly noticeable. The dungeon heart in particular could only withstand but a few such blows. In his own lovingly insulting manner, Grimly made it clear to Talia and the perplexed evil that pulling back would not be an option. The giant hammer had to be destroyed. Throw something through the 2-meter-wide cooling vent to destroy the reactor? Oh, why did I expect sophisticated tactics when I'm hanging around with bloodthirsty, not exactly intelligent evil creatures? The deathly pale evil had erected a cemetery. From now on, it could supply its own walking dead. Practically enough, heroes who had kicked the bucket were dropped here and then turned into brainless zombies. As an alternative,
banshees could also be inspired to join the burning evil's army there. The having a look around evil's army had discovered a stone heap. Just a little brute force, and it would fall into the ravine to form something like a bridge. Computer game logic. The half-blind evil had yet to find another way over the demolished bridge. Had it even really searched for one? Needing an alibi, it quickly sent a few creatures swarming out as a vanguard. Right, I get it. There used to be a bridge there and now it's gone. Boo-hoo-hoo, what shall I do, and so on and so forth. But honestly, crying isn't going to help anything here. Have a look around, make a few notes. There's sure to be another way. Big stones bring big luck, if you get this subtle as a kick-in-the-teeth hint. Finally, the time of the great battle was at hand. Talia's troops had taken the quickest route from the Ash Spring swamplands, and they were full of anger and determination to win this final confrontation. Okay, a part of Talia burned with anger and determination to win this final confrontation. Another wanted to form work groups and look after the bonsai garden. What's this whole thing about everybody using bits of their opponents for slippers or gloves? That's incredibly unhygienic. The time had come. Talia began to raise a great army for the erratic evil. The Battle of Steelsmith. Led by Talia, the brutal evil's army had reached the dwarven town of Steelsmith and made ready to storm it. Inside, the fierce dwarven King Grimly planned its defense. Scattered heroes from out towards the Ash Spring swamplands had found their way to Steelsmith. Still having an account to settle with the hated evil, they headed straight for the dungeon. With these words, Grimly, the dwarven king, breathed his last. Apparently Tanos was anything but enthusiastic about his foster daughter's deeds. The insightful evil knew that a confrontation was not yet advisable, and ordered Talia to travel west, always west. Oh, good and evil in agreement, a rare stroke of luck, I'd say. So it was time to run. The accustomed to losing evil's dungeon was but rubble and ashes. Grimly once again laughed heartily, then set about digging Talia out in order to make slippers from her ears. But we don't need to show that, and gratefully fade out. Here, the only problem was, as usual, his own death. After the dwarven king Grimly suffered a premature death at the hands of the hero-beating evil's armies, the dark elf Talia got herself out of dodge. She took the evil creatures and retreated into the tunnels and mines of Steelsmith, which were connected to the most remote places in the world. The hasty departure proved to be very wise indeed, for shortly afterwards Tanos appeared on the scene, and with him a mighty army of good. When he found his dwarven friend's lifeless body, he screamed his pent-up anger out into the world, as overly emotional heroes are often prone to do. A few hours later, Tanos gathered with his 2 remaining comrades and commanders in his tent. We will now repeat approximately what was said. I, the evil will destroy us. We are lost. Wail, wail, and so on. In the end, Tanos called his fellow soldiers to order and commanded them to return to their respective empires and strengthen their defenses. So it was time to do what all good folks do: hide themselves behind thick walls in fear and hope that the storm would pass them by and hit the others. How exceedingly honorable. In the meantime, Tanos sent out some spies to track down his evil student. The dark elf had, by then, beaten her way through the mines of Steelsmith, accidentally awakened an army, and fled from a whip-swinging demon. The usual stuff that happens when traveling through dwarven tunnels. At least they had left Tanos and the armies of good far behind them, and now moved almost unmolested through the countryside, determined to continue spreading chaos and horror. The Battle of Steelsmith. Outro. Talia had made short work of the dwarven King Grimly. In order to make sure we don't have to cut out all of Grimly's cursing, I'll just take over here. The brilliant evil had succeeded. The second dwarven hammer was also history, and its army marched inexorably towards the dwarven town of Steelsmith. Something else permeated the smell of metalworking that wafted from the city towards the dungeon. The smell of the dwarves' fear. With a kaboom, the second death hammer hit on the ground and sent its destructive waves toward the dungeon. The dungeon heart groaned under the blow. This death hammer also had to be destroyed quickly in order to save the dungeon heart. Generously, the foolish dwarf king grimly revealed the safety mechanisms to the listening and taking notes evil. Before the second death hammer could be turned off, a team would have to land on Endor. The eager for a Star War evil had to destroy the magic shield. Grimly seemed a little desperate upon seeing the occasionally gigging as a stand-up comedian evil turned out to be a brilliant strategist. It relentlessly sent its armies towards the second death hammer. The inventive evil's army had reached the second death hammer. Unfortunately, this was still protected by a magic shield. This would have to be eliminated before the hammer could be dealt with. This bloke is more stubborn than those phone marketing people who are always trying to get me to buy some shite. Together, the 3 death hammers had a lot more power than a single one. It would certainly be better for the dungeon heart if they too were quickly put out of action. The lethargic evil still hadn't brought the ogre any beer. It was only a matter of time before the heroes of Lotzawinter sent out a powerful troop to destroy the dungeon. The ogre's big, wide, bulging eyes brimmed with tears, because he still hadn't got any beer. And even though the hoarding evil had already produced enough of it, come on, give him the stuff already! The pitiful amount of beer the pathetic evil had wouldn't satisfy a baby ogre's thirst. This was tantamount to an insult for a fully grown specimen. The ogre greedily staggered towards a small nearby farm. The sheep could be heard bleating happily, which quickly turned into a panicked bleating as the sheep saw the ogre approach. The brewing evil had produced a huge number of barrels of beer, enough to keep several orcs busy for days. Hopefully, it was enough for one for the road for the ogre. The quick evil lost no time in delivering the beer to the ogre. The having a look around evil's army had reached the ogre. Obviously, this creature wouldn't be winning any intelligence contests. Of course, it couldn't be that easy. A large quantity of beer would first have to be delivered to the ogre in order to convince him to help out. With a groan, the brewmaster evil set to work. The drunken evil had built another brewing kettle. A fabulous decision, one which would surely benefit the horde's alcoholics. The overconfident evil's puny little army marched on Lotzawinter, death wish in hand. The local heroes laughed spitefully to themselves and joked that the experience points were delivering themselves today. The ogre had found a worthy opponent for his warm-up training. The fight was on. And again the ogre was supplied with a truly absurd amount of beer, which he tossed down in just a few seconds. And so it was that the armies of evil set out to follow the ogre, away from Lotzawinter. And now he's taking a nap. My goodness, my grandchildren will be doing the narration by the time he attacks the town. Anyway, seeing as how ogres were hardcore alcoholics, one could assume that 1 or 2 or 20 or so beers would wake him up. With a heartfelt groan, the beer-brewing evil went back to work. The ogre decimated the sheep instead of attacking Lotzawinter. It was obvious that Talia was unable to get this beast under control, much to the impatient evil's displeasure. Well, I'm just the narrator, not the General of Evil. Anyway, there was a repulsively good town very close by, which could perhaps be brought closer to evil in the meantime. Lotzawinter's heroes were somewhat underemployed and always on the lookout for treasures and problems. Accordingly, the not-so-secret evil's creatures were soon spotted, and a group of adventurers immediately set out to beat the stuffing out of these walking experience points. The playing at a snail's pace evil hadn't exactly been circumspect. By now, it had to be clear to even the most deaf hero that something had taken up residence in the underground. Heroes being what they are, a group of adventurers had already set out to plunder this dungeon's treasures. The gruesome evil's army once again stood on the coast of the Western Kingdoms. There, off the coast, lay the not-quite-so-free cities, a place of indecent wealth. In the planned march on the capital, there was no way these cities could be left standing, as otherwise they would attack the tactical evil from behind. To get there, it needed a ship. Again, we've been here before.
Since the capable evil's creatures were still incapable of producing anything that floated, they had to borrow them from the natives. Nearby lay the harbour town of Lotzewinter, home to many famous heroes and a famous seafaring town. Unfortunately, Lotzewinter was extremely well guarded and a meeting place for extremely experienced, not to say high-level heroes. The prepared-to-make-sacrifices evil's miserable creatures wouldn't stand a chance here. Easy there. However, a mighty creature was camped nearby, an ogre. Its fighting prowess would allow it to meet Lotzewinter's defenders head-on. But first of all, the creature had to be persuaded to join the forces of evil. Interesting idea, but I did just say that he's really powerful, didn't I? He'd mop the floor with everything we could muster against him. The hungry, hungry ogre. What was it with the perverted evil in those ships, anyway? Why did it always destroy them instead of saving them for another day? As may be, the legendary evil's army once again stood on the coast, wanting to set sail. But this time for the not-quite-so-free cities. But, as I said, it needed a ship to do so. Fortunately, the harbour town of Lotzewinter was not far off, and luckily there was an ally in the area. From the book Ogres for Dummies. Ogres are really heavy drinkers. Their beer consumption is legendary. Once, 2 ogres got into a drinking contest and consumed the year's supply of an entire dwarven kingdom in just one day. Want some more useless knowledge about ogres? Ogres consume insane amounts of beer. In order to process all that beer, they also have an oversized bladder, which is why ogres are often used as firefighters. Yuck. Just the thought makes my toenails curl. Did you know that ogres like to eat sheep? I mean lots of sheep. I mean lots and lots and lots of sheep. This tremendous appetite is only surpassed by their record-breaking thirst for beer. Useless knowledge about ogres for 200 points. An ogre once took second place in an intelligence contest. Although he was actually the only contestant, he ended up losing out to a fly that randomly flew into the room. The neglectful evil had forgotten to keep an eye on its dungeon heart. While it was off amusing itself somewhere else, a group of heroes from Lotzewinter ground it into dust. Oh well, it happens. Loser. The ogre had done a truly artful job of reducing Lotzewinter to a pile of smoking rubble. The careless evil was accustomed to throwing its creatures at the enemy wave after wave, and had therefore not paid attention to the ogre, who was now breathing his last. Unfortunately, that also doomed the takeover of Lotzewinter. Luckily, the harbour escaped the destruction, as the insidious evil still wanted to visit the not-quite-so-free cities. What happened to your good side? Isn't that your... Oh, never mind. The fable evil's army made ready for departure. The stressed evil had already seen something like this coming and was tired of the discussions. It set about brewing the barrels of beer. The attack on Lotzewinter would have to work sooner or later. Finally! The ogre tore through Lotzewinter's city walls and entered an enraged battle with the critics of his disgusting, marvelous music. Yeah! You show 'em! A left, a right, and a jab! Jab! All right! You're doing that on purpose, right? We'll never reach that damn city if you keep distracting that stupid ogre with all sorts of nonsense. Gosh, I'd love to work with professionals. Just once. Where did I put my Valium? Obviously not. The foreseeing evil had anticipated something like this and had already gone into production. As the ogre's turgid little eyes closed in sleep and he happily began to snore, a large party of adventurers set out from Lotzewinter. They had accepted the quest to kill the ogre. Stupid RPG elements. The ogre stubbornly ran ahead and turned left at a fork in the path. The cautious evil wondered what there was to discover in the other direction. Should it explore? Undaunted, the ogre sprinted onward. Okay. Anyway, Elric had been defeated. Now only the bronze titan of Alphas stood as the last defense for the not-quite-so-free cities. The slavering for more destruction evil steadfastly set out upon its way there. The lily-livered evil took to its heels and left its army to seek their salvation in panicked flight. A pitiful sight. But somehow I saw that coming. I expected nothing and was disappointed to find even less. The mighty evil continued to march undaunted on the bronze titan of Alphas.
On the way, it reached an army camp belonging to the heroes. This was led by the paladin Elric. Reinforced by the contaminated from the surrounding villages, it entered this battle joyously and carefree. Ugh, talk about disgusting. Anyway, the thirsting for action evil marched into the army camp. The battle-ready evil faced the paladin, or rather, the paladins. It goes without saying that even 3 of those things would be no real challenge. The carefree evil continued its march on the bronze titan of Alphas. On the way, it reached an army camp belonging to the heroes. This was, however, led by the paladin Elric. The not yet all that powerful evil's army was still a little weak-chested. It would make sense to first take all the villages in the area and then face this battle. The precipitous evil had entered battle against the paladin, or rather the paladins, without gathering all available support. Courageous. Stupid, but courageous. The plundering evil's army had entered the northeastern village. The inhabitants there would surely be quickly and carefully turned into undead. Come on, lend a hand here. The bronze titan of Alphas. Once it fell, the not-quite-so-free cities would sink into chaos. With a hateful grin, the destructive evil set to work. The wicked evil had taken the farm and converted the inhabitants to undead. Splendid work. There were several villages in the area. The inhabitants there would surely convert to undead with a little convincing. The marauding evil's army had discovered a farm. If this was taken, the inhabitants could also easily be converted to undead. The necromantic evil had built a graveyard. Normally, that didn't really mean much at all. But the contaminated water had soaked into the underground there. The merciless evil's army marauded through the not-quite-so-free cities. The Bronze Guardian, the wonder of Alphas, was very close by. If it fell, that would dramatically weaken the locals' fighting spirit. Meanwhile, the contaminated water was working away. Every time one of the contaminated died, they reanimated as an undead. Ha! Now this is fun. Paladin Elric tried to regain control of the situation. Meanwhile, Talia had to deal with the tides. The Titan of Alphas. Once the waters of the not-quite-so-free cities had been contaminated, the oppressive evil's army set out to destroy the city's last landmark. The Bronze Titan of Alphas. The Bronze Titan of Alphas had been destroyed. Nothing more stood in the way of the destruction of the not-quite-so-free cities. The victorious evil triumphed yet again. Oh yes, and it had also destroyed the last of Tanos' companions in the process. Now it was time. Now it really was time to face Tanos. The doubtful evil was not convinced that Talia was up to this fight. The miserable evil had allowed the slender Talia to die. Painful as it was, without a dungeon or a dungeon heart, this was final. The vilest evil's army had reached the southern village. A few beatings combined with their brief demise quickly converted the inhabitants into undead. The joyous evil had freed a vampire from captivity. These mighty creatures were excellent fighters who froze their opponent's blood in their veins if they didn't suck them dry like an overripe orange. The blood-sucking evil had liberated another vampire. The bloodless evil had freed a vampire who immediately joined the army. The anemic evil had liberated yet another vampire. Oh, it seemed the villagers had also locked up one of the already transformed. It could prove very useful. The destructive evil had destroyed all of the surrounding villages. An excellent job, naturally only made possible by an extraordinary narrator's copious directions. And now it determinedly advanced on the Bronze Titan of Alphas. The pillaging evil had reached the western village. The inhabitants there were just begging to be transformed into undead. At least, that's what I'll say. Who cares what they really want? The acquisitive evil had captured all the factories and armed them to the teeth. Now all that was left was to deal with the remaining good locations and add them to the evil empire. The merciless evil had now seized all of the good locations. Taking the factories would now be a toddler's birthday. Well, a toddler's birthday party in the sense of simple, because I've been to toddlers' birthdays, and with anything less than 2 packs of Valium, those little monsters are Oh, I digress. The explosive evil had taken the first factory. It produces some highly dangerous, highly explosive potions that would provide some fulminant surprises in the attack on the good fairy. That kind of went south. The always rooting for the villain evil's army continued its march towards the the good fairy's capital. But the good fairy's fortress was well protected. It would take a special boom indeed to crack the meter-thick ramparts. The "I love it when a plan comes together" saying evil had, of course, a plan. At least, I hope so, for otherwise it had simply sent its troops into the enchanted forest for its own personal entertainment. The heroes here weren't exactly the friendliest of fellows. A huge troop was already on its way to wreak wreck and ruin upon the dungeon. Easy there, for a strange fog drifted time and again through the enchanted forests, where it turned the local heroes into bleating sheep. This was probably the reason for their aggression. Nobody knew where that weird fog came from, at least not officially, because the good fairy's legal department sued anyone who claimed that her numerous factories had anything to do with it. Probably not, but I'm sure you'll find out. At least, as a sheep, you wouldn't be interrupting me all the time. Apart from that, and to bridge the arc to the beginning, there were also some factories in the area that mixed highly explosive potions for the good fairy. These had to be conquered for the impending attack on the good fairy's fortress. Fog and sheep. The user's entire trees for toothpicks evil entered the enchanted forest. There it had an ingenious plan that would help it destroy the good fairy. It was done. The enchanted forest plundering evil had raged through the heroes, captured the good fairy's factories, and generally sown chaos and destruction. In reality, the secretive evil was not willing to share its diabolical plan with others, but rather kept the terrible details to itself. But soon everything would become clear, for now the time had come to destroy the good fairy's fortress. The pathetic evil had once again failed and allowed the extremely incompetent heroes to destroy its dungeon heart. Well, maybe someone should take another look at the tutorials. The atrocious evil had killed Little Red Riding Hoodie. A sad and hungry wolf went on lying in her grandmother's bed, waiting in vain for his lunch. Now that's evil. The conscience-plagued evil hadn't been able to get itself to stop Little Red Riding Hoodie. As a result, something bad would happen. Well, I assumed that something would have happened. Oh, great. The incompetence all-stars were obviously on the job again. It would seem those simpletons Realmforge forgot to insert a punishment here. You have to do everything yourself around here. I'm just going to keep sending heroes out from this house because you get what you deserve. That will teach you not to fulfill secondary goals. Wolfish evil, why do you have such big eyes? So that I can better see when Little Red Riding Hoodie takes a break, like now. Grandmotherly evil, why do you have such big ears? So that I can better hear when Little Red Riding Hoodie takes a break and pours herself a little of the hard stuff, like now. Grandmotherly evil, why do you have such big teeth? So that I can devour Little Red Riding Hoodie in a single bite the next time she takes a break, like right now. And as if the pulling its hair out by the roots evil wasn't already stressed enough, a new problem arose. A priestess dressed in red whom, for copyright reasons, we shall call Little Red Riding Hoodie, was on her way to visit her grandmother in the enchanted forest. If she made it there, something terrible was sure to happen. No idea. That's all it says here. I suppose it can be assumed that the killer game-playing evil will promptly take care of the problem. The fog slowly lifted. The overwhelmed heroes would soon cease their bleating and return to their own shapes. The fog lying across the overworld slowly dissipated. The sheep would soon turn back into heroes. The fog slowly began to lift. Soon the heroes would be heroes once more. The fog wouldn't last much longer. Soon the sheep on the surface would become heroes once again. "Bah!" were the sheep's last words before it disappeared in a cloud of blood. The sheep-counting evil grabbed another sheep to make socks for his little snots. With a rattled "bah!" another sheep bit the dust. The sheep-massacring evil had killed yet another of these walking wool factories. A sheepified hero was annihilated by the sheepified hero's annihilating evil. Fog drifted in and turned the heroes into sheep. Fog wafted over the overworld and turned heroes into sheep. Fog drifted in and turned the heroes into sheep. Fog slowly wound its way over the overworld, leaving bleating sheep where heroes once stood. King Arcturus's army had discovered an arsenal. They immediately helped themselves to the equipment. An arsenal has been discovered and looted. Scouts reported evil creatures marching towards King Arcturus's camp. The king's camp has been attacked. The camp is under attack. Your camp is under attack. The king had conquered a gold mine. The workers there were briefly thankful, but were immediately sent back to work to mine gold for their savior. How noble! King Sleepyhead, Arcturus, had allowed his camp to be completely destroyed. With that, the reconquest of his kingdom ended before it had even begun. King Arcturus, ruler of the far more eastern kingdoms, reached his home after successfully finding the Holy Grail for his goddess. Unfortunately, he had to discover that there had been some, complications in his absence. King Arcturus made a fiery speech to his army. These words, and the fact that they didn't really have any other choice, motivated the men to recapture the land, and so they set out to re-goodify the far more eastern kingdoms. It was probably wise to take back one of the gold mines first, because the troops wanted to be paid, just like in any good real-time strategy game. King Arcturus had lost one of his buildings and would henceforth have to do without magical units. Hey, nothing comes from nothing, loser boy. With a small puff of smoke, one of King Arcturus's buildings went up in flames. Well, nothing says kings have to be gifted strategists. The return of the king. During the events of Talia's crusade, King Arcturus had been on a quest to find this strange holy grail. But then he came back. Indeed, the king actually had reclaimed part of the far more eastern kingdoms. But the evil was not asleep either. It never slept because its metal armor was far too uncomfortable for that. That's probably why it was so evil in the first place. But I digress. So, the evil never slept, and it had not missed the fact that something good had settled in its lands. Soon it would react. And down King Arcturus went. Evil had triumphed. Wait a minute. Evil isn't supposed to triumph until the end of this DLC. Oh my word. Did you let the king die, you idiot? King Arcturus's army had reached an unreasonable size. He could not supply any more units at the moment, for gold coins only drove the hunger away for a brief time. King Arcturus's tactical finesse left room for improvement. He had just lost one of his buildings to the enemy and was no longer able to train new ranged fighters. King Arcturus had added a second gold mine to his possessions. Undeterred, he left the enslaved workers there to slave away. Naturally, this time for a good cause. King Arcturus freed other prisoners who gladly joined his army. Other prisoners were freed and joined the king's army. The crazy King Arcturus's armies came across some heroes. But they had already turned to evil and faced the troops of good. Ha ha ha! How do you like that, Thanos? The inspiring me evil's army had laid waste to the outpost. Now it continued marauding through the country on its way to free Talia. The thirsting for revenge evil's troops had discovered one of the heroes' outposts. They knew what they had to do. Talia was almost within reach of the coming to the rescue evil's army. Now was a really good time to think about what to do about Thanos. Thanos's fortress was not far away. Nothing more stood in the way of Talia's liberation. Well, except for the mighty Thanos, of course. The ploughing through the underground evil had discovered another exit to the overworld. This could prove very useful for delivering fresh supplies. The exploring evil had discovered a dungeon entrance in the overworld. Apparently there was another entrance to the dungeon. This could prove very useful for bringing supplies to the front. The thirsting for evil's army had reached an island of the good. But it wouldn't remain one for long. The capture of Talia and her immediate purification, one occasionally slips up with these religious fanatics, strengthened the heroes' morale. They assumed that good would now win, but they did not know about the dungeon growing in the underground. Even without Talia, the seductive evil still had some influence and powerful creatures. The evil set about raising an army that would free Talia. Do we really have to? Okay, she's funny and all that, but she takes away a lot of my narration time, which I could fill with brilliant monologues instead. Or I could recite a poem. Did I ever tell you the story about how I rode a bicycle over my own toe? Yeah, okay, you don't have to threaten me. We'll get her back. Fine. Light and shadow. Thanos had captured Talia. But the ominous evil still had some influence, and built a dungeon very close by. With these words, Talia threw herself on the dungeon heart, and was teleported away by the tactical evil. Talia was still no match for Thanos, but the sly evil already had a plan. The neurasthenic evil had not been able to free Talia in time. Thanos then brainwashed her into turning good again. And so the inhibited evil's campaign came to its inglorious end. The benighted evil had liberated Talia, only to let her die on the way to the dungeon heart. The separation meant that she couldn't simply be revived. Sad, but true. The loss-making evil had let its dungeon heart be destroyed, ending up as piles of shards on the ground. Sad, but true. Thanos threw himself at the absolute evil's army. He wouldn't need long to deal with them, but he was distracted, and Talia was able to free herself from his mental prison. The ruthless evil's army had discovered a small island of good, and now decided to pay it a short visit. The stomping of the incautious evil's army had not gone unnoticed. From now on, heroes would be entering the dungeon. The lethargic evil's presence was no longer undetected. Heroes would henceforth be visiting the dungeon. The marauding evil had discovered another island of good. They really should be better hidden if they don't want them to be plundered, burned, and desecrated. Well, that's just the way those do-gooders are. The rattling of Talia's breath was not a good sign. It was impossible to say how much longer she could hold on, but definitely not too long. Half time. Hey, you! Talia's going to kick the bucket soon. If you still plan on doing something, then do it now. Talia would not be able to take much more purification, that was certain. The deadline-facing evil had to hurry. The merciless evil had briefly explained to the villagers that it really only wanted to rescue Talia, but seeing as how its army was already there, it razed the village to the ground anyway. The pillaging evil's army marched towards the village, and definitely not to buy cheap meats and sausages. Concerned citizens from the nearby village had heard of the army camp's destruction. Extremely troubled, they therefore decided to arm themselves and go on the offensive. The advancing evil's army marched towards a small nearby village. The citizens there fearfully armed themselves and attempted to go on the offensive. Worried citizens from the nearby village were alarmed by the perverse evil's presence and decided to send some scouts to investigate the dungeon. With a rattle, if crabs can even do that, the huge thing went down. Tonight's meal was taken care of, at any rate. A ginormous giganto-crab walked the beach of Tortuga. Unfortunately, it was standing in the way of the lots of space-requiring evil's armies on their way to attack one of the good locations. Captain Salazar's ship had reached Tortuga. The crew sprang from the ship and made their way to the dungeon. One of Captain Salazar's ships was en route. It would soon arrive and anchor near the dungeon. Captain Salazar was now more than impatient. He placed his most loyal and powerful troops in 3 ships, and had them set course for the dungeon. Captain Salazar was dissatisfied with the overall situation. This time, he sent out 2 ships to attack the dungeon from 2 sides. You really think you're ever going to get any R&R? Talia still found herself on Tortuga. The every-trick-in-the-book-knowing evil still had a score to settle with one of the local pirate captains, a disgusting character by the name of Captain Salazar. Well, there's an age-old dispute between the absolute evil and the captain. It all began with a poker tournament. Naturally, the gambling debt-washing evil would never fail to repay a debt, but there was a certain disagreement on the amount of that debt. This Captain Salazar alleged that it was 100 gold doubloons, while the not-trusting its own memory evil remembered it as being 1 doubloon. Well, that wasn't a problem. In fact, Captain Salazar had received a tip about the tip-giving evil's activities and was already on his way here to attack the dungeon. Gambling debts. Talia remained eager to finally start her vacation, but the merciless evil still had more tasks for her. For example, there was this pirate captain and some unsettled gambling debts. A ship with even more bloodthirsty pirates was on its way. These would soon attack the dungeon. Captain Salazar sent yet another ship out to attack the dungeon. A new pack of pirates was on their way to capture the dungeon. It was done. Captain Salazar had lost almost his entire fleet, and now grudgingly agreed that the never-pays-its-gambling-debts evil owed him but 1 gold doubloon. Of course, the stingy evil refused to pay up. That's rather unusual, but the frugal evil agreed. Captain Salazar, who simply wanted to close this chapter and save face, also agreed. The rest of his now meagre fleet withdrew. Talia thought she could now devote herself entirely to her vacation, but the narrator suspected that the never-at-a-loss for an assignment evil still had something else for her to do. The dungeon heart shattered into 1,000 teeny-tiny pieces. The not exactly known for its indulgence evil would hardly approve of Talia's failure. 3 ships set sail for the dungeon. More ships set off to land near the dungeon. 3 ships set course for the dungeon. 2 of Captain Salazar's ships set sail. The crew, bloodthirsty pirates all, could hardly wait to attack the dungeon. Additional ships were on their way to attack the dungeon. 2 ships set sail to attack the dungeon. The unstoppable evil had now captured all 3 catapults. They would be perfect for blowing Serenity into handy fist-sized pieces of rubble. Let the games begin. Serenity's army was almost indecently large. The leader on duty therefore decided to send a punitive expedition into the overworked evil's dungeon. Naturally, they didn't have a chance down there. In addition, those cowards in Serenity also sent out a well-equipped patrol to cause trouble in the overworld, but only trouble for evil creatures, of course. Unfortunately, the catapult wasn't reloaded and ready to fire yet. The impatient evil had to be patient. The catapult shot landed on Serenity's defenders with a juicy smack. Ha ha ha! Hit and sunk. This catapult shot is going to leave a lasting impression. A wonderful hit that was rewarded with moans and the sound of cracking bones. Excellent. The aimless evil managed to fire the catapult at something, somewhere. Sad but true. One would think that in a massive catapult bombardment it would be impossible not to hit at least something. But the useless evil showed us how it's done. The incompetent evil managed to hit everything except the target. I am so ashamed, extremely. The catapult was once again ready to fire. The catapults weren't ready to fire yet. The impatient evil could hardly wait. Boom! The catapults had delivered their deadly cargo into the air. Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's the death-dealing catapult shot. Ha 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 ha! Catapult shot! Fly and win! The catapults were once again operational and ready to fire. The greedy evil had taken an armory and gotten a siege weapon in its greedy, clawed hands. The scouting around evil's army had discovered an armory. The siege weapons there would be perfect for its arsenal. Serenity had increased its defensive forces. More enemies, more honor, thought the unscrupulous evil, and continued to work on their destruction. The people of Serenity had hired a few mercenaries as reinforcements, who immediately joined the ranks of the defenders, an unpleasant development. The troops from Serenity received reinforcements. Naturally, that only inspired the brutal evil all the more. At least, I hope so. Serenity had increased its defensive forces. More enemies, more honor, thought the unscrupulous evil, and continued to work on their destruction. The wicked evil's creatures fell upon Serenity and began decimating the defenders. Uncertain at first, a lack of alternatives led them to fight back against the invaders. The unstoppable evil's army had taken the eastern armory and captured a catapult. The drooling for weapons evil's army had discovered one of the armories. It quickly decided to capture it straight away. This was one of those newfangled point-and-click catapults, which could be fired fully automatically without a crew. Very handy indeed. Just press the appropriate button, select the target, designate it, and away you go. The skeptical of all life evil had left Termite Island far behind it, and had come ashore very close to the quiet town of Serenity. Serenity was a quiet little town, mainly known for being the world's greatest arms exporters. This in itself was not a contradiction, for, as quiet and peaceful as Serenity was, somewhere in the world there was always someone who needed arms. And the quiet and peaceful inhabitants of Serenity were more than willing to supply others with instruments of death, including the solvent evil's armies, as long as the price was right. Now, however, that was going to be their downfall, as the all-destroying evil had no intention of allowing anyone to supply its enemies with weapons. And so it was that Serenity's fate was sealed. On the other hand, there were a number of armories near Serenity with siege engines on their lots. These would certainly be useful for making that huge army
somewhat smaller. Once upon a catapult, Termite Island lay in ruins, but the marauding evil had not yet finished its international destruction tour. The next performance was scheduled for the cozy town of Serenity. The all-devastating evil's army landed very close to there. Serenity had been razed to the ground. The destructive evil's army had done a great job here. The hostile evil briefly mourned its former weapons dealer, but then shrugged. Somewhere out there it would find a new supplier. Talia instructed the army to march further north towards the coast. Why? Well, we don't want to give that away just yet. What happened to your good side? Well, I can't argue with you there. And so, the evil's army marched off once more. The pathetic evil had failed. The troops from Serenity had almost effortlessly torn through the dungeon and destroyed the dungeon heart. Unfortunately, they would have to find another trading partner for their arms exports in the future. The creatures of evil had spotted a powerful patrol from Serenity. The malicious evil's army ran across a patrol from Serenity. The overpowering evil's army had effortlessly taken out a patrol from Serenity. That made the overworld a much safer place, at least for evil creatures. The patrol from Serenity was no more. They couldn't withstand the concentrated power of the deceptive evil's army. The megalomaniac evil now had 2 catapults, so now 2 areas could be philanthropized at the same time. The people of Serenity were concerned. While as weapons dealers they were accustomed to negotiating with the most disgusting creatures, having the despicable evil's army right at their doorstep was still disconcerting. So they sent a troop out to discreetly persuade the new arrivals to move. Obviously, they didn't count on the insidious killer machine the guileful evil had already built in its dungeon. The introspective evil simply tinkered away. Apparently, it had forgotten there was a huge army in Serenity capable of turning the dungeon into a pile of ashes at any time. In order to prevent this, it would make sense to capture the armories and use the siege weapons located there. The weapon freak evil's army had taken the Western Armory and captured a catapult. Some heroes had observed the arrival of the duplicitous evil's army and began to set up defense posts. The cowardly heroes destroyed the bridge before the malicious evil's army could march over it. Wimps. Now another way would have to be found. The bursting with strength evil's army could not be stopped by a few paltry rocks. It pressed unrelentingly onward. The wall of fire had been destroyed and opened a route to a hero army camp coincidentally located there. The hasty evil had led its army to an impenetrable wall of fire. This would provide some nice pictures as souvenirs, but further progress was not possible at the moment. Frustrated, it turned around and looked for something that could be destroyed. Talia still had not eliminated the wall of fire in the northeast. The inglorious evil told its pokey comrade-in-arms to get a move on and do it. The wall of fire in the northeast was still standing. The neglecting evil scolded itself for its failure, and then gave Talia a hearty kick in the arse, so that she would finally take care of it. Hey you, look, it's really not too much to ask for you to go over there and take out that wall of fire. Talia now has a Frost Nova. Frost Nova, capiche? Good. Then take care of it, otherwise I'll do it myself. The splendid evil had reached the ritual site for the grave golem, but, unfortunately, without the grave golem. It found that a bit embarrassing, but set about correcting the mistake immediately. Flies are simply fascinating, at least for the easily distracted evil, who hadn't concentrated on the grave golem's ritual sacrifice, which then correspondingly went spectacularly pear-shaped. The incompetent evil must have thought that the grave golem ritual would conduct itself. Well, obviously, that just wasn't so, and again I was disappointed. Did you hear that tinkling sound too? That was the sound of the underachieving evil's dreams shattering after it completely, totally, and utterly screwed up the grave golem ritual. The grave golem ritual began once it and Talia had taken their respective places. Naturally, the ritual magically attracted a number of stone guards. They streamed in to stop the ritual. Permanently. The pathetic evil once again crept to the ritual site in order to sacrifice the grave golem after having already failed spectacularly once before. The non-capitulating evil again began the ritual sacrifice of the grave golem. Obviously, its previous failure hadn't disheartened it.
Fascinating. The grave golem viewed its coming death through the ritual with equanimity. As an undead, it was used to dying, so what fear should a lasting death hold? The ready-to-sacrifice evil had reached a thingy site. This is where the grave golem had to be brought. Heroes training always in remote places is done. Know that you should, young Padawan. Talia had climbed Mount Destiny. The insidious evil had brought her here so she could become more powerful. This required the ritual of sacrifice. Of course, Talia would not be sacrificed, but rather her minions. More specifically, one of each kind of Titan should be sacrificed in a ritual. The ogre would have to be led to this spot to trigger the ritual. And this is where the grave golem would have to wait to perform the ritual. Finally, the pit fiend would have to be brought exactly here to complete the ritual. Impetuous you are, young Padawan. First your task you must do. A disturbance in the Force. Talia had climbed Mount Destiny. The unspeakable evil led her here to strengthen her with a ritual. The ritual was complete. New power flowed through Talia. In addition, she also learned a new, highly useful skill. The Frost Nova. This was particularly interesting because Thanos mainly used fire. Cold as a countermeasure for fire. Perfect. Of course, Talia immediately began to test her newly acquired skill on the wall of fire to the northeast. By whatever strange set of circumstances applies in these situations, it proved to be the ideal test object. The impetuous evil had reached the ritual site for the ogre, but without the ogre. Hopefully, it would correct this faux pas right away. The unreliable evil had failed to defend the thingy site. How shameful! The incompetent evil was more interested in the contents of its nose than in defending the thingy site. Well, the result was about what you'd expect. The useless evil hadn't managed to defend the thingy site. You know, I don't really expect anything anymore, but I still always end up disappointed. The ritual began. It would take some time, naturally coinciding with an attack by a few stone guards. Some coincidence, eh? Once again, the failing evil had led the ogre to the ritual site. All hoped that the previous catastrophe would not be repeated. The incompetent evil had once again led the ogre to the thingy site. All creatures kept their fingers crossed that it wouldn't fail. Again, the ogre once again looked puzzled, for it obviously did not realize that the ritual would end with its death. Well, everyone on the side of evil is just that little bit more dispensable. The catastrophe-causing evil had reached a thingy site. This is where the ogre had to be brought. Tanya had extensively tested her newly acquired skills on the Mount Destiny army camp. Now she was ready. It was time for the final battle against Thanos, to decide once and for all whether good or evil would triumph. Yes, apparently Thanos had internalized his Machiavelli. But okay, fine, then it was time to decide once and for all whether evil, or the evil that thinks it's good, would triumph. The dopey evil hadn't protected the dungeon heart well enough, and stood there looking like an idiot as it shattered into 1,000 pieces. That was the inglorious end. There was something else. Oh, right! This was the thingy site for the pit fiend. But the forgetful evil didn't have one on hand. How embarrassing. The slow on the uptake evil had completely lost sight of the ritual, and accordingly it failed big time. Pitiful. The failing, like all villains do evil, had once again managed to fail magnificently and royally screw up the pit fiend's ritual. It ashamedly began preparations for another attempt. The failing evil had failed to properly defend the pit fiend's ritual, which in turn failed as well. Distraught at its failure, it immediately began preparations for a new attempt. Talia and the pit fiend stood ready for the ritual. Unfortunately, so did some stone guards who had gotten wind of the whole thing. The traumatized evil once again began to perform the pit fiend's ritual. Hopefully, this would erase its previous failure from memory. The unshaken by failures evil was cheerfully preparing to perform the pit fiend's ritual. Hey, what's one or more failures? Know what I mean? We learn from mistakes, right? A fascinatingly optimistic attitude which I myself most certainly do not share. Loser. The pit fiend rattled one last "damn Gandalf" or something like that, and then died as part of the ritual. Amusing, considering that we used a ritual to summon him in the first place. Sweet Alanis might be better advised to look at that the next time she writes a song about irony. The wandering evil had reached the pit fiend thingy site. Excellent. Everything was ready to perform the ritual. Talia now went... Wait a minute, where the hell is Talia? Oh, I'd love to work with professionals. Just once. With professionals. Just once. Can't be that difficult. Everything was ready for the ritual, except for Talia, who was once again unable to take her position. The harassing evil couldn't get enough of Talia's Frost Nova. Unfortunately, it was not yet available again. The heroes in the area were apparently unwilling to simply watch the deviant evil work, and instead set out to attack the dungeon. With this stolen gag, Talia cast her newly acquired Frost Nova. The effect was tremendous and covered a large area in ice. The exploring evil's little snots had discovered a room in the underground. The bustling evil had discovered a room in the underground. A room has been excavated in the underground. A new room has been discovered in the dungeon. Your little snots have dug out a new room. The absolute evil's little snots had dug out a new room. Your little snots have dug out a room. A rum delivery had reached the Black Pearl and was immediately safely stored away. The not yet drunk evil was delighted. The rum delivery reached the ship safely and was loaded aboard. The alcohol-craving evil was delighted. A rum delivery had reached its destination. The cargo was quickly stowed and secured. The greedy evil's mouth began to water at the very thought of the refreshing draught. A rum delivery is under attack. Your rum delivery is under attack. Soon another rum delivery would set out for the loading point. Not much longer, and a rum delivery would be on its way. A rum delivery has been destroyed. The prohibitionist evil had failed to adequately protect a rum delivery. It was immediately pounded to bits. The pitiful evil hadn't managed to protect the rum delivery. Now the delicious liquid was spilt in the dirt. A rum delivery has set out. Another rum delivery set out for the Black Pearl. A delivery of delicious rum was on its way. A new load of rum was on its way. The rum was already packed and ready to go, and deliveries to the Black Pearl would now run continuously. Talia and her henchmen had to try their best to protect all these deliveries in order not to upset the irascible evil. By now, all of Tortuga was in an uproar. Rumors spread that the rum supplies were running low. It didn't take long before bigger mobs got together to stop the thief. Tortuga's customs authority had also got wind of the smuggling and sent some of its agents to stop the deliveries. It would definitely be a good idea to attack their camps to weaken the customs officers. The tax exemption demanding evil had destroyed all of the custom officers' camps. These would no longer be a problem. The pirate evil's armies had made one of the customs officers' camps walk the plank, as it were. That would teach those wretched civil servants to interfere in the prohibition-ignoring evil's rum-running. The customs officer-hating evil had destroyed another camp, a devastating blow to the border guards. Excellent work. The speculating on exemption from duties evil torched another of the custom officers' camps. That would significantly reduce the number of inspectors. Tortuga's heroes were beside themselves. No sooner had someone mentioned that tourists wanted to smuggle their delicious rum off the island on a ship named the Black Pearl than they were already running off to teach them better. It wouldn't take long before they stumbled into the dungeon. The careless evils stumbling through the countryside creatures had quickly been spotted by Tortuga's scouts. Soon the rumor spread that these newcomers wanted to smuggle some rum off the island with the help of the Black Pearl. An enraged mob immediately set out for the dungeon. Finally, a vacation. At least, that's what Talia thought as she left for the tranquil holiday island of Tortuga. Of course, with the absolute evil's best wishes. Naturally, the subordinate exploiting evil hadn't said yes without its own reasons. Tortuga was not only an excellent holiday destination, but was also known for its excellent rum, which the pirate evil craved. But Tortuga was still home to brightly shining heroes who also defended their local rum with every drop of blood in their bodies. Running that rum would be a hell of a job. I wonder just who the never-takes-a-vacation evil could have had in mind. Of course it's doable. A few bloodthirsty inhabitants of a pirate island can't stop a tourist like you. But okay, the rum deliveries were already underway. They would travel by road to the ship, which would set sail once enough rum to satisfy the thirsting for alcohol evil's needs had been loaded. Holiday fever. Talia had gone to Tortuga for a well-deserved rest. Unfortunately, she hadn't counted on the flooding her with assignments evil. It was done. A sufficient number of barrels of rum had been loaded on board the Black Pearl, which soon set sail for the rapturous evil. Talia was just about to go back to her holiday, but did she really think that the never-takes-a-vacation evil didn't have any more tasks for her? And I was promised a suitcase full of gold. What I got was a Lego case full of plastic gold coins, so go cry in someone else's beer. Oh, nothing special, just, well, you'll find out in the next DLC. Is that so? Well, if that's the case, on to the next mission. The failing evil hadn't paid attention to its dungeon heart. It sadly gazed upon the pile of broken pieces left by the Tertogans. Well, it seems Talia would soon be sleeping with the fish. Talia hadn't adequately protected the rum deliveries. The lusting for rum evil wouldn't take well to that. Maybe it would be a good idea if Talia were to take a long, long vacation, far away from the clutches of the no mercy for underachievers evil. By all the demonic gods, what is that? Did someone just shout, "Release the Kraken"? Anyway, two huge octopus arms shot out of the water, and their destructive fury blocked a road. The rum deliveries would now have to take a different route. Tertoga's fishermen arrived in their home port. Rumor quickly spread that someone was plundering their rum supplies. They angrily set out for the dungeon to discuss the matter. Thirsty pirates returned to Tertoga only to find out that someone wanted to steal their delicious rum. With a bloodthirsty "Har!" hastily glued on eye patches and a papier-mâché parrot, they set off to waylay the rum deliveries. The wreckage left behind by the destructive evil's armies had not gone unnoticed. That wouldn't have been difficult. Even a blind man with 2 eye patches could have... Oh, what the hell. Anyway, a new batch of angry Tertogans immediately set off for the dungeon. The trampling evil's armies had come to the notice of more Tertogans. They seemed not at all pleased with their evil visitors, and sent an enraged mob out to the dungeon. Rumors of the rum running had spread, and even more enraged Tertogans furiously made their way into the dungeon.
Why, is that some sort of secret recipe? You're the Queen of Evil? Well, I didn't vote for you. And anyways, Queen of the Damned sounds better to me. The eager to explore evil's army had discovered one of the heroes' camps. They immediately took care of its demolition. Oh, those poor centaurs! Unfortunately, they had to die for the good of the greater evil. The far-sighted evil had discovered a modest little centaur camp. Like any good, nature-loving being, the horrible evil immediately wanted to convert this area into a nature reserve. Of course, that meant that everything that was in the way had to go. The fabulous evil's armies had reached the city. Yaina, however, was long gone. The great champion Ronin hit the floor. The radiant with happiness evil was extremely pleased. At the same time, this anti-heroic act was generously rewarded. Sadly, one of the hero's mighty champions lived in the city. Ronin, whose cliché-soaked name we stole one-to-one from another universe, had retired here, and was anything but pleased to see evil creatures. However, whoever put that sanctimonious do-gooders lights out permanently was sure to be richly rewarded. The grave-robbing evil had discovered some corpse dust. This was excellent, because it would need it for the hellhole. Whoops! The first centaur had lost one of its toenails. How sad. But it was exactly what the absolutely no regrets whatsoever evil needed for the hellhole. The first hero awoke in the prison, where his death would generate some wonderful evilness for the disgusting evil. Outstanding. Oh, yes, and some heroes also needed to be sacrificed in the hellhole. A tough decision. A hero died in the unspeakable evil's prison. In fact, this wasn't such a bad thing. A skeleton rose from the dead hero's remains, which would henceforth serve the homicidal evil without questions or demands. The arachnomanic evil had torn off the first spider leg, just what it needed for the hellhole. It carelessly threw the rest of the spider and the remaining 7 legs aside. The disgusting evil had collected its first worm slime. Splendid. It was unlikely that the demons of the hellhole would refuse a small donation of gold, thought the talking to itself evil. It was certainly worth a try. The graveyard's ludicrous guards had been retired.
Good thing for the gravedigger, who didn't have to go far this time. The deviant evil enthusiastically looted the graveyard. Whack! And another grave shattered. Ha! Nice hit! As a really broad hint, the savvy narrator pointed out to the perplexed evil that the graves in the graveyard might just need a hearty smack or nudge to release the valuable corpse dust. The sluggish evil still hadn't collected any corpse dust. Maybe it had forgotten that it was supposed to give the tombstones a hearty smack. The senile evil still hadn't used any hearty smacks to get the graves to release some corpse dust. Look, Cupcake, it really isn't all that hard. The hand of terror has to hit the tombstones so you can get the corpse dust. The kleptomanic evil wanted to collect even more ingredients before it noticed that it was already carrying stuff around with it. At least it wasn't jewelry from the department store like my ex-wife. The greedy evil feverishly grasped at other ingredients, only to realize that the hand of terror was already full. The possessive evil wanted to gather other ingredients, but found that it was already carrying some. The merciless evil's armies destroyed the hobbit camp with joyful efficiency. These hobbits wouldn't be running off throwing any rings into any lava in any mountains anymore. While it was fun watching corpses disappear into the hellhole, the demons explicitly demanded live heroes. These had to be pulled from a prison that the anticipating evil had hopefully already built. Counselors only you can see? My goodness, as if your split personality wasn't annoying enough. Talia and the remains of the cold-blooded evil's army had reached Termite Island. Here the egotistical magician Jaina Overproud ruled over her magical financial stronghold of Doloran. In fact, that was an excellent question. Naturally, it was a... wait a moment. Yes, actually, it was a hellhole. A hellhole is a portal directly to hell. What do we need that for, you ask yourselves? Another excellent question. Ah, here, because we want to summon a pit fiend, of course. The demonic and savvy evil plan to lead a pit fiend to Doloran in order to have an ace up its sleeve in the fight against Jaina Overproud. An ingenious plan, I must say. Well, first we need a few ingredients, which we then, for the sake of simplicity, just throw into the hellhole. We need corpse dust. However, it has to be from Termite Island, so we can't just scrape it off our zombies, but have to organize some from local graveyards. And toenails? Oh, that's simple. Oh, from a centaur. Fortunately, these primitive beings should have a few camps around here. What a coincidence. Besides that, we also need some worm slime. Ugh, just saying it makes me shudder. And spider legs. We'll probably find those kinds of creatures here in the underground, probably a lot sooner than the tense evil would like. Oh yes, and it also requires a couple of well-aged but unfortunately live heroes too. They're not likely to let themselves be thrown in there just like that, so we need a plan. Lakesville fell like a sandcastle under the feet of a 4-year-old, and afterwards was plundered, in accordance with age-old custom. Yet as satisfying as it was just a little fish in a great big ocean of good. For the hydrophobic evil had, from the start, planned to capture the city's amazing fleet, which, as opposed to the horde ships, did not sink like rocks. And so it was that Talia's creatures were driven aboard and the sails were hoisted. As the smoking ruins of the city slowly disappeared below the horizon behind them, the ship set sail for Termite Island. Even if no one actually saw the impressive sight, as everyone, hey, I said everyone, was focused on the new target. The aforementioned island was the seat of the magician Jaina Overproud. Jaina was pretty and kind-hearted, and therefore, naturally, absolutely despicable. And if that weren't already enough reason to deal with her, she was also one of Tanos's buddies. Jaina ruled from Doloran. Ah, Doloran, home of arcane magic and high finance alike. Disgusting. Upon landing, the leisurely evil's army slowly made their way to the financial capital. Yet it would be a good idea to acquire additional, even more powerful allies before facing Jaina. The Prince of Hell, intro. Talia sailed to Termite Island. Demons were always obsessed with manna, thought the talking to itself evil. Maybe it should just try that in the hellhole. The Prince of Hell. Talia had reached Termite Island. The time had come to begin preparations for the attack on Doloran and Yaina Overproud. Finally, it was done. The last ingredient had been thrown into the hellhole. The victorious evil patted itself on the back in triumph. The hellhole began to bubble and make fart noises. Something in the middle whirled wildly, while it slowly grew. The sound that caused it could be seen as a demonic litany, but upon listening closer, one recognized a joyful "Whee!" It was the pit fiend, who now emerged from the whirlpool with a wild laugh. Laugh. Oh, do I do that? Okay. His name is Crowley. It says here in the script the pit fiend's name is Crowley. Not that it's important since he doesn't speak, but I just wanted to mention it. The pit fiend Crowley listened to Talia's inner quarrel and grumbled at Tanos's words. Non-residents of hell were so annoying. Tanos disappeared after the evil Talia's rant and tirade of insults. She then turned to Crowley. The disgustingly badly playing evil had allowed the dungeon heart to be destroyed. This was somehow a suboptimal outcome to the story. Perhaps it would be worth repeating this section the way you used to do in primary school. A satisfying crash and clatter heralded the unapproachable evil's army's destruction of the pixie camp. A wonderful thing, because the sound of their wings reminded me of the mosquitoes that attack me in bed at night. Damn things. Peaceful agreement with something that sounds like a mosquito. Trust me, there's no room for peace there, only total war. Even when you search every crack in the whole damn bedroom at 2 a.m. for the stupid things. This road led off into endless nothingness. After the creatures had followed it for a number of days, they turned around and came back. No, we're not trying to use cheap tricks to cover up the fact that the level designer couldn't be bothered to create a proper edge to the map, the lazy little stinker. The Western Road was an imposing structure from generations past that led to the diabolical secret cow level. Unfortunately, it had deteriorated so badly that there was no way to proceed. Too bad. Seems the cow level was made in vain. The first prison had been built. Now, heroes could be imprisoned when they were defeated. This was not only important for sacrificing the heroes the hellhole so desperately wanted, but also because each hero generated some evilness at the end of their stay. Something our quick-tempered protagonist obviously desired. The very best thing, though, was the fact that any heroes that died in prison became skeletons. The necrotic evil immediately wanted to try this out, of course. Some kind of staging post would be required before any heroes could be sacrificed to the hellhole. Undefeated heroes would be rather uncooperative, but dead ones would be of no help to the bored evil. The solution was obvious. A prison had to be built. The always wanted to be a prison guard evil immediately began to research and build one. No prison had yet been erected in the nameless evil's gloomy realm. It sullenly beat one of its little snots into finally getting started. The clearly unable to understand the victory conditions evil still hadn't built a prison. Without one, it would be impossible to catch living heroes for sacrifice to the hellhole. Hey! Snotface, you're supposed to build a prison. You can't fulfill the mission goal without one. The wasteful evil, however, still threw some things into the hellhole, although it knew that the demons had already made that trade once before. And again, the cleaning up a bit evil threw some superfluous things into the hellhole. Since the demons had already rewarded these things, they would not do so a second time. Nice throw! Unfortunately, the demons already have these things and are not willing to give anything in return. Mean of them? Sure, but that's the way demons are. While the battening down the hatches evil's dungeon was pleasing and attractive, outside, a whole world of evil surprises and insidious events triggered by entering unmarked areas awaited. What was the fearful evil waiting for? Perhaps I had exaggerated a bit earlier and frightened the intimidated evil. In fact, the world out there was full of interesting places just waiting to be explored. It was time to send its creatures out. Oh, come on, don't be like that. Send your creatures to the surface. I mean, the worst that could happen is that they die. The taking a little too much time evil still hadn't collected all the necessary ingredients for the hellhole. Apparently, it had forgotten the still-to-be-summoned pit fiend. It quickly went about completing this, and still the ingredients for the hellhole hadn't been collected. The pit fiend that was to be summoned waited impatiently for the snail-paced evil to finally get its finger out and collect the missing things. It immediately did so. The ritual still hadn't been completed. Wake me up when September ends. Get a move on. The pit fiend has better things to do. Ritual completed? Not yet. Okay. The first corpse dust was sacrificed to the hellhole, an excellent start for the sacrifice offering evil. More corpse dust was sacrificed, as the rulers of hell rejoiced. The heavily armored metal glove wearing evil rubbed its hands in blissful anticipation of unleashing a prince of hell upon the overworld, which proved quite painful due to the many spikes. It was done. All of the required corpse dust had been sacrificed to the hellhole. The mastered this task evil patted itself on the back, right before it remembered the spiked metal gloves. Ouch. The first centaur toenails disappeared into the hellhole. A short neigh could be heard. I don't really want to know what the demons do with those. The hunt for the centaur toenails was going well. The ruthless evil was entirely consumed by hunting fever. It just had to make sure it avoided any animal protectionists. And another load of centaur toenails had been collected. Having acquired a taste for hunting, animal rights-ignoring evil was already planning an extensive safari. It was done. The last centaur, had lost its toenail, which the eager evil quickly sacrificed to the hellhole. As it did so, it realized that every centaur actually had 4 of the stupid things. Naturally, that would have made the job just a bit easier. But hey, outstanding intelligence was never an employment criterion for evil archvillains. Either way, the goal had been achieved. The pit fiends of the hellhole were evidently grateful for the sacrifice of some gobbling fowl, and gave the ripping them off so badly evil something in exchange for them. Ha! Who would have thought that those stupid creatures were good for more than just a tasty snack? It was done. The self-sacrificing evil had thrown the required number of heroes into the hellhole, which in turn commented on the fact with a loud, contented belch. The hellhole rewarded the sacrifice of a live hero with a respectable burp. The prepared-to-make-a sacrifice evil threw another hero into the hellhole. The demon-appeasing evil had sacrificed a hero. A hero disappeared into the hellhole with a long, drawn-out "Ah!" and an almost reckless disregard for gravity. Another lemming rushed over the cliff. Hero and hellhole, sorry. A little snot just disappeared into the hellhole. Good throw, that little snot. Nice wrist action on that throw. A formidable throw. That little snot landed right in the middle of the hellhole. The non-arachnophobic evil threw the first spider legs into the hellhole. Why did that please the demons? No idea. Maybe they ran out of interdental brushes. The sacrifice of the spider legs was going well. The absurd evil had already accomplished half of the task. Whereby spiders are actually very useful insects, as they simply devour things such as mosquitoes and their annoying hum. How come there's no way to kill mosquitoes here, huh? That has to be much more useful. Done! All of the spider legs have been tossed into the hellhole. The spider-hating evil had mastered the assignment without even breaking a sweat. The disgusting evil picked up some worm slime with the hand of terror and threw it into the hellhole. What a waste. What the hell do they make from that stuff? Baby powder? What a diabolical idea. More worm slime disappeared into the hellhole. The hygiene-insensitive evil simply threw it in there with its bare hand. Would it clean that hand someday? I feel sorry for whoever has to shake its hand. It was done. All of the requisite worm slime had been collected. Oh my, I saw this documentary about liposuction one time, and this stuff was... Oh, just forget it. Another challenge mastered by the repulsive evil. The exploratory evil had discovered a sweet little graveyard. Would it be able to find some of the corpse dust it needed here? The generous evil had disposed of a significant number of little snots in the hellhole. While the demon princes didn't acknowledge the sacrifice, it did lead to an unusual increase in the remaining little snots' willingness to work, as they became obviously more than willing to make themselves indispensable. Rumor has it that the demons of the hellhole might welcome the sacrifice of a few little snots. Or maybe it's just because it's fun, too. The experimental evil immediately tried it out. Just like I hadn't said anything. As Jaina got out of Dodge, her subordinate heroes from the nearby village did what heroes did best. Desperately head for their opponents, using brute force and violence with absolutely no finesse whatsoever. The dungeon-protecting evil made ready. The strategically brilliant evil had eliminated all the dangers and made the dungeon a fairly safe place. Summoning the pit fiend should now be child's play. Much like the Hero Academy on Newbie Island, Termite Island was a place frequented by aspiring adventurers. When rumors of a newly opened dungeon made the rounds, many heroes came from all over the island. These would be unpleasantly surprised to encounter not a nicely balanced beginner's dungeon, but the cruel evil's complex and trap-riddled caves instead. Whoops! Apparently the heroes weren't as stupid as they looked and had noticed the pitter-patter and banging in the underground. As if that weren't enough, Jaina Overproud herself was there. Easy there, we really don't have the kind of budget that lets us burn a story character in a single map. Besides, it was necessary to stop the marching heroes, and then, immediately following a stay in the dungeon's own hotel, Le Prison, sacrifice them to the hellhole. A gruesome giant worm had broken through the ground and obviously considered the absolute evil's creatures an easily digestible snack. The creatures were really hoping that would be prevented. Another giant worm rudely broke into the ever-expanding evil's dungeon. It would, of course, regret that. A giant worm was sighted in the maliciously evil evil's dungeon. It was in for a bad day. The listening closely evil was informed that the demons of the hellhole might be interested in trading a handful of priestesses of the light for one of their female demons. This sounded like a very interesting trade indeed. In exchange for the hostile evil's sacrifice, the demons of the hellhole sent a number of arachnoids skittering into the dungeon. Thank God I had them treat my arachnophobia with electric shocks back in the day, and that almost without any lasting side effects. The demons beyond the hellhole were almost ecstatic about the wicked evil's sacrifice, and threw a few miserable imps through the portal in thanks. Cute. Well, hello, you beautiful demon? Oh, the demons of the hellhole gave the still-to-be-embalmed evil some of their succubi as thanks for the sacrifices. While the sacrifice, of course, pleased the pit fiends beyond the hellhole, it didn't seem to induce them to send anything in trade. Obviously, they only wanted to make each trade once. Cheapskates. The constant hammering and digging of the archaeologist evil's little snots had awoken something in the bowels of the earth. The little snot's knees knocked in fear. The first thing they heard was a noise like a wild storm coming from the north. The pines on the mountains fell and broke in the hot, dry wind. Smaug had come. Smaug? No, it was just a few of those annoying giant worms that were always causing trouble in the underground. Normally an absolute annoyance for every narcissistic dungeon builder, they came at exactly the right time for the smug evil, for their worm slime was needed for the hellhole. In the distance, one could hear the unbearably good bells of a church. They must be marking the opening of the orphanage in the fatiguing library. Heroes with lanterns began to stream in that direction. The crossing on a red signal evil shadow swore, or would have if it had a mouth, and tried to avoid the lanterns as much as possible. The words literally flowed from Talia's mouth. As the masses listened to her with ever-increasing excitement, the gruesome evil's unseen shadow crept ever closer. The wicked evil ordered the shadow-possessed hero to attack another hero. The despicable evil used the shadow to get two heroes to beat the hell out of one another. The abominable evil had the shadow-possessed hero fight another hero. An amusing performance. The wicked evil ordered the shadow-possessed hero to attack a building. Interesting idea. The cruel evil had the shadow-possessed hero attack a building. The underhanded evil had the shadow-possessed hero try to destroy a building. Finally, the time had come, and the shadow of the passes in the slow lane evil was within range of Talia, the dark elf. The time had come for it to use its incredible powers to possess her for a short time. Talia was ready to be possessed by the shadow. It could only be a few moments away. Still, the shadow of the snail-paced evil dithered. But then it plucked up its courage and took control of the dark elf. Look, it's not that hard. Get a move on and possess that dark elf. The shadow of the far-off evil found itself very, very close to Twistram. It could practically feel its target's presence. Yes, well, that is somewhat suboptimal. Naturally, the shadow of the almighty evil was an incredibly powerful creature. But, well, light was a bit of an issue. It would certainly be wise to stay out of the lantern light. Oh, come on, I mean, really? Just to ratchet the tension up a bit more, the dark elf Talia left the area to wander down a brightly lit path, for crying out loud. At any rate, the bored evil shadow sighed, or would have if it could have, and searched for another way to follow her. The great paladin Tanos, hero of the totally eastern kingdoms and a repugnantly good fellow. He was visiting the fatiguing library in Twistram with his comrades to see his foster daughter Talia. Yuck! Disgusting phrases like that always leave such a nasty taste in my mouth. These abnormally good heroes, on the other hand, had no inkling of the malignity gathered to the south. One moment a herd of sheep was peacefully grazing, and the next moment, whumph! With a fulminant explosive effect that ate up half our special effects budget, the shadow entered the world. His target, a dark elf caught between good and evil, was very close. A long, long time ago, the absolute evil had, in the famous predecessor to this game, subjugated the known world and defeated good. Now, in a world full of blackness and despair, it spent its days sipping cocktails from the skulls of its enemies and forging new plans over a grilled unicorn kebab. Unfortunately, there wasn't much left to forge. A few orc wedges, the occasional trick played on the little snots. There just wasn't anything left to conquer. As the weeks and months passed, the absolute evil grew ever more reticent and seclusive. From time to time, one could hear a slight murmur from the depressed evil's super-secret laboratory in the depths of the dungeon. Its creatures grew more worried with each passing day, and even started to miss its ingenious evil tricks. It was a somewhat confusing time for them. No beatings, no torture, and no being sent to a senseless death. On the other hand, it was a rather nice change. Eons passed, and the unicorn supply dwindled until suddenly, one wonderful day, the evil genius evil joyfully burst from its super-secret laboratory. It finally had a new goal. An unknown continent, as often found in sequels, lay to the east, sheltered from the wicked evil by naught but a puny little ocean. It immediately had a fleet built. This was so powerful that it covered the horizon from north to south and was manned by the best and most powerful creatures at the devious evil's command. The fleet set sail for the crossing to this new continent, left the harbor, and sank. Yet that mattered naught to the couldn't-give-a-hoot-about-its minions evil. It instructed its goblins and little snots to design an even more powerful fleet. These new ships were gigantic. Loaded with devious evil's second-best creatures, the fleet set out. And that sank as well. The annoyed evil saved his relentless anger towards the shipbuilders for later. Obviously, it would have to take care of the matter itself. With a sigh, It cast a spell and created a shadow of itself, a creature of absolute darkness and evilness. This shadow flew across the water towards the east. There it would find a vessel, a corruptible being that would subjugate this land in the name of evil, and the shadow had the perfect target in mind. The shadow of absolute evil, intro. The absolute evil was bored after its brilliant victory over the Alliance. It sent its shadow out to find a worthy target. Talia struggled with the shadow and wanted to leave the big square and flee, but the grueling evil's constricting spirit prevented her from doing so. Well, that and her own innate wickedness. The shadow's target was close, so close. Talia, the dark elf. Soon she would fight on the side of evil. The insidious evil shadow was already very close to the dark elf. Only a few meters separated. Unfortunately, the shadow's possession only lasted a short while before the guard was able to free himself. Still, it was long enough to get past the gate. The shadow of absolute evil. The shadow of absolute evil had crossed the sea and now sought the chosen target, a dark elf named Talia. And Talia bit the dust. This was amazing, considering that people worked hard to prevent this in the tutorial mission, but you seem to be a very special player. Thank evil, she wasn't dead, she just slipped, and the astonished evil shadow melted in the light. Despite my numerous warnings, as I would be remiss to not point out. The dark elf raged through Twistrom's inexperienced guards. She thereby built up a tremendous inner energy, which she released into the world as a focus beam, while screaming, Kamehameha! Meanwhile, in the fatiguing library, they waited eagerly with coffee and cake for Talia to show up and open the new orphanage. The energy beam hit the cake with a resounding zap and reduced it to ashes. Oh yes, and the rest of the building and everyone inside it as well. The narcissistic evil patted itself on the shoulder for this. Or it would have, but the metal armor always made such a terrible clonking noise when it tried. But then again, that's what little snots are for. Obviously, the dispatch shadow had found a perfect vessel in the Dark Elf. Talia had already earned the title of Employee of the Month, with the utter destruction of the fatiguing library, as well as half of Twistrom. The destruction of an orphanage and the bombardment of innocent citizens with magic missiles immediately made her the minion-wasting evil's new favorite henchperson. Her evil deeds complete, Talia withdrew into the vaults beneath the ruins of the fatiguing library. There, between the slaughterhouse and mad Archbishop Lazarus's apartments, she prepared to create something powerful in the name of the absolutely ultimately evil, a dungeon heart. The cornerstone of any dungeon's power. Far away, Paladin of Light and Talia's former mentor, Tanos, was on his way to the Empire's capital of Stormbreeze. Naive and trusting as he was whistling cheerfully to himself, with no inkling of his foster daughter's dark deeds. Though he was aware that as a dark elf, she always had a core of evil in her. He had hoped to defeat it through religious indoctrination with ancient mad writings. Well, old bean, you thought wrong. The shadow of absolute evil, outro. The absolute evil shadow had convinced Talia. After this cliched monologue, Grimly disappeared into the darkness. The impatient evil shadow set off again. As usual for a dwarf, Grimly was on his best behavior, especially where elves were concerned. Lanterns! Lanterns everywhere! Lanterns! You'd think some nutcase hung them all over the place just to be irritating. I'm supposed to be the evil one here. Whatever. The shadow of the nestled cosily before the fireplace evil was extremely sensitive to light, and would inevitably take damage from it. It was important to avoid light as much as possible. As the shadow of the unspeakably evil moved through the world, all around it died. Plants withered. Animals perished. Sort of like a picnic with my family. The shadow of absolute evil melded with the guard and took control of his body. Thus, it was able to pass through the gate with ease. Possessed by the drunken evil shadow, the hero wandered around aimlessly, moving away from Twistram. "Hey, turn back! There's nothing to see out there!" The shadow reached the entrance to Twistram. Fortunately, this one was not closed, but it was brightly lit. Luckily, there was an unfortunate guard on patrol that the shadow was able to possess, thanks to its incredible powers. As long as it wasn't in the light, unimagined powers surfaced in Talia. The black magic of the Dark Elves. She immediately began to unleash these powers of chaos upon the world. Narrator pulled one of his aces out of his sleeve. Exceptionally powerful bears appeared, which of course made sense in the context of the story, and attacked the embarrassed evil. Narrator grinned boldly, loving the drama as he did. Now, the time had come to play the most diabolical of aces. Stunningly powerful heroes popped up beside him and began to massacre the creatures. Narrator looked at the 2 pathetic scratches inflicted on him so far. It was time for a little sleight of hand. Peculiarly powerful pen pushers popped up. Pen purport? Anyway, the stupid evil's fate was sealed. "Ha! Silly little Talia. I predicted your end exactly this way 2 hours ago." "Ha!" said Narrator. Night fell. Narrator used it to start a large-scale attack on the disastrous evil's overworld possessions. Narrator decided to use it to start a large-scale attack on the Islands of Evilness. With the onset of night, Narrator summoned his troops to attack the Islands of Evilness. Night fell. Narrator used it to devise his villainous plans. Night fell. Narrator used it to rest and recover and gather new strength. Night fell. Narrator used it for nothing. Night fell. Narrator used his influence on the Realmforged staff to deny the unmagical evil access to spells for the time being. Night broke over the land. Narrator blackmailed the Realmforged staff into making spells useless. Night fell. Narrator used a mistake in the game logic to deactivate spells. Night had fallen. Narrator had cast a forgetfulness spell and thereby prevented traps from being built in the dungeon. Night fell. Narrator exploited a bug to make it impossible to build traps in the dungeon. Night broke over the land. A mistake in the game logic caused traps to be temporarily deactivated. Night broke over the land. Narrator used it to put the narcoleptic evil's creatures to sleep, using magic, or bugs in the game. Night fell. Narrator had snuck sleeping powder into the beer, which put all the creatures to sleep. Talia and the worn-out evil had reached Narrator's final base. There, they would run into his insidious trap. Well, that might be what you think, but Narrator had taken a number of precautions. 2 magical tower shield generators protected his base. An unbelievable number of towers made the path to the base an insane gauntlet. Moreover, he had a clone machine he used to produce enhanced creatures that then attacked the dungeon. Hogwash! Narrator had also taken precautions for this, and without further ado locked the Realmforged employees in a cage. Impudently enough, those unfortunate company drones wanted to add shortcuts to the map, provide production bonuses for the dungeon, and iron out any bugs that would work in Narrator's favor. That's what you get for it, you punks. Famous last words. Narrator knew how to heighten the drama. The dim-witted evil thought itself safe, but of course, Narrator would ultimately prevail. Like hell you will. I am a trained professional voiceover artiste with years of experience and occasionally a ridiculous figure in a computer game. That was all part of the role. Yes, I understand you misunderstood. I'm just pretty good at this. It's called acting. You should try it sometime. I guess so, yes. Could you just turn off the mic for me? I have this problem with my arms. Somebody cut them off. My word, you fell for it again. But I guess that's it. I think we rode this series to death. Time for famous last words. Talia, eloquent as always. In that spirit, all the best, and stay just as evil as you are. We'll see you in Dungeons 4. Probably
if my agent hasn't landed me anything better by then. Yes, well then, with these cheap table fireworks, we too say goodbye. A worthy ending? Questionable. Truly the end? Most probably. The last DLC? The thing is called Famous Last Words. I presume you can add one and one together for yourself. End! And this time, it's for real. Ha! Narratus had won! The miserable evil and its miserable General Talia had failed and allowed the dungeon heart to be destroyed, just as I expected. Ah, the testers and graphic artists from Realmforge. They're so buffed with cola, coffee, and candy that they're especially powerful in battle. They'll serve me well. So what? Then your undoing will come even faster. The ridiculous evil had managed to destroy one of the magical shield tower generators. Of course, Narratus had counted on that and incorporated it into his diabolical plans. Welcome back, Chinese New Year celebrating evil. The year of the dog dawns. A happy Chinese New Year to you, demonic evil. Welcome back, Chinese New Year celebrating evil. The year of the dragon lies before us. A happy Chinese New Year to you, decadent evil. The dragons are flying particularly low this year. Welcome back, Chinese New Year celebrating evil. The year of the sheep lies before us. A happy Chinese New Year to you, dramatic evil. Can I interest you in some sheep's cheese? Welcome back, Chinese New Year celebrating evil. The year of the horse dawns. A happy Chinese New Year to you, absurd evil. Let's saddle up. Welcome back, Chinese New Year celebrating evil. The year of the monkey dawns. A happy Chinese New Year to you, nauseating evil. Your barrel of monkeys, little snots, await you. Welcome back, Chinese New Year celebrating evil. The year of the ox lies before us. A happy Chinese New Year to you, random welcome text selecting evil. Your oxen are on sabbatical this year, so your little snots will have to pull the plough. Welcome back, New Year celebrating evil. The year of the pig is upon us. A happy Chinese New Year to you, absolute evil. Is it just me, or does it smell like bacon around here? Welcome back, Chinese New Year celebrating evil. The year of the rabbit lies before us. A happy Chinese New Year to you, horrible evil. The rabbits are running away from you especially quickly this year. Welcome back, Chinese New Year celebrating evil. The year of the rat dawns. A happy Chinese New Year to you, irritated evil. I saw a lot more rats than usual in your dungeon today. Welcome back, Chinese New Year celebrating evil. The year of the rooster lies before us. A happy Chinese New Year to you, perfidious evil. Time for some crispy chicken. Welcome back, Chinese New Year celebrating evil. The year of the snake approaches. A happy Chinese New Year to you, chaotic evil. Tell me, am I speaking with a forked tongue? Welcome back, Chinese New Year celebrating evil. The year of the tiger comes. A happy Chinese New Year to you, dreadful evil. Rumor has it that the tigers are in the mood to party this year. Heroes are attacking the dungeon. Ha! April Fools! Don't let your little snots play any April Fool's jokes on you. One of your little snots is planning a terrible April Fool's joke. I just wanted to hit you with a little spoiler. The ruthless evil preferred to spend the holidays in its dungeon rather than with its family. Pretty much like anyone in their right mind. Merry Christmas! Why don't you give the heroes a present? Like an oops upside the head. Instead of looking for eggs, the homicidal evil went looking for heroes. Great choice. Happy Easter, evilest evil. I think someone hid something for you back there. Oh, wait a minute. I guess a little snot just didn't clean that up. Forget I said anything. It's Groundhog Day. It's the absolute ground evil day. A groundhog was chased from your dungeon and saw its own shadow in the overworld. Not really good news for the surface dwellers. Welcome, abominable evil. That's a pretty creepy costume you have there.
What do you mean it's not a costume? A spooky welcome, bienvenue, hello, oh horribly costumed evil. Welcome back, wicked evil. Some pumpkin soup and a little blood for you? Welcome, absolute evil. Your little snots are celebrating New Year's Eve. Happy New Year, insidious evil. The little snots are just cleaning up the debris from the New Year's Eve celebration. Welcome back. May the evil be with you. Welcome back. Wait a minute. Why is the beer in your brewery green? Top of the morning. Here's to my Irish relatives. Culture is so important. Arr, welcome back, piratey evil. Arr, time to keel-haul a few heroes. A happy harvest festival to you, disgusting evil. Your gobblers are pretty worked up. Welcome. Your little snots have already prepared a gobbler for you. Welcome, galaxy-traveling evil. Welcome back, towel-carrying evil. Welcome. Today, all of your little snots have a towel in their backpack. Welcome. I mean, of course, the happy evil was ready for his third adventure. The absolute evil returned. Welcome back, keeper. Absolute evil. The chaotic evil had once again started Dungeons 3. The conscientious evil started Dungeons 3 yet again. The evilest evil was ready for another game. The cruel evil returned, and the game was once again started. Heroes trembled as the deviant evil started the game once again. Heroes bleated in fear as the wicked evil returned. The little snot's idleness ended abruptly as the motivating evil returned. Talia was happy to see the horrible evil return. The playing evil prepared for another game. Welcome back, absolute evil. Welcome back, hideous evil. Welcome back, abominable evil. Welcome back, fearsome evil. Welcome back, horrible evil. Welcome back, wicked evil. Welcome back, hammering buttons like crazy evil. Welcome back, amazing evil. Welcome back, hero-destroying evil. Welcome back, party-crashing evil. Welcome back, little snot-beating evil. Welcome back, prisoner-starving evil. Welcome back, hero-torturing evil. Welcome back, demon-hiring evil. Welcome back, relying on the horde evil. Welcome back, undead evil. Welcome back, corrupting evil. Welcome back, sinking debtors in the river with concrete shoes evil. Welcome back, bogey nugget mining evil. Welcome back, country evilizing evil. Welcome back, gloating evil. Welcome back, prisoner teasing evil. Welcome back, frightening evil. The bogey nugget mining evil returns. The stinky evil returns. The horrible evil returns. The abominable evil returns. The danger to the public at large evil returns. The apolitical evil returns. The furious evil returns. The greedy evil returns. The damnable evil returns. The halitosis-prone evil returns. The all-destroying evil returns. The cruel evil returns. The deadly evil returns. The easily exploding evil returns. The Twitch broadcasting evil returns. An early evil catches the heroes. Good morning, early rising, or not yet gone to bed evil. Oh, welcome back. Really my time of day. The tired evil obviously couldn't sleep and wanted to drive away the fatigue by pushing a few little snots around. The absolute evil used the midnight hour to haunt a few heroes. Good idea. The midnight hour. Just the right time to start Dungeons 3. The time had come to fight and destroy Thanos once and for all. The excitedly looking forward to the end evil marshaled its forces for the final showdown. The delaying the end evil still hadn't prepared for the final showdown against Thanos, but now it took heart and sent its army forward. The good-hearted evil took pity on the heroes and instructed Talia to save them from certain death. In thanks, they willingly joined the no longer all that evil evil's ranks. Ha! Protect heroes from meeting their fate? Like hell. The unscrupulous evil delighted in the burning figures. Maybe it should hold a barbecue today. Thanos conjured a blazing wall of fire, which sped towards the heroes. Would Talia save them? The milder evil had saved the heroes Thanos almost grilled. They immediately joined the evil's ranks. The wicked evil cheerfully watched as Thanos roasted some of his rebellious heroes. Good job! That saved some work. The pitiless evil smiled as some of Thanos' rebellious heroes were roasted. Maybe this would be a good spot to roast some marshmallows later. The cunning evil stopped Thanos' wall of fire with a well-aimed rockfall. Ha! Brilliant work! The friendly evil had rescued a number of heroes from Thanos' fire trap. They were only too happy to join its ever-growing army. Talia had destroyed one of the firewalls with her powerful Frost Nova. Alarmed, even more heroes poured through the portals into the dungeon. A brilliant speech and the threat of violence left the heroes highly motivated to attack the dungeon in the name of good. Looks like Thanos doesn't have all his marbles anymore. Under the circumstances, not all that evil after all, Evil's army had reached the ruins of what was once Stormbreeze. You do know you're wearing a dress. Again. Somehow it seemed as though Thanos' magic was now much weaker than before. Presumably his portals would not be as strong this time and were therefore vulnerable. Everything has an end. It was time. After her training, Talia was now ready to face Thanos in the final battle and defeat him. As if. Yes! That was it! With a gurgling rattle, Thanos hit the ground. The victorious evil was, well, victorious. I had doubts at the start, but somehow you actually managed to do it. Okay, we turned the difficulty way down, but hey, just kidding. Awesome job. Wow, you really earned yourself the ending sequence. If there's nothing I can do to prevent it. Well, enough breaking the fourth wall already. Not that there's much left of that anyway. On to the ending video. The not quite so indestructible evil had somehow lost sight of its dungeon heart. Treacherous heroes seized the opportunity and took the thing apart in the finest style. Sad that the third part of Dungeons had to end this way. Wait, can't we just load a save game? These crazy computer games and their endless possibilities. Talia had done it. She had finally defeated Thanos once and for all in an epic battle and destroyed him. This time, there was no one to theatrically mourn his death. Well, theoretically his foster daughter, of course, but she seemed to be more interested in kicking his corpse and... well, I think that's all we need to know. Evil had triumphed. The kingdoms had been reduced to ashes, and the do-gooders were scattered to the winds. That, or dead. Talia had done an extremely effective job of destruction on her tour through the land. The serene evil leaned back contentedly on its throne, and ordered a little snot to bring it an ice-cold drink, and perhaps one of those delectable little unicorn-on-a-stick things. The dart could wait until tomorrow, for today was for celebration. All of the creatures were happy about the victory, and began to dance about. First, the little snots, then the demons, and the undead. Finally, even the ogre played, and... wait, the ogre's playing? No! But as exuberant as things were here, the atmosphere on the sacred mountain was depressed. Not only had the goddess lost her servant Thanos, but a whole continent had fallen into the claws of evil as well. She couldn't simply sit still and watch this any longer. Something had to be done. Everything has an end. Outro. Thanos had been defeated. Talia had won. And of course, the absolute evil. Thanos relied on his tried and tested tricks and opened a portal to Valhalla, from which heroes of days past would soon pour forth. The victorious evil had slammed all the open portals shut. Splendid work. The daring evil had made short work of the portals in the underground, as one would expect of a supervillain. The wicked evil had closed all the portals in the underground. That would keep the heroes of Valhalla away for the time being. Excellent. Several portals were about to open. The defensive evil swallowed quickly and prepared for the attack. In a few moments, several portals would open to Valhalla. The reckless evil was only slightly troubled. The victorious evil had successfully closed all of the portals in the dungeon. The danger was banned. For now. The all-destroying evil had destroyed the portal in the underground. There would be no more heroes entering its dungeon that way. The destructive evil had destroyed all of the portals in the underground. It wouldn't be long before a portal opened in the dungeon. The audacious evil made ready. Soon a portal would open in the dungeon. The defending evil armed itself accordingly. A portal would soon open in the dungeon. Thanos opened a portal to Valhalla. That should be put out of business as quickly as possible. Talia's Frost Nova was impressive, but unfortunately it always took a little time until it was available again. The impatient evil tapped its foot nervously. Last mission? Ritual in the mountains? New skill? Ring a bell?
Vines shot out of the ground and reached for the horror-hosting evil's creatures. Vines crept out of the ground to attack the creatures. Dangerous vines sprang from the ground in a flash and reached for the creatures. Apparently, the Forest Queen wasn't in the mood to receive visitors. Instead of milk and cookies, all she had to offer the stunned evil's creatures were deadly vines that whipped and hit at whoever came near. Apparently, the Forest Queen was not entranced by the absolutist evil's visit. A number of living trees walked from the forest to deal with the unwanted guests. The day dawned. A few of the surviving heroes made their way to the dungeon. 2 runestones still had to be placed in order to open the portal. Another DLC? Is this ever going to end? For crying out loud, I spent 10 years in acting school, and now I'm recording text for a third-rate computer game. Oh well, where were we? Oh yes. The winning streak spoiled evil's winning streak kept on rolling. Heroes had become a rare sight indeed. Nevertheless, the scouts had sighted more enemies. The Forest Queen, a mystical creature from ages past, granted protection to a few remaining heroes. Treason! Blasphemy! Wickedness! However, the entrance to the Forest Queen's realm was magically sealed. To open it, the rune stones would have to be found and set in the places of power located in the dungeon. The Forest Path. Talia had set out to battle the Forest Queen. The logging evil's creatures ran across some rootlings. These little creatures were friends of the forests and the Forest Queen's most devoted servants. As was to be expected, they weren't all that happy with the evil. The Forest Queen wasn't particularly happy that the perverted evil had put the rune stones in place. Not so fast. You're definitely not wrong about that. Just be patient a little longer. That's a topic for another time. First, let us just savor the victory. The sleepy butt evil had once again disappointed me. Its dungeon heart shattered into the finest splinters, thereby increasing fine particle levels. So not only did you lose, you're also responsible for global warming. You loser. The rock-collecting evil had placed the second runestone. Just one more stone needed to be found in order to open the portal. The capturing evil's army had seized an island of evilness. As if in thanks, a passage in the forest opened up, which resourceful level designers probably intended as a shortcut. The dismantling of the heroes' camp had a negative effect on the environment. The forest drew back, giving way to a new path, a sort of shortcut. The bustling evil had dug up one of the runestones in the underground. The well-aiming evil had tossed the first runestone into its socket. Amazingly well done. Not everyone could have done that. At least, not everyone under the age of 12 months. Maybe it's because I mentioned that earlier. Next time I'm not throwing bears at you, it'll be fully grown dragons. The determined evil had found and placed the second runestone. Excellent work as always. Well, almost always. Usually. Often. Well, at least occasionally. The researching evil's army had found another entrance to the underground. It was very likely that one of the runestones could be found there. The dig-happy evil's little snots had discovered a runestone. The last runestone had been put in place. The mentally confused evil now had to toss the runestone onto the designated place of power. The really rather dim evil was apparently unable to get the runestone to the place of power it was intended for. Hey, Sleepy, you have to drop the runestone on the designated spot. Even my 2-year-old could handle that, and I mean my 2-year-old dog. The forgetful evil remembered that it could use the hand of terror to pick up the runestones and drop them in the right place. The not spared by forgetfulness evil still vaguely remembered that it could use the hand of terror to pick up the runestones and then drop them somewhere else. Look, it's not all that hard. You can pick up these runestones and, get this, drop them again. Crazy! All right then, get on with it. The born with cataracts in both eyes evil still hadn't bothered to even start looking for the runestones. But now, the time had come to finally get on with it. The runestone disinterested evil obviously hadn't quite grasped the goal of this mission. Charming as the almighty narrator was, he reminded them, without the slightest use of force. Hey, look, you do know you're supposed to collect those damn runestones, right? 'Cause I'm not feeling any of that here. Come on! Do something useful instead of just wasting other people's air. The not exactly intelligent evil tried to place the runestone in the wrong place of power. The intelligent as a toddler evil obviously couldn't quite grasp the fact that the runestone had to be placed in the right place of power. Look, is it really all that difficult to just drop that damn runestone in the right place? Did you have one of those little pig-ball games as a baby? Come on! Put a little effort into it. This city is defended by Elric. This city belongs to the king of the dwarves, Grimly. This city is defended by Yaina Overproud. This city is under the protection of Admiral Overproud. This city is defended by Tanos. In the future, enemies will make their way from the city into your dungeon, Player 1. In the future, enemies will make their way from the city into your dungeon, Player 2. There was a rumble in the distance. That had to be the first transports on their way to the city. The city's heroes were not enthusiastic about the dungeons in the area and wanted to head out there as soon as possible to give a little destructive feedback. Soon, transports will set out for the city. Your scouts report the transports will soon set out for the city. According to your spies, it won't be long until transports set out for the city. A transport will soon set out for the city. Your scouts report that a transport will soon set out for the city. According to your spies, it won't be long until a transport sets out for the city. The team playing evil had discovered a new target. The Nameless City. The Nameless City was protected by a magic shield, which was in turn continuously recharged by regular mana deliveries. Those deliveries would have to be stopped in order to destroy the shield. And there were a few shield generators too. Their destruction would make it easier for the evil to control the center of the map. And go! Have fun. You've intercepted a transport. You've destroyed a transport. A transport has been destroyed by your forces. The cooperatively playing evil had brilliantly torn both the city and its leader apart. Good work. The sleepy-headed evil hadn't paid attention, and one of the dungeon hearts was destroyed. Well, so much for that. Heroes will now be transported directly to your dungeon via the portals. A transport reached the city. Heroes now rush enthusiastically from the city toward your dungeon. In celebration of the transport's arrival, heroes set out for your dungeon. A transport reached this city. You let a transport reach the city. One of the city's shield generators has been destroyed. Both shield generators have been destroyed. The middle path is now clear. No more transports would be coming. Now it was time to flatten the city. A lone transport was on its way to the city. A lone transport had set out towards the city. You stopped the lone transport. You stopped the lone transport with the greatest of ease. Transports have been loaded and are on their way to the city. Transports have set out for the city. Transports are headed for the city. You stopped all of the transports in this wave. Not one transport out of this entire wave reached its goal. You destroyed all of the transports in this wave. A whole pack of Realm-Forged staff was locked up in a buried room, probably because no one wanted to pay them anymore. They seemed to be more than just angry. Your little snots had dug up some Realm-Forged employees. They had been hiding there from the Goldmaster deadline. They looked rather upset. What's that? Well, that must be the level designer from Realmforge, who got lost during development. He looks pretty angry, and he's heading towards the dungeon heart. Your little snots have dug up a buried Realmforge graphic artist. He fell asleep while creating brown dirt textures. Doesn't seem particularly well rested at the moment, though. An uncovered room proved to contain one of the Realmforge programmers, who probably got caught in his own spaghetti code. He doesn't look all that happy, though. Unfortunately, creatures were a little more demanding than the miserable little snots. A hideout would have to be researched before creatures such as goblins and orcs could be hired. As loyal as the little snots were, they were unable to fight and took to their heels in panicked flight at the first sight of an enemy.
Sighing, the unscrupulous evil set about providing a hideout. The army-craving evil had hired a creature which would from now on do its dirty work. However, each creature consumed a population point. Fortunately, these could be increased just like the number of workers. Should it become necessary to recover a population point, the maliciously grinning evil could always use the egress located at its dungeon heart. Simply toss the creature onto it, a little pull of the lever, and oh, whoops. Well, there it goes. The still learning the ropes evil had decided to try the excellent tutorials. Good choice. In this childishly simple introductory mission, it would learn the basics of dungeon management. Things like digging, building rooms, and hiring and firing creatures. Everything a novice evil needs to know. First of all, it admired the center of its power, the dungeon heart. This, if possible, should never be broken, as that would lead to an inglorious and permanent end to the definitely wanting to avoid this at all costs evil. How did you manage to do that? You lost the first tutorial, the one that explains the basics. I didn't even know that could happen. The catastrophic evil had failed. In the tutorial, in the first tutorial, at a place where that isn't really even physically possible. Ugh! Dungeon Basics. The newcomer evil should learn the basics of dungeon management. These creatures were pretty spoiled. Not only did horde creatures demand their own bunks, they also wanted something to eat. Otherwise, they would soon refuse to do any work whatsoever and go on strike. The deeply sighing evil had no other choice than to build his creatures a gobbler farm to satisfy their hunger. The corresponding research was kindly unlocked for the absolute evil. This was necessary in the tutorial in order not to confuse it with the wide range of possibilities. Besides, there are people out there who really do everything wrong. Excellent work. The gobbler farm was now ready. Later, the creatures would also demand other things, but for now, they were satisfied. The fast-learning evil had mastered the first tutorial with flying colors. Excellent work. Sometimes the bored evil's little snots didn't work quickly enough. That was the time to give them a hearty slap with the hand of terror. Naturally, this had to be done immediately, and the overzealous evil knocked over one of its little snots with the hand of terror. It would never get up again. That was just a little too much evil. Luckily, the little snots reappeared on their own after a while. The calculating evil threw a cagey glance at its population limits. These were divided into little snots and creatures. As opposed to creatures, little snots did not have to be hired separately, but were always regenerated up to the maximum limit. And so it was that the massacring evil didn't have to worry if one of these miserable creatures died. It simply had to wait for the next one. At the same time, the little snots were the dungeon workers who dug the galleries, mined the gold, and took care of any number of other things. That's why it was never a bad idea to increase their maximum limit. The thirsty for more little snots evil hurriedly began work. Naturally, the most important resource for any evil genius was gold. One could make the best things out of the glittering metal, and nary a creature was going to let the absolute evil hire it and push it around without a coin or two. Sad, I know, but that's the way the cold, hard capitalist world of evil works. Although a little gold could also be stored in the dungeon heart, the little snots, the strange name-giving evil's workers, had to travel long distances to do so. It made much more sense to build a treasury nearby. The fast-learning evil immediately began doing so. The careless evil had built something completely senseless where the required room was supposed to be. The narrator was kind enough to initiate the necessary demolition. No, that's the wrong room. Oh, come on, it's not that hard to build the right room there. You're doing that on purpose. Just build the right room there, damn it! First, creatures ventured out into the overworld. The destruction-craving evil could hardly wait to transform all those unbearably rich colors into 50 shades of gray. The drooling evil did not have the omnipotence in the overworld it was used to in the dungeon. Here, it had to direct its creatures the old-fashioned way, with orders. The Isle of Good had been destroyed. To the ground. This not only made for a more pleasant ambiance, but also produced some lovely evilness, which could be used for research. The researching evil quickly set about spending its evilness. The fast-learning evil had begun the second tutorial. It now more or less knew what it had to do to build a dungeon. Now it would turn to the overworld, where it would sow chaos and destruction. Up there waited a Isle of Good, which just begged to be destroyed. The impatient evil got right down to destroying. The totally incompetent evil had lost. In the tutorial. Realistically, even a snail playing the game by slowly creeping over the input devices should be able to master this tutorial with ease. But okay, it is what it is. I would advise you to maybe switch to one of those clicker games, but with your skills you probably break a finger. Evilness. The fast-learning evil quickly set about sending its creatures into the overworld. The fantastic evil had understood the basics of the overworld and the advantages of evilness in the blink of an eye. Not that those were difficult concepts, but hey, you take what you can get, so good work. Before the overworld could be destroyed, a number of creatures would first have to be brought there. The hand of terror greedily reached out to grab some. The spinning evil had researched the arachnids. These spider-legged creatures spit corrosive stuff at their opponents. Disgusting! But effective. The magical evil had researched the arcanium. There, demons could produce the mana so valuable for magic. The resurrecting evil had researched the crypt. There, undead could resurrect horde creatures if they kicked the bucket. The watchful evil had researched the guard room. There its creatures could stand watch and be warned of any attackers at any early stage. The sinuous evil had researched the nagas. These snake-like creatures were excellent healers and a good addition to the dungeon. The troop-hungry evil had increased its population limit and could from now on hire more creatures. A great decision. The imprisoning evil had researched the prison. There, heroes defeated in the dungeon could be imprisoned in order to harvest delicious evilness from them. Did I mention it was a prison? The uses its troops as cannon fodder evil had managed to lose all its creatures. In a tutorial. Oh, come on. When I play the game, I have more success than you using just my left earlobe tied behind my back. Oh, well. New creatures miraculously appeared in the dungeon. The little snots willingly set to work producing toolboxes with a stupid grin on their faces. These were needed to build the workplace in the brewery. A cast-iron brewing kettle made out of toolboxes? Computer game logic. The not particularly known for its patience evil patiently waited for enough toolboxes to be available. The splendid evil had finally produced enough toolboxes by waiting in boredom. It quickly set about building the brewing kettle. The knowledge-thirsty evil obviously couldn't get enough of these crazy tutorials. All right then, let's improve our knowledge of the dungeon. The absolute evil's creatures gathered experience from battles over the course of time, and thus reached new levels. This was to be welcomed, as higher-level creatures were much more powerful. Unfortunately, the creatures also became harder to please as their levels increased, and had the impudence to demand new things. Unbelievable! Well, that borders on treason. Horde creatures, for example, would later demand beer that they themselves produced in the brewery. But the brewery was still a long way off, as the annoyed evil's little snots had once again proved their lack of intelligence and hadn't built any workplaces in the dungeon. The brewing kettle stood proudly, and the diligent little snots went directly to work producing the delicious brew, so that the horde creatures could soon start knocking it back. All that was missing was someone playing some good old-fashioned folk music. Then again, maybe not. Always makes my ears bleed. But now for something completely different. As the hard-working evil now had access to the lecture hall. There, additions to normal research in the form of scrolls could be made for small amounts of gold, time, and evilness. The always slathering for something new evil quickly began to try them out. The incompetent evil had failed right down the line and lost the tutorial. This was incredibly sad, and at the same time, fascinating. The writer hadn't actually planned any dialogue here, as there was less chance of failing the tutorial than of winning the lottery. But he didn't want to disappoint any fans of the game this time. Dungeons for advanced students. The skilled evil quickly learned the skills needed to run a dungeon very efficiently. Splendid work! The good-humored evil had not only satisfied its alcoholic creatures, but at the same time learned more about research. It now considered itself well-equipped to begin converting the lessons learned into evil, nasty deeds. Ah, a good choice. Very interesting. I would have researched that too. Yes, my grandmother always found that a good choice. Excellent choice. Toolboxes would later be needed for the brewery. These were produced by little snots at workplaces in the workshop. Sighing, the once again disappointed by its workers' evil, set about building the workplace. A suspicious trampling of heavy boots and clanging of armor was heard in the dungeon. Soon, the first heroes would enter the dungeon. Heroes have entered the dungeon. And now it's time for a good book. I still have this comic, and if I were to make myself a drink, I could... Oh, wait. You're here? What? I thought we'd done all the tutorials. What do you mean the menu offers a fourth tutorial? But I don't have any more documents for that. I'd love to work with professionals just once. Those boneheads at Realmforge can't even get the main menu right. They're probably busy building the Berlin airport. Well, since you're already here, we can... Oh, crap. Third person. Well, since the already arrived evil was already there... I can probably forget that drink. The keeping the narrator from his hard-earned drink and his lovely Marvel comic book evil commenced yet another tutorial. In this one, it would, learn something about, traps and spells, like, how to make and use them. It was a pretty, free-form tutorial, as if someone had just... made it up really quickly. It was about defending the dungeon against attacking heroes. A few traps had already been placed. These were ready to make life difficult for every hero that approached them. Some others were manually triggered by a blow from the hand of terror. Here, timing was everything. The Arcanium already held a lot of mana ready to be used for powerful spells. The failing evil had not succeeded in stopping the heroes. Was it because the game had not been explained to it well enough? Hardly, for after all, this had been done by a brilliant and famous narrator. So it only had itself to blame. The final exam. The chock-full of knowledge evil now faced the challenge of preparing its dungeon for real dangers. All right, excellent work. The last hero had been fended off. The tutorial was finished. Finally, I can get back to my gin and super. Well done. So, now it's time you turn to other things. Things that don't stop me from drinking and from reading my comic. The magicless evil had not yet cast a single spell. A gentle yet rather specific hint pointed out the appropriate menu. Come on, show us what you've got. After endless dialogues between a handful of annoying secondary characters, once again, it's my turn. The magnificent evil had done it. The second magic shrine had also been leveled and would at best be used as a parking lot. The road to New Doloran was clear. The first altar was almost destroyed. Highly motivated, the evil's creatures threw themselves into their work without questioning their master's wanton love of torturing the lackluster and unmotivated, while savoring the painful sounds of their distress. The destructive evil's armies had destroyed one of the deliverers. The first cracks began to appear in the structure of the altar. The first magic shrine fell victim to the blows from the hateful evil's creatures and exploded into 1,000 pieces. You haven't grasped the art of quotation, have you? The illiterate evil's armies turned to the second magic shrine. The cautious evil's creatures stumbled upon one of the magic shrines that protected New Doloran from destruction. They knew what they had to do. The magic altar slowly began to fade. The pugnacious evil's creatures pounded tirelessly upon it. The destruction-thirsty evil's armies had reached the second magic shrine. They quickly got down to brass tacks. Several mana mines had been sighted in the underground. The frightened evil's creatures had discovered several mana mines. Mana mines have appeared in the underground. Admiral Overproud had smuggled another mine into the dungeon.
This would explode after a short time and destroy some of the dungeon contents if it wasn't dealt with first. Another mana mine had appeared in the underground. The half-blind evil's creatures had discovered a mana mine in the underground. A mana mine has been spotted in the dungeon. The evil was astonished as a panda who's been struck over the head with an otter when the enemies suddenly began to defend themselves and summon the soldiers of Valhalla. Didn't we flog that get-out clause to death in the main game? Apparently not. The writing crew must have been short of ideas. With a mighty boom, a mana mine exploded in the dungeon. Although nothing like a mine, the name still had a thigh-snapping nautical ring to it. Whatever. The explosives are extremely effective and take out all rooms and work units within their area of effect. Luckily, the shield only covered the surface of New Doloran and not the underground. With this not even vaguely discreet tip, even the slightly dim-witted evil, who is not exactly known for responding to subtle clues, could vividly imagine how to proceed. The dragon-slaying evil's armies had burrowed their way through the wildlife underground to exit on the surface. I'm going deeper underground. Admiral Overproud had retreated to New Doloran, a city protected by a magic dome, at least on the overworld. The somewhat sheepish evil hadn't really paid attention to its dungeon heart, and stared perplexed as it was smashed to itsy-bitsy pieces by its enemies. Yeah, that's how fast it can happen. You get a quick coffee, bake off a frozen pizza, order stuff on the internet, watch another episode on the streaming service of your choice, and wham! You've lost. Admiral Overproud lay dead on the ground in a scene suspiciously reminiscent of the sequences in the main game. But before he bit the dust, he mentioned an artifact that could be used to climb God's Mount. That would allow the divinity-thirsting evil to pay that meddling goddess of light a sustained visit and permanently convince her that the age of goodness and light had come to an end. The evil, sitting comfortably in front of its PC, took great pleasure in taking its place in the realm of the gods and being mollycoddled by its little snots instead of living in a damp cave underground. Fortunately, one had personnel for such tasks, and so, lounging in the comfort of its own home, the evil sent its loyal General Talia out to salvage the artifact. Talia, who had developed quite the taste for revenge, could hardly wait to fight her foster father's goddess. I'm going deeper underground. Admiral Overproud had been defeated, but that goddess still remained. The evil, in all its spider-oblivious horror, had guided its horribly arachnophobic creatures through the spider-infested underground to an entrance in the overworld. I am on nobody's side. I am an impartial, omnipotent, and highly respected narrator. Anyway, you all got a bit dull in the main game, so I thought I'd play a few wild cards. Pointless? I'll show you pointless. Apparently, our protagonist, Talia, hadn't been eating carrots, and in the darkness missed the hordes of spiders now pouring from the underground. Of course, this was all perfectly artistically justifiable within the story mechanism. Nothing to do with the narrator's low pay, low self-esteem, and lack of coffee. No, of course not. Talia was the dumb guy in this scene. Your little snots have discovered a very special spider nest. These tame little beasties could prove extremely useful. Thinking it had made it, the evil and its armies had almost reached the artifact. All that separated them from their target was a strange crystal barrier, when suddenly, out of nowhere, a bunch of crystal beings appeared and fell upon Talia and her stupid companions. Of course, it all made total sense in the context of the story because the day dawned. Heroes of the goddess set out for the dungeon. Of course, it was logical that the goddess would be on the trail of Talia and the toad-faced evil's army. As a goddess, she had to be omniscient, or at least so the narrator claimed, who no longer felt personally offended by any of the insults mentioned at the beginning. The evil's armies had entered the underground through another entrance and entered a completely new area. Rumor had it that a discouraged and angry narrator had hidden a horde of irritating enemies down there. But of course, they were just rumors. Just you wait. Allegedly, dangerous spiders were lurking there in the underground, spiders that hungered for the flesh of dark elves. Suddenly, those very same spiders burst out of the rock. The scruffy evil's armies had found an exit to the overworld. Devoid of brains and intellect, they emerged into the overworld, together with their even more brain and intellect-addled elf leader. The toad-faced evil and his toad-faced general's armies strayed into the overworld. A disgruntled narrator wished the plague upon them. Talia had reached Mount Destiny. Yes, but that was on the other side of the mountain. This has absolutely nothing to do with that. Besides, when did this game ever give a damn about any logical context? My goodness, the team that created this add-on was probably made up of drunken bums collected from a park late at night and stuffed into an office. Suddenly, completely independent of the fact that the neutral Talia was getting on our nerves, the formerly dormant volcano erupted. Not much fun for the creatures hanging out there. Narrator dork! Just you wait. Huh. By sheer coincidence, Goddess's heroes had also found their way here and were spreading into the dungeon. Nothing to do with the fact that the narrator was on edge because he hadn't taken his medication, but because that's just how he decided it was going to be. Okay? Deal with it. With cruelly simple game logic and raw violence, the simple yet violent evil had built a bridge. Mount Destiny. The other side. Coincidence followed coincidence when the volcano, which had been extinct for eons, suddenly erupted and flooded large parts of the country with lava. A big chunk of this lava hit our careless protagonist directly on the head. The heroes of Valhalla too were hit by lava from the no longer dormant volcano. I may be angry, but I still think it's good to see the heroes get a pounding. The evil in all its terrifying powers had defeated the guards and reached the artifact. But, as if by magic, the volcano erupted again and began to devour the dungeon and all its creatures, and really? Okay. I'll let it go this time. Where were we? Suddenly, the lava disappeared, just as quickly as it had appeared. Of course, there was a perfectly logical explanation for this, one which probably had something to do with chemtrails and the Illuminati. Nevertheless, Talia and the victorious evil's army could breathe a sigh of relief. The danger was over. The massively incompetent evil had allowed its dungeon heart to be destroyed. Not that I'm surprised. It's not like I was expecting anything, but you still managed to disappoint me. What a loser. Lava pelted down on the horrible evil's creatures. Lava fell from the heavens onto the horrible evil's creatures. Fiery lava hissed down upon the deviant evil's creatures. The cruelly deformed evil's armies had entered yet another part of the underground. Just at that moment, the volcano erupted again, and the shockwaves smashed some of the granite in the underground. The destruction of granite wasn't all sunshine and roses for the blindsided evil, as spiders totally unexpectedly broke through the crumbling rock and headed for the dungeon. Okay, if that's the way you want it. Yet not only spiders emerged from the underground. Buried heroes and giant lizards were also released and attacked the dungeon with verve. Skillfully avoiding all narrative chicanery, the evil had reached a yet further exit. The artifact had to be close by. Doloran was the capitalist metropolis and home to numerous financial institutions. But lately, the inhabitants living outside Doloran had had enough of the idiots on the mainland and wanted more independence. Of course, they had thought about this well in advance and already forged numerous excellent plans to ensure that nothing could go wrong. The megalomaniac evil's army slowly spread throughout Doloran. Not much longer, and the city would be theirs. As the lagging and holding up the whole show evil's army marched into Doloran, the city's ruler and part-time witch, Jaina Overproud, was fighting an epic duel against the mighty pit fiend Crowley. Magic energy swirled around the two as they relentlessly attacked one another. Chaotic magic flowed through Crowley and banished him into a mana prison. He would hardly be able to escape from it on his own. Tears in reality that distorted the space around them formed in the surprised evil's dungeon. The dungeon heart's evil energy seemed to lure the chaotic arcane power beyond those tears. Magical energy burst out of the tears to pierce the dungeon heart. Violence is always the most obvious solution, thought the crazy evil, as it ordered its creatures to attack the arcane tears. Fascinatingly enough, it actually seemed to work. Computer game logic. Crowley was free. The pit fiend thanked it with a wild roar and immediately set about roasting the do-gooders. Looks like a Sunday barbecue. The unconscionable evil let Crowley stew in his prison, not without reason, as this loser had let himself be captured. Crowley was still in quite the predicament. The spiteful evil gloated a bit, but then decided to free him. The ally, unappreciating evil, had completely forgotten about Crowley being imprisoned. Maybe it was time to free him. The conquest-loving evil's army had entered the square where Crowley was imprisoned. A few arcane pillars seemed to be maintaining his prison. These were sure to break under a few hearty blows and free the pit fiend from his predicament. Slowly the obese evil's army advanced and perused the city. Wait. Isn't that Crowley over there? The end of Jaina Overproud. The victorious evil's armies had stormed Doloran, but the sneaky magician Jaina Overproud had teleported both herself and Crowley deeper into the city with a spell. Now, Talia set about leading the troops into the financial hub of the Empire. One might think Sailor Overmoon hadn't done her research. Let's hope she stays dead, too. Much as I hate to interrupt the various dialogues, Tanos was still a powerful opponent whom Talia wasn't yet ready to meet. So there was no shame in running away to gain more power before facing this battle. Ultimately, Doloran's defenders and their magical leader, Jaina Overproud, proved too powerful for the miserable evil. The dungeon heart burst like a soup bubble. Sad, but that was the end of this save game. The invincible evil's army took Doloran by storm and captured the hearts of its inhabitants. And I mean that literally. Strange hobby, but hey, others collect stamps and such. And the mighty Jaina Overproud, too, kicked the daisies and saw the bucket from below. Well, that didn't make much sense. Yeah, that's the kind of thing that happens when you hire translators that just run the text through Google Translate. But that's enough digression for now. So, Jaina was dead, and Talia and the fabled evil's army hit the road before Tanos showed up. Soon after, he stood over his companion's corpse. He could do nothing but mourn. And again he screamed his pain into the world with a long, drawn-out "No!" in a manner suspiciously reminiscent of Grimnir's death, which of course had absolutely nothing to do with going easy on the game's budget. Meanwhile, the fleet set sail for the mainland. Once the army was back on solid land, Talia torched the captured ships. She currently had no use for them. Yeah, I know. But villains never were big into foresight. Then the cruel evil's army moved deeper into the countryside, towards a place called Serenity. The end of Jaina Overproud. Outro. Talia had defeated the magician Jaina Overproud and moved on. The pit fiend Crowley met a glorious end at the hands of a pack of do-gooders. Not exactly a masterly performance by the uneducated evil. The vulgar evil let loose a stream of invective as Crowley fell to the forces of good. However, that wouldn't change its incompetence. The incompetent evil had let Crowley die. You know, the pit fiend, the one that did so much damage and had an unbelievable number of hit points. So it really wasn't easy to let him die. Once again, Talia failed to contaminate the water supply due to her premature death. The water supply was almost Oh, Talia died. To be honest, I hadn't really expected anything else. Talia had once again failed to contaminate a water supply. The situation was slowly becoming reminiscent of a certain ridiculous comic villain. The sheepish evil tried to contaminate the water supply. It had obviously forgotten that only Talia carried the appropriate utensils with her, and therefore, logically, only she could contaminate the water. The foolish evil tried to have someone other than Talia contaminate the water supply. A doomed endeavor. The backward evil desperately tried to contaminate the water supplies, but had obviously forgotten that only Talia was capable of doing so. The jubilant evil scouts had discovered something that looked suspiciously like a ritual site. Legend has it that one had to sacrifice a number of creatures to the tide in order to create something powerful and evil. It says here that they have to be skeletons. You have to sacrifice skeletons to the tide. One of the cannon fodder burning evil's creatures disappeared into the tide. As the water receded, another creature was revealed. A lich. A mighty undead mage had emerged from the water to willingly join the contented evil's army. The daring evil had created more liches. More liches emerged from the flooded thingy site. A number of the liches joined the strengthened evil. The inattentive evil had led its army into an ambush. That was going to hurt. The necromantic evil had built a crypt. There, undead were able to resurrect any horde creatures who bit the dust. This would most likely lead to the troops our cannon fodder evil being even less careful with them. Well, a nearby colony of shrimps was somewhat disturbed by the presence of the unrighteous evil's army. Or they might have just been hungry, whatever. Anyways, they set out to remedy the problem. A huge ravine made it impossible to proceed any further from this dungeon entrance. The daring evil briefly considered having its creatures leap into the ravine like lemmings in order to fill it up with corpses, but upon consideration decided not to. It would take too long. Perhaps there was something on the other side that could be useful. Unfortunately, Talia was unable to complete her mystical ritual due to a slight case of death. The inattentive evil would have to repeat this again. Talia had reached the first water supply and began a mystical ritual to contaminate it. The first water supply had been contaminated. 2 others were still waiting for a visit from Talia. But the local heroes were not quite as stupid as those elsewhere and suspected that something was wrong. A group immediately set out to protect the water. A rumor coursed through the ranks of the rumor-mongering evil's army that there was a time-worn ritual site somewhere in the area, where an ancient evil creature could be summoned. The immediately taking notes evil was extremely interested. The sluggish evil still hadn't sacrificed a creature to the tide in exchange for a much more powerful creature. It quickly did so. The splendid evil had easily taken out a group of opponents at the ravine. A rock there seemed to be perfect for an improvised bridge, and presto, there it lay, ready for use. The water is rising. It's high tide. The water is flowing into the interior. High tide is here. The water levels are rising. Not long before the water rises. Soon, the water will rise. High tide will soon be here. The relentless evil's armies had reached the not-quite-so-free cities. Several large cities were spread across numerous smaller islands. The capital of Alphas was very close. This was probably where Elric the Pretty was to be found. Unfortunately, the not-quite-so-free cities were very well defended. A direct attack would be unwise. But the insidious evil had already formed a plan designed to weaken the defenses. There were a number of fresh water supplies located very close to the landing site. If someone were to add something to them, the effects could be very interesting. Unfortunately, the waters were extremely tricky in this area and could rise and fall within a very short time. But sadly, the hydrophobic evil's creatures had never taken a swimming course. You could look at it that way, but the fatigued evil was getting tired of always replenishing its armies. It had therefore prudently already built a crypt in order to be able to revive horde creatures. Together with the muscular ogre, the pillaging evil had destroyed the city of Lots-of-Winter, and so the former harbor city was consumed by the flames. All that remained was a smoking pile of misery. The third part of the Lots-of-Winter series should probably be named Ash Beach of Death, then. At the victory celebration, the ogre insisted on giving a little concert with his solo band. Unfortunately, no one was able to face the odors that followed his butt trumpet solos, and even Talia escaped with the smell-sensitive evil's army as the poor soul-serving ogre collapsed, wheezing on the ground. And so the resource-wasting evil had once again captured a ship to again sail off to some other place. This story is so, exciting and varied. And so the carefree evil's army sailed for the not-quite-so-free cities, a network of unacceptably prosperous towns spanning the islands in front of the mainland. It went without saying there was no way they could be ignored on the way to the capital city. But even more important was the fact that Elric the Pretty was there, a good-natured narcissistic paladin who served the goddess, and far, far worse, one of Tanos's comrades in arms. Certainly Talia wouldn't pass up a chance to get one over on her foster father by shearing one of his little lambs and roasting it over a slow fire. Where did I put great-grandfather's pallid in its so wonderfully juicy recipe book? Ups and Downs intro. After the destruction of lots of winter, Talia set sail for the not-quite-so-free cities. The prudent Evil's army had reached a ravine that seemed impassable at low tide. But this practical and totally coincidentally located raft could be used as a kind of bridge at high tide. Sometimes you just need a little luck. That Talia can't take much, can she? A few piddly heroes come by to protect the water supply, and she kicks the bucket. She basically threw the bucket at them. Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. The last water supply had been contaminated. Excellent work. The water is dropping. It's low tide. The water's receding. Water levels are dropping. It won't be long before the water level drops. The water will soon drop. The waters will soon retreat. Some shrimps seemed anything but enthusiastic about somebody hanging around their home and set out to do something about it. The looking like a total idiot Evil had left Talia more or less unsupervised, which unfortunately led to her death, which in itself wasn't so bad. But the little slowpoke had been too slow and had not managed to contaminate the water supplies. And again, loser. The exploratory Evil scouts had discovered a shortcut to one of the water supplies. However, it seemed to be extremely well guarded. Ups and downs. The relentless Evil had reached the not-quite-so-free cities in order to defeat another one of Tanos's comrades. But the defenses needed to be weakened first. The city's water supply was very close. Now that all the water supplies had been contaminated, the satisfied Evil's army could move into the interior, towards the capital of the not-quite-so-free cities. Alphas. Wait for it. Pipes and pumps carried the water into the not-quite-so-free cities. That's where the effects would be felt. Still not heard anything from your good side? The foolish Evil had let its dungeon heart be destroyed. It would be so nice to work with professionals. Just once. Suddenly, this portal thing in the dungeon started to light up. Something was happening. Heroes on the surface had obviously activated it and used it as a direct access to the dungeon, bypassing the arduous route through the overworld. What is that weird thing in the dungeon? Looks like some kind of portal, but it seems to be inactive. Ah, yes, the simplicity of the maliciously minded. But anyway, the portal thingy, or whatchamacallit, seemed to be extremely solidly built and indestructible anyway. It therefore actually did make sense to ignore it for now.